leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah. Hey, that, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. But you on the block list if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah. Hey, skrat. We ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. Put you on the block list if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it, bitch. I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Hey, yeah. Skrat. Follow that. Yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah. Hey, skrat. We ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. But you on the block list if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah. Hey, skrat. We ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. Put you on the block list if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it, bitch. I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Hey, yeah. Skrat. Follow that. Yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah. Hey, skrat. We ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah.
Yo.
We ain't gon' stop till we're
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Wow. I had this really badly last night, huh? How is everybody? Yo, what's up, Darko? Sorry, I can't just leave it like super messed up. It is I, Hispanic Jamal Adriano Santiago Carl Danny Jordan, but pronounced like a Dominican. Jesus Miguelito Jonathan Roy Juan. Welcome in. What's up, Mozzie? How are you? Sleepy? Same. Yo, what's up, Sage? Good morning. How's it going? Let me tell you, I'm tired because those damn Lakers, I love them. I require the bean juice. Bean juice is good. I could barely hear that one, Alpha. I'll be honest with you. I'm good. How you feeling, bro? I'm pretty good. Tired because the damn Lakers made it stressful. But, you know, they did it. They did it. You know, I had the faith. They just really tested it. This is not trying to tuck in. Yeah, they really tested me. But, man, that was a win, huh? That was a win, huh? Like, what a game. We did it. How's everyone doing, though? You know, hopefully you're all waking up. Hey, a win's a win. Exactly. A win is a win. Howdy, partner. Howdy. Yeah, I'm tired, though. You know, I watched the Lakers. Sorry, I'm adjusting the mic a little bit. Watched the Lakers win, and then I played Red Dead Online. So, you know. Cubs came back from down 0-7 to win last night. Jesus. It's a night of comebacks, huh? How you doing, handsome? Pretty good. Pretty good overall. Okay. And got more money. Yeah, we did. I got the video of it. I recorded it. You know what's funny? Strange. So yesterday, you probably realized I was a little quiet. I was a little quiet yesterday, right? Yo, what's up, Darko? And that is because I had a migraine last night, right? And I took a painkiller for it, and it was making me very sleepy. And so if you look at the video, I noticed a lot of it's me just being like, okay, so about the hackers last night. What about them? What's up, Darko? How you doing? All right, so basically there's a girl I talked to for a little. We stopped talking, and recently she hit me up asking, are we going to talk? And I was like, do you want to talk? Not realizing who it was. And right now I'm not in the mood to talk, if you know what I mean. So me being me, I said some crazy shit to her to get her to stop talking to me, and it worked. Check DMs. Okay. Let's limit our time spent with him. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Interesting message. Yeah, we accomplished nothing. We just spent our time, from what I remember, killing each other. 100% agree. Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie though. Where's the video? Let me find it. So I recorded it. Is it this? Hold on.
If y'all want to fight,
it is this. Hold on. It worked, did it? Where is it? The fist fight part was fun, but I think we do need to, if we want to get stuff done, we can't continue to play with them frequently. You know what I mean? I figured out fist fighting is much more complicated than it looks. Yeah, it is. Were you fighting in third person for yours? Because I did mine in first person and it looked crazy. Like I could see when he was throwing punches, but it still made it look weird. Did I tell you about the person who stole my medication recently? You did. Gotta love the modders. Since they merged the servers, it's guaranteed to have at least one cheater in the same server as you. Yeah, it is. They definitely did. They did some cheating, I would say. I didn't even let me see that you can move the thumbstick to block. You can? I didn't know that. Just wanted to stop by with a little time I have right now. I'm kind of in a bad place at the moment. Lost my girl and my apartment all in the same month. I'll be back when I can. Yo, Darko. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I really am. And if you ever need to talk or anything, you know, DMs are always open. I promise. We love you, man, for real. Good morning, Saul. How are you? We love you, man. We're always here. You need a distraction or anything, for real. I hope that things start to look up, for real. You know? I really do. I really do. So this is how my fight looked yesterday in first person. You can't see my face cam, obviously, but this is how it looked. Like, you see how it's in first person? And I was just like backing up randomly. You know? Yeah, stay strong, Darko, for real. Stay strong. You, right? This is how it looked. I was really trying to get the immersion in it, and then he won, you know? He won. In third person, it looked so dope. It did. Let me see. Yeah, like here's your fight. Here's your fight right here. The dude is top G for respecting the 1v1. He did, yeah. He did respect the 1v1. We all just kind of watched. Waiting for the fight to start. I love the light going behind your character. And then here it was. Here it was. Wait, did my message go through about the box? Oh. In the medication box, there was money in it, and he snitched on himself without realizing it because he told me the amount of money in the box. Damn. Are you playing the online or the campaign? On stream, I'm playing the campaign. Offline, I'm playing RDO. Fight Club Yeehaw Edition. Exactly. Mine was the closest fight, though. Got him like 2 hits from out. You did. Yours was... Let me see if I can find it. I think this is it. Yeah, I didn't want to say nothing in front of him, but we didn't do anything. Yeah, it was just a bunch of killing each other. We did get money though, so I'm not hating too much. You know, I'm not too mad, but we do have to limit time with them, or else it'll get bad in terms of production. You know, trying to see. Oh, here it is. I believe this is it. I just realized you can't bang hookers in the game. You can only reject them. Yeah, I know. I learned that the hard way. I tried, Saul. I really did. I tried. Howdy, partner. How are you, Illy? If you wanted, I have a big posse group. 2 of us stream. We could all do trader deliveries among lots of other things. Like, I'm down if we're going to be productive, right? This kind of turned into a... like, this part was cool. Curse was actually, like, putting in work. Good, just been chilling. Curse was putting in work here. I never really tried because I thought Arthur is in love with Mary still, so he wouldn't think about it anyway. See, I tried before I knew about Mary, and he just said no. Like, Curse was doing really well. Like, it was close. I didn't know you could block with, You find Oswald yet? I haven't. Mary Beth is where it's at. See, Curse was close. My good brother. Yo, what's up, Niche? What's up? Congratulations on 50. Congratulations. I'm not gonna lie. Nisha's stream was so good yesterday. My God. I want him alive and hog-tied to be dragged. I got you. Nothing feels better than acting clueless until she talks about how she really feels. Damn. Damn. My boy Arthur knocked up a waitress, had a son. They both got shot. They were both shot for a money dispute for $10. Really? I need to read more of his backstory. Is that in his journal? Is that in his journal? Wait, Cursed, how do you block with your analog stick? I didn't know you could do that. I'm just hitting square like an idiot. You know? You know what I mean? But yeah, Seiji, if we're gonna be productive, I'm down. We could, because like we actually need to do stuff to get like do bounties and stuff. Guess there's also a pic of his dog, his dad, and a pic of himself when he was a boy. All right, I'm gonna look at his journal right now. Let me open this up. I'm opening it up right now. I'm switching to lo-fi for a second. It's throwing me off. Hey, Skratsx. Yes. What's up? How's it going? But man, how about them Lakers though? Let me take a second and just. I've been thinking. That's in the camp near your sleeping area. Okay, I think I'm in the camp right now, so I can look. Like. So the left stick, you flick out, hold it in the direction the punch is coming from, and it blocks, but you got to be quick. Okay, what about him? Look at it. Flick it? Okay. I got to practice. Look at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, did they make it stressful? Of course they did. It wouldn't be a Lakers game without it being stressful. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be a game without it being stressful. But all that matters is, you know, we came back from down 15. You know what I'm saying? They deserve their props. Agree. See? Thank you, Niche. Like, it was stressful. I had him on the second monitor for a lot. And I was getting pretty sad. You know what I'm saying? No Jimmy Buckets. Yeah, the Heat. I don't know what happened to the Heat, but that's not my squad, so I don't care. I just don't care. I think they suck if you ask me. Come on, Illy. How can you say that and your name's purple on here? Wait, first let me say photos are fire, for real. I was going to ask what you thought about implementing your photography, such as processing stuff on a TikTok, potentially even making a TikTok to promote your photography. I might. I mean, I have one. I just don't really use it. You know? I don't really use it. Facts, not my squad. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, not my squad. So it does not matter. They can deal with whoever they're playing in the next game. Yeah. All I know is we got Memphis to worry about. I fuck with the Saints. You know what's crazy, Illy? I, unfortunately, am a Falcons fan. That means we're, like, directly opposed to each other. Saints row, bitch. Never played that game. You know what you need to be worried about? What, Sora? Who is? On D&D. Keep forgetting. Let me look for this journal. I gotta learn about Arthur. I know nothing. Me not being on the other team, let's just say I taught MJ, LeBron, Kobe, and Kareem. Damn. Not the football team Saints. Okay. Yeah, I read that after. I read, like you said, Saints row right after. So we're good. I don't even watch sports. Okay. We're good then. We're good. We're good, Illy. I promise. The backstory is Arthur's father was a petty criminal and got shot. Dutch adopted him and Marston together. I think they were both 12. I just talk shit. I'm with it. Oh, shit. I'm online. Oops. I logged into the wrong server. My fault. Wrong server. I logged on to online. Let me go to story. Wasn't looking. I do need to practice fighting, though. Because I was, like, literally just hitting X and backing up. You know what I'm saying? Hey. It's all good. We're in the playoffs. Have you considered getting into Val? No. So here's what happened. I was gonna download it the other day. Then I watched my brother play, and he had a moment in which he was looking at point B, and his teammate was looking at him, and they were less than 100 yards from each other. And his teammate was like, "I got your back," and then his teammate let him get knifed from the side that he was supposed to be watching. And I also heard some crazy commenters. Okay, let me find the journal. I got an eval. I'm not happy to say that. Yeah. So bad teammates. Yeah. And some wild teammates. I just, and what's really dissuading me, to be honest with you, is the games are like 40 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like 40-minute games is kind of hard to, if I play 40 minutes and lose, I'm going to be mad as fuck. You know what I'm saying? I feel like for my mentals, it's probably best that I don't get too into it. You know? I just feel like it can get frustrating. I still might play it though. I have to free up hard drive space too. I hate I can't strafe. That stop and shoot is annoying. Yeah, that's the other thing. I'm used to being like going back and forth, but then I have to remember to stop. That's why I prefer CSGO, but 40 minutes go by quickly for me. I just watch anime while I play. Yeah, I can't do both. I'm not capable of multitasking like that. You know? John's son, Jack, lived the longest out of anyone. He lived till 90s. He died at the age of 90 plus. Fun fact, in GTA 5, you can see a book called Red Dead. The author is Jay Marston. If anyone's interested, I can try to help. Yeah, Sora's actually really good. Sora's actually really good at it. Like, he sent me a clip of him just like hitting, like, I think he aced while watching One Piece in Japanese, not even dubbed. Like, he was watching subbed One Piece and he got an ace. It was like all headies. Yeah, I've been playing with my best friend from the Navy and he loves that damn game, but it's fun. I just wish we had a bigger team. A little stupid that you can't play comp to level 20. That's the other thing. I'd have to level my account. I think my account's at like level 6 or some shit. So I'd have to do that too. You know, I'd have to do that. So eventually I'll get around to it. How big is the install? It's just too many games that I want to play. And anime too. Too many anime to watch. Too many shows to watch. You know, there's not enough time in the day. Where is my browser at? There it is. Nope, that's the wrong one. It is right here. Right here. I think of the other thing I always forget is because I play it kind of like CS, is I forget to use powers. You want to level up the quickest, do swift play. You get rewarded based off of wins and amount of time spent in the game. While you spend less time in the game in swift play, you get more wins frequently, make up for it. You can get... Oh, okay. Swift play. Okay, I can do swift play. I have to remember to use the abilities. I always forget. I just go straight gunplay. And I forget, like, you actually have to use your abilities for advantages and shit. It's weird. Something I have to get used to. Putting on lo-fi one. There we go. There we go. I do have to pick... I'm not going to promise I'm going to pick it up, but I'm not saying I won't pick it up. If that makes sense. You know? Like, no promises, but... Yeah. I will try to. People don't notice this as much since abilities are heavily an impact to this game. You can get to gold or so with no abilities, just pure accuracy. Because, like, I can get kills. Like, I can do decent in kills, but I know as you get higher up, you have to start using your abilities. And I feel like I need to train myself to use the abilities now and what situations to use them. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather get in the habit of using them now than learning to when I'm at bigger rates. I think he's in... I believe he's in... yeah, Darko's in the Discord. New Vegas mode as well. Dagger. Yeah, y'all should play. That'd be cool. I'll get around to it eventually. You know, if I find time to play it. Swift play makes it a little easier though, so I don't have to sit in 40-minute games. Yeah, he's in the Discord as it's Toasty. He said it. Wait, Valorant? Yeah. Yeah, I've been thinking about playing it, but I have to level my account, so I'm thinking about doing swift play. I need to get it to 20 so I can play in comp. That game's for virgins. I mean, it looks fun once you get, like, if you have a team or at least one other person. Virgin is TOS now. Oh yeah, that's true. It is, isn't it? I forgot. Darko's my stage name, but Toasty is my personal nickname for friends and stuff. Please avoid the virgin word. There we go. Hey, thanks for pulling up to the test last night. Yeah, it was cool. You know, good test stream. It just popped up on my phone. I was like, let me pop in. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Dagger. How are you? That's okay. TOS can suck my What's up, fellas? What's up? Yeah, I'm thinking about playing it. I'm thinking about it. Like, I don't know. Like, I need a comp game, and I'm feeling the itch to play it. And me and Doc may play DayZ on his stream. We've been talking about that too. But I've actually never seen DayZ, but we may play it. I need to get it, though. DayZ could be cool. Has anyone played it? Man. What a game last night. I still can't get over it. You know? I was about to be mad as hell. I was going to be mad as hell in Discord. No, you haven't? You can also do Spike Rush. It's about the same amount of points per game played, and you spawn with all the abilities. I want to play DayZ for sure. I've been itching for those type of games. Also, you can learn the abilities. Yeah, I basically just need to know... I don't know how to explain it, but like the theory behind using the powers, like why I need to use them. Haven't played it, but I've seen gameplay. Does it look fun? I haven't seen it. Looks fun? Okay. Because me and Doc may play it. We were talking about it this morning. What was I looking at? Sports. Yeah, you can PvPvE. It's fun as fuck. Okay. I gotta buy it. We were talking about potentially playing it a lower this just a tad bit more. So you can see kind of like the progression in the sports Discord, like, you know, Glitch posts a score. And I was like, oh, you know, getting a little mad. Darvin Ham, I don't care what anyone says, he's a bad coach. I haven't seen DayZ, but I think I got a relative who plays it. Definitely PvE and PvP and PvE. Yeah, last night's game was ugly. Yeah, it was. And, you know, Curse came with the encouragement, like it was getting close. This is about when I was starting to get excited. Then the score got up, and then here we come. You see me. I'm mad as hell at this point. This was when I thought we won the game, but Anthony Davis fouled Mike Conley, and Mike Conley hit all 3 free throws. I'm gonna be in and out. Got some stuff to take care of. Want to get it done so I can play games. Absolutely, yeah. Do your thing. And then, you know, then we won. It was too much of an emotional roller coaster, but that's what it is being a Lakers fan. You know, that's what it is all year. Yo, what's up, Yoru? I saw your level of emotions were slowly evolving. They were. Did you win the bet? I didn't actually bet anyone for this game. I wasn't like. It's weird because Texas doesn't let you just bet on games. So you have to play.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
You have to play daily fantasy. And I can't show my fantasy lineup on stream or else my DraftKings will get banned. But I still have games today for my daily fantasy. You know, but I'm not allowed to show my lineup on stream or else my account can get banned. And I'd prefer my DraftKings not get banned. Okay, yeah. Texas needs to open up sports betting, though. Like, we need sport. Like, I hate just doing daily fantasy. I want to do parlays. Who likes dumb old Texas anyways? Like, I'm starting to resent it. I'm starting to build up resentment for it because, like, let me do some fun stuff, please. Like, damn. I like Sandy Cheeks. I like Sandy, too. Dude, this guy took over my Spotify and he won't get off the screen. I love that. Same with Callie. We don't have shit for betting. It sucks. Yeah, she is from Texas. I like all cheeks. True. I like your cheeks. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Rah Remchen. Yeah, it's ass. We need, like, what's the harm? Are the stories true about Texas having amazing barbecue? Yes, it is. It is very true. The barbecue here is fire. Like legitimate ones. Like we have, what's that fucking restaurant where someone from Kiss opened a barbecue restaurant here and it's ass. We should do a progress stream. We need to catch up a bit. I think we're hunting a serial killer day, aren't we, Legate? They do got that BBQ. Yeah, they do. The barbecue's crazy. We haven't done a progress stream in a while. I think that we could do a progress after we hunt the serial killer if you're down. Because I got to find the killer after yesterday. I live in Michigan and we got the best. You got the best ribs? Serial killer, then progress? Yeah. I'm retweeting this. I'm making that my Twitter head. I'm making this mine. That alone is worth going to Texas for, but maybe I'm just fat. I mean, there's a lot of good food here, to be honest. Georgia and Louisiana got the best chicken. I haven't had Georgia's chicken, but I've had Louisiana's, and I can agree it's good. I just want to place a crazy parlay during college football. Exactly. I want to, like, just picture it, Killmonger, like a 4-game parlay with your last game being on Hawaii football, and you're chasing, and you need Hawaii to do something. Like, and it all comes down to Hawaii. You've hit 3 in a row, and you just need Hawaii -3. Oh, God. The thrill, you know? Like, I need it. I don't know where to get ribs then. I'm also in Michigan. Right? You like, that thrill of, I need this random-ass team who I barely ever watch. Like, imagine just needing Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky to cover. My dad makes them. They're delicious. I love ribs. I love ribs. I'm a big fan. I hate that I can't type emoji. I'm too high to enter Texas. Yeah, they don't like that here either. What do you think of the removed Red Dead 1 features? I feel like, or Akron. Akron would be great. Rib tips. I hate soft ribs. Oh yeah. I don't understand why they removed them, Legate. Like I feel like they would have been perfect. You know? I make the best ribs in South Texas, I'll tell you. I mean, I gotta go to South Texas. I'm in the north, brother. Damn, I slick want a rib sandwich. That sounds so good. That sounds so good. That just sounds so good. I'll tell you what, brother. I'll tell you what. Man, now I want ribs. Yeah, would have added more variety. Maybe they just forgot. Probably. They probably had so many other ideas that they kind of just left it off. Dick, I mean, ribs would hit right now. I just had some food and now I'm hungry again. Same. My mom made a steak slider. Ooh. Damn. That sounds good too. That sounds good. A steak slider? Yeah. Hey, yo. Hey, a steak slider would be good. Would be good. Wrong emote. Illy's emotes are like the best. Hers and Snow's Wigglytuff emote that he uses all the time. That one's funny. I don't know why that one makes me laugh so much, but I just find it to be hilarious for no reason. For no reason. It is hilarious. Okay. I got new emotes too. Which ones? I gotta see them. Oh, time to scavenge the fridge. Yeah, get something good. Let me know what you get. Let me know what you get. I feel like during college football season, I need to go to Oklahoma to bet. The gun one is... Wait, who is this? These emotes are great. I'm looking up their Twitch. Twitch. Mimo. Is that her name? My Mimo. What does she stream? That's not her. MIMOU. Is it Mimone26? Let me see. Lino's emotes are good too. It's not her. This can't be her. Mimo underscore uwu. I'm still at Lino's is too good. Let me see. Let me see if this is the right channel. I hate the new 7 TV emote thing. I hate it. I hate this. I hate this. Oh, you can't even see it. I hate this update right here. I hate that I have to like hit the Twitch, open the native menu to look at her. Oh, this is her. Okay, I'm following. I hate that. Lino's emotes are too good. Yeah, I'm following her. Her emotes. I'm at the sub later. She's online. Her emotes are too good. Too good. I like the gun one. The gun one's funny. Emote Blick. We may need that. I may steal that. We need a gun emote around here. Playing RDO. I'm a gunslinger. Pow pow. That's exactly why I need that emote, you know? I feel like it could have came in handy. I hate when streamers talk in third person. The streamer I watched just said, Traggy is sick while talking about himself. Do I do that? I don't think I do that. I don't think I talk in third person. You know? Okay, that one kind of got me. That one kind of got me. Some streamers do. Yeah, third person's kind of weird. Imagine if I was just like, man, what's Skratsx gonna do today? That just feels weird. Burnt the fuck out of my tongue. Jesus Christ. That was hotter than I expected it to be. It's been sitting here for like 10 minutes. Sounds like something the viewer would say, not the streamer. Yeah. I feel like Third person talkers think they're the MC. Very true. Very true. It's weird. Petty is here. There we go. See, Petty's talking in third person. Welcome in, Petty. How are you? I need to make this my Twitter. Save image. Save. Welcome in. Welcome in, good sir. How are you today? Petty had to do it to fit in. Petty finna get a training arc. You know, main character, the MC. Please stop the third person. Speaking of, I started watching Demon Slayer today. Started watching it like 9:30, thinking it was gonna be like a regular length episode, and I didn't know it was a 40-minute episode, so I'm only halfway through, unfortunately. But God, is it good so far. This guy just took over my Spotify and he won't get off the screen. Great tweet. I love it. Yoru says hi. Hello, Yoru. I'm making that my Twitter header after stream, because right now I have it so when I'm live on Twitch, you see that. So once I'm offline, I'll upload it. Yeah. I love that. Absolutely love it. Okay. I can close this. We already talked about the Lakers. Also, I'm sorry if you follow me on Twitter and you hate basketball. You already know. You already know how it's going to go. Okay, this beat, I'm actually fucking with this one. I don't even know what the song is. Like, Kirst introduced me yesterday. It's the channel Mr. Momo Music. Right here. And I'm just like listening to the lo-fi. This is better than the one I was using before. The art is fire too. I love Japanese lo-fi. Same. Give us a thumbs up while I'm doing it. It's live? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mr. Momo Music. It's fire. It's so much better than the one I was using before. So thank Kirst for that. Thank Kirst for that. Because the other one was kind of eh. This one's way better. I'm going to play this while playing Minecraft. There you go. I haven't played Minecraft in so long. It's been a minute. This is going to be like my new productivity. Kirst, you goated, isn't he? I'm saying. He was like, what is this? Put on Mr. Momo. And I was like, is that, am I good? Like for copyright stuff? And he said, yeah, you are. You are. And they have like multiple playlists, I believe. I need to get back on it. I got a project to build. What kind of stuff do you build in Minecraft? I got a Mustang, Chestnut, Pharaoh horse, and Red Dead Online. I have a basic one. I kind of want a new horse. To be fair, it's kind of my fault that my horse in RDO doesn't like me. I've like ran into too much shit, not paying attention. But it doesn't like me. Every time I get on it, it's just like, you know. No, Illy doesn't stream. Anything someone requests? That's actually cool. This guy again. What guy? Illy almost has like 100 followers and she doesn't even stream. Yeah. Your horse is probably thinking that? Yeah. And RDO, I get on and the horse goes. Sometimes it just, I know I've seen that. Crazy. Yeah, she doesn't stream. I'd watch Illy stream. I would watch an Illy stream for real. I'd be Noti Gang. Yo, what's up, Feeve? What's up? So, for example, someone requested a beach house. I did their house with their names to it. That's actually cool. Or said, get off me, nigga. Working hard today, but I got to stop by. I hope work is going well. I appreciate you coming through, as always. We love you, Feeve. We love you. For real, for real. Not you guys like to watch me. Oh, I'd watch an Illy stream, for real. I would. I'd be Noti Gang. Just a regular girl. Like, I'd be Noti Gang, Illy, I'm telling you. Like, there's few people who I'm Noti Gang for, you know? Noti Gang for real. I'd be Noti Gang. I'd be there. You know? Noti Gang 100%. Like, I'm telling you, Illy, if you ever decide to, Noti Gang. It's funny, but I actually stream in Discord. What Discord? You're doing it right now? What Discord? I gotta see it. Yeah, we need a exclamation mark Illy Discord. One of my friends. Okay. Okay. They watching? Are you playing Minecraft right now? I've actually never streamed in Discord. I've thought about it sometimes, but I've never done it. I do feel like they actually see me talking to you. Oh, that's cool. I realized I ate all the good food, so I made a turkey sandwich. I mean, that's okay. Turkey sandwich isn't bad. Not bad. Life of Illy on Twitch. That's cool. That's cool. Maybe next time I'm on RDO, a Discord stream maybe? I don't know. I feel like RDO would be great on the Green app once I eventually set it up. But for now, it could be a Discord thing. Because every single time me, Cursed, and Strange have been on, it has been interesting. You know what I'm saying? It has been interesting. Like, let me see. Let me mute it. Okay. I'm going to try to become a bounty hunter. I got to get 15 gold. I got 10 right now. I got max good honor. We got bounty hunter 2 sessions ago, I believe. 2 sessions ago. And we were going to do bounties yesterday, but we got distracted. And I'll show you why we got distracted. Just look. We're playing, right? We're playing. We meet these people over here. And then, let me see. Is he going to do it soon? He might do it soon. Hold on. The naked hacker? Yeah, that was 2 times ago. We found other hackers yesterday that were doing things like, see his fists all of a sudden started flaming. You know, all that kind of stuff. I do think my mom is baking apple pie today, and you already know I'm excited for that. Apple pie is pretty good. Yeah, they were hacking. You see what I'm saying? What I got distracted by? And so we didn't really get much done yesterday. You know? So they were nice. Yeah. Luckily, the last 2 sets of hackers we ran into were nice. Me and Curse have run into some who were not nice. Oh, I guess in the beginning, the first hacker. Well, Diego wasn't a hacker, was he? I don't think Diego was a hacker. He just wanted to kill people. So, you know, eventually we'll actually get stuff done. I may get on RDO and just hunt for a little bit. 'Cause I need to hunt. I need food. I have no heals or anything. Jenny and the arsonists were? Yeah, they were. Jenny and the arsonists were. I don't know if Diego was hacking or not. I'm gonna do that tonight. Yeah, I need to hunt. I may do it while I'm watching the playoffs. While I'm watching the playoffs. I may do that. You know, I love hunting. It was fun yesterday. It's easier if I'm not hunting a legendary. You know what I mean? Wait, is there a state of play today? State of play tomorrow. It's the playoffs already? It is. Well, technically it's the play-ins, and the playoffs start on Sunday, I believe. They start this weekend. NBA season went by so fast. Oh, we have a state of play tomorrow. PlayStation state of play. Go Bulls. Oh, they play today, don't they? They do. They got the Raptors. All I see is Final Fantasy 16. Ooh, I gotta watch. Final Fantasy 16, like, I see this video, so I gotta watch because I'm a Final Fantasy guy, you know? Back to Dead Island. State of play. PlayStation gang. Dead Island comes out soon, doesn't it? Like, bruh. I'm here for it. Yeah. Yo, what's up, boss? How's it going, boss? How you doing? Is there a Dead Island State of Play? Xbox for pussies. I mean, Xbox is cool. I don't have either one right now. I need to get a PlayStation 5. When does Dead Island 2 come out? Chilling. How about you? Pretty good. Chilling. I'm a little tired. Play Sephiroth theme from Final Fantasy. Yo, don't tempt me. Hold on. I will. Final Fantasy. Yeah, that shit was hype. It really is. One Winged Angel. God, it was so good. You want the remake or you want the original? We'll do the original one. Mom gave me chicken from Popeyes. Internet was kicking in. I had Popeyes yesterday. I'm gonna play it in the background. Sephiroth was just so fucking cool. You never played Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy is great. I had salmon and rice because healthy. There you go. Such a fucking badass. He really was. Like, in every single game he's in, Final Fantasy, even in Kingdom Hearts, he was. His character design is just so cool. Like, just look at him, bro. This is so fucking cool. Sephiroth, man. He really was like... He's him. Need to hear that chorus? Oh, it's coming. It's coming. It's just so fucking cool. You play Genshin Impact? I played when it first came out, but I've been playing forever. When they sing his name, ooh. There it is. Turn it up. The new Final Fantasy has the tools to be peak. The main guy behind the combat of the game worked on Devil May Cry 5. Okay. I'm excited. I love Final Fantasy. Slam the desk for me. Got you. Got you. It's just so good. Final Fantasy's OSTs. This song should be on the Turn Up playlist. I agree. Well, Devil May Cry's combat, Devil May Cry 5's combat, that is, and Devil May Cry 5 is fun as hell. I played a little, I never finished it because I got distracted by other games. You know how I am. But from what I remember, it was really fun. That's why I'm actually excited. I might play that off stream, to be honest. It's just so good. Chivo is too good. Oh my God, I'm jamming right now. This makes me want to play Final Fantasy, bro. All right, back to lo-fi. Got you. It's so good. Thumbs up. Final Fantasy's OSTs are just so good. Even like the slow jams and the background music, they do very well with those. Such a banger for real. I'm saying. I love that dance emo. Yeah, like Final Fantasy is just one of my favorite franchises. The bird. Love that one. The only one I haven't played is 14. I'm gonna resume Final Fantasy 15 soon. 15 is good. I love 14 because I use a lot of the old ones from every game. I played and finished 15. I need to keep. I think I saw something about 15 recently. No, it's probably an iPhone game I saw on TikTok. But man, yeah, what's up, Glitch? What's up? Also, games been distracting me too. I've been meaning to go back and beat God of War 3, but I keep getting new games and playing older ones. That's exactly how it is for me. It's like on stream, we were so hyped for Hogwarts Legacy, right? We played a little bit, but Fallout 4 took over. I think 14 and the first 2 expansions are free now. Are they? Are they on Steam or are they on a different it's all in my car right now. How you feeling? Good. Last night, Glitched, was really stressful. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was stressful. But I feel a lot better now. That game, God, was that stressful. You know? I was like, how the fuck are we down 15? And then it got close. Overflow of emotions on that one. Yeah, it was emotional. It definitely was. I'm very light-skinned, the fuck. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Yoru. You know? Ain't nothing wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with it. You know? As long as you're not out here making Sin City videos, we cool. You know? The moment you make a Sin City video, I'm gonna be looking at you different. So one of your tweets this morning and I had to check the score. Yeah, if you like follow, you probably saw my range of emotions. I got a little worried for the Lakers there for a second there. Oh, I was stressed the whole time. I thought we had it. And then when I was praying that Mike Conley was going, I was like, he got to miss one, right? There's no way he makes all 3. I saw facepalm emoji. Yeah. Here's the range of emotions. You know? Like, it went from 2 quick fouls on Cat. Bro, have your noties on? I was like, is he okay? No, I was not. I got called an albino monkey in school, so I called him a shadow silhouette, the monster in the closet.
I was being fair.
Damn.
I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying
the
bitch.
other
I
2
don't
serial killer
believe.
locations. Okay, thank you. Like, I was like, okay, fouls. This, you know, what the fuck y'all doing? We back. Let's go. Tie game. You saw this. Time was running out. Time was running out. I was like, okay, let's go, Bron. They all came through. Here we go. I fist pumped so fucking hard. I like slammed my desk. I was so excited. I was like, let's go. That's game. That's game right there, right? I was like, game over. We're good. We're good, right? I thought it was over. I retweeted again in higher definition. I was like, this is Dennis Schroeder right now. You know what I'm saying? Let's fucking go, Dennis. And then you saw this. Facepalm emojis. Hooray, exactly. you know what I'm saying? You saw the facepalm, and the life can't be this cruel. The are you fucking kidding me? For fuck's sakes. You know what I'm saying? Shut down. Like, and if you go to the Discord, where's sports? You also saw my reaction here. This was about the same time, right? Same time. And then overtime happened, you know, we back. We back. It was a range of emotions last night. And so if you follow me on Twitter, I just want to apologize because this is how it's going to look until either the Lakers are out or we win the finals. You know what I'm saying? This is how it's going to look. So it's going to be a lot of basketball on here. And probably like I get emotional. I can't trust Twitter. You can trust my Twitter, Yoru. You can trust mine. Just know that when Lakers are playing, there's a range of emotions. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was at the point I was going to think that that LeBron jersey was bad luck, and I was going to throw it out. I was going to be like, this jersey's bad luck. I don't want it in my house. Eating Oreo, Dairy Queen? Damn. Good choice. Damn. Mine's the same with the 49ers. Yeah, you know how it is. See, me with the Falcons, I feel like we're going to lose every game, right? And so you won't see the range of emotions. You may see me get excited. I went on Twitter for 0.1 seconds. I clicked so fast it was gore. Yeah. The For You page on Twitter is not great. I'm not going to lie. When Dennis got the ball, I thought he was going to blow it because in the beginning, it seemed like the Lakers couldn't hit their shots. Yeah, they couldn't. They went 10 for 31 from 3. 10 for 31. And I was sitting there like, of course fucking Mike Conley has the game of his life right now. Old ass Mike Conley's out here just doing us in right now. And I forget the other dude with the dreads name. I forgot his name that was hitting all the threes. I was like, where'd they come from? Where'd they come from? And God, I'm glad we got Karl Anthony Towns out of there. But you know, eventually, you see it. That's what happened. You know what I'm saying? Ja Morant, yeah, we got Ja next. Mike Conley like that though? He was like that, right? I didn't know he was still like that. But you know, you see it. You see it. We had to. They hit them threes like they had coochie last night. They were. Like all they girls was in the stands. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot all about Cat before the game started. That's because he's like barely played this season. And he was going stupid. He was going stupid. I was so mad. I was like, get this nigga out the game, bro. Get him out of here. I'm so glad he got in foul trouble. And he started just doing stupid shit. So, you know. And we won, and D'Angelo Russell was ass yesterday. That man was terrible. Shit was insane. That game was, woo. That's done. Now we're going to go play Ja Morant. You know, you're going to roll up to the stadium in a shiesty. You know? So we gotta bring Shannon Sharp up there so we can fight them again. That's my favorite moment of the whole NBA season. I don't care what anyone says. That moment was great. Shannon Sharp about to fight the entire Memphis Grizzlies. A jawbreaker. God, I don't want to hear Dylan Brooks. That's the only thing I'm not looking forward to. That's what I'm not looking forward to, man. Dylan Brooks. I hate that man. I have hate in my heart for that man. You know, I don't really hate people like that. You got me laughing because he said now it's time to deal with Dylan like he's the biggest impact on the team. You know exactly why I had to say it. Fucking Dylan Brooks. He said something already too. Let me look. I saw he said something. And the thing that sucks is, let's say they win. He's going to act like it's because of him. You know? What do you say? I'm looking right now. Let me see. Let's see. I haven't ever played Red Dead, but I just remembered a Red Dead Online Roblox clone. There would be one. Of course he will. It's Dylan. Yeah, I don't know why we're interviewing him. He's a role player. It's not like it's Ja Morant, you know? Wouldn't mind. Let me look on Twitter for it. Dylan Brooks. I hate that man. Oh, I guess it wasn't too bad. Let's see.
I don't really dislike nobody.
Is there any team, any person on any team that you dislike the most that you would look?
He's barely even a role player, honestly. I'm saying.
I don't really dislike nobody. You know, I just bring a competitive edge. But I wouldn't mind playing LeBron in a 7-game series. The legacy's there. First time back in the playoffs, knock them out right away in the first round. They'll test us good, you know. They got good pieces, good players, and
knock them out in the first round, bro.
Matchup for us.
Knock them out early in the first round. I hope LeBron hears that. Anthony Davis hears that, you know. Like, man, how great would it be? We just like get them out of here. You know what I'm saying? Just get him out. Get him out early. At least he didn't say sweep. That'd have been crazy. Could you imagine if he just said sweep? That would have been crazy. God, that'd have been nuts. I heard they asked they need to practice and they eat gorilla shit. Yeah, I hate the fucking Grizzlies. They do. Fuck them. I don't hate them. I hate them for this series. Actually, I'm surprised he didn't say that. Dylan Brooks says some crazy shit, doesn't he? I need to see, like, the thing that's even crazier are the fits that he pulls up in. He be pulling up in some crazy shit. The fit, like the fits are, I'm looking for one. Let me see. That one's low quality. Let's go to the images. Like this. Like, look at him, bro. Like, he just... Dylan Brooks, I hate that he's like this. Because he's not him. He acts like he's him, but he's not, bro. He's not him. Like, he's just... Like, I'd understand if this was Ja Morant. But this is Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks is ass. Like, he's not good. That man is not a good player. Yeah, you're not that guy. You're not that guy, pal. Like, he's just not. With the way... You gotta like the confidence, though, right? Like, I appreciate the confidence, just not from him. I'm not your pal, friend. I'm not your pal. Let me see these stats. Like, what's his shooting percentage for this season? I don't want total. 39%, period? Like, bruh. I'm not your friend, buddy. Just need some humility is all. Yeah. Or some talent. Like, if he was better, I wouldn't be that mad at it, you know? Like, if you talk like that and you're good, I gotta give it to you. There's nothing I can say. Like, could you imagine if Giannis was talking that crazy? You know? Imagine if Giannis was talking crazy like that. Then I'd be cool. I'd be like, all right, it's Giannis. You know? What can I say? He's just better than everybody. But I can't. Oh, yeah, and I'm going to back it up, too. Exactly. Like, if you can back it up, I'm cool. But Dylan Brooks can't. He can't. He'll go out there and shoot 47 shots and score 12 points and act like he's the man. And I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I can't stand him. So we got to deal with that quick. You know? Got to deal with that quick. Man. Dylan Brooks. He's the guy from the third place meme. He is. I'm not your buddy, amigo. Not your... Yeah, like... This is Dylan Brooks. Right here. You know? That's him. That's him. Like, I hate him. God, I hate him. Like, it's good to have people that you like strongly dislike in sports, right? But no, he's not on the podium. True. That's actually an even better point. That's true. Dylan Brooks. God. I'll be there Sunday, 2 p.m. with my Kobe jersey on, watching. Make a shot that isn't even a key shot and feels like that's the reason why the game was won. Yeah, he's that dude that will be... You see those players that when they're down like 30 and they hit a shot and they start celebrating, even though they're like down by a ton. He's that guy. He's the guy in the corner of the orgy beating it while crying because his girl's in the middle. Like, Dylan Brooks, he's like this guy. I think it's this play. Let me see. Yeah, he's like this. I don't know who we're talking about. I'll show you. Look, do you see the score? It's 110 to 55. The dude who's on the team with 55 just...
Come on. All right,
yep, that's Dylan Brooks. That's the same energy. That's the same energy. I hate him. I hate Dylan Brooks. Like, I hate him, man. I hate him. I hate him. So he's just not good. It's not good. Like last year, he was trash talking Steph and the Warriors. Like, oh yeah, you're finished. It's not your time. It's our time now. And look what happened. He's the one where he made it 3 in front of the key. Dylan. God. Oh, he has a new look. Hold on. Waiting for it to load. Look at him.
He's on either block.
Scratch, since you're playing Red Dead, what's the first game of 2024 going to be?
That look there.
That's a good question.
Block. You can be anywhere you want.
Look at him, bro.
The hair is one thing, but the jacket, that is fire.
The shoes, the ice, the entire look.
Look at him, bro. The chain is nice, though. I can't even hate on the chain. The jacket's kind of cool, too. But it just pisses me off that this is Dylan Brooks. I wouldn't wear this jacket personally, but the chain is nice. Papa Scratch, yo, what's up, Sheps? What's up? What is the first game of 2024 going to be? Red Dead 1? What you think, Feeve? The first one? Just look at him, bro. God. Lakers better handle their business. They can't keep shooting like Cat Williams looking at. That's exactly who he looks like. That's exactly who he looks like. Cat Williams. Damn, got smacked with 4. Damn. Yeah, that basically is Dylan Brooks, huh? That's him. Theater mode. That is him. Damn. I didn't see it till now. Damn. That's a good comparison. That was a good comparison. Cat Williams. That's who that is. He's just not funny. Pimp down. God. Him and Friday was so good. Pimp in distress. Cat Williams and Friday. God. So good. Okay. Agate sent me the serial killer locations. Okay. We're going to find us a serial killer today in Red Dead. Red Dead Redemption 2, buddies. Serial killer finding. Let me closing tabs here. We can open this. I like this. Elo, get out of my face. Let me close Twitter. I don't need Twitter open anymore. I see Red Dead TikToks now on my For You page. I don't think I've seen one, but I get them recommended on YouTube. I forgot about Red Dead 2 and NBA instead. You know how it goes. You'll get used to it, Yoru. We get distracted around here. You know what I'm saying? Often. We often get distracted around here. I also forgot that I was going to stream on TikTok for a little bit, but we can do that tomorrow. TikTok's good. You know, we're doing good not getting banned off there. You know? Okay. The S in Skratsx is for sidetrack. It is. Certified. It is. Like it's pretty certified that we get distracted here. So to avoid modders, we would have to get into a dedicated server. That's gonna be hard, isn't it? I posted a few pictures in Discord of the weird NPC faces. Okay, I'll look. This pretty much sums up my stream, right? Like, Sidetrack's the best though. You can make a PS, a private server. Yeah. This is pretty much my stream. We just need to download RedM. That's what they use for RP, right? For Red Dead RP. Yeah, this is the stream. It's like games, everything else. I posted a few weird NPC faces in Discord. Okay. You put them in general? Yeah. Yeah, we can hit an RP server too, or just private servers that don't allow modders. That would actually make it a lot easier, I think. This is from the story, right? This isn't just from like online. Damn, this one's crazy. This one's crazy. That'd be cool as fuck. All right, so we need to download RedM. I'd be down for that. Would that take our gold and stuff away? Or would we keep that? Most of the RP servers I've looked at don't have anything about bandits. Let's see. I hope not. We would have to start over. Okay. I'm still fine starting over. I'm down. I have RedX. I just downloaded it. I mean, RedM. Each server has its own data. Ah, okay. But I think it'd be better. Like, we got some cool hacker content already. Like, I think it'd be good to work for the gold. That's what we were intentionally going to do anyway. What about Huevo? He's gone. He's cooked. Strange. He's cooked, my boy. All right, Dossel's coming, so now I have to join. What the fuck, Lev? Huevo just got home. Yeah, like, Navy Revolver's broken. Is it? Wow, Lev. Wow. We've been begging and now you want to join? Go form your own fucking gang. Yeah. Wow, Lev. What the fuck? We've been asking for so long. And you're like, I have to think about it. I don't think so. Bleh. As soon as Dossel comes through. Oh, now I gotta play. Lev's gonna be our arch nemesis. Beat her ass. I'm saying, yeah, Lev, what the fuck? You can join mine, itty bitty titty committee.
Production quality.
Oh, my fault. I said maybe. Yeah, now definitely now that Dossel's in, I see how this goes. This is a bigger betrayal than your last betrayal. And you know what it is. You know what your last betrayal was. And the lie detector says that's a lie. Yerp, it's gonna be so funny. Wow. Yeah, what the hell, Lev? Lev's fake, I'm saying. I said I had to be lead, and you said no. When did you say you had to be lead? For one. Yeah, bastard. I've been saying. When you were at your desk. Was that when we were actively playing the game? Was that when we were actively playing the game and actually doing stuff? Yes. Yeah. Okay, buddy. This is worse than when we caught you in the comments on the green app. You said Addy was joining? So I said we could co-share. That's what I'm saying. You're not the lead, Lev. Like, you got to be a member, buddy. I wish we could get in that server that, what's that gang that we were going to fight? What's their name? Raiders. What is it? I forgot what they're called. Reaper Lords. That's what it is. I wish we can get in their server. Still don't know why RDO doesn't have all the RD2 story mode robberies. Yeah, you can't rob trains or anything like that. It's weird. Also have tits. Join in. Join in, Petty. The big titty bandits. Yeah, we're fighting Lab on site. Yeah. We have to. We have to. I can't believe that she just did this. Morning, I love you guys. Yo, Snow, how did that music help your day kick off, huh? Y'all doing online today? Maybe later. Not like right now. How'd that music help your day out, Snow? Snow said, started my morning off with a nice spiritual song. Have a productive day, everybody. Like, this was the song. That's the song he posted. Hey. You know, I hope it kicked your day off right, you know. You say Deceive Inc. We do need to play Deceive Inc. I technically am out of town, thugging with my rounds. Damn, I see you. My Gucci being my booty hole brown. Oh man. What a song, huh? Song of the generation, to be honest with you. That's that real music. That's that real music right there. Grade A looking sausage. I fucking love that Frenchie emote. We do have to get some Deceive Inc. in too. Deceive Inc. is fun. It is fun. I'm down for some Deceive Inc. Do you have it? They don't make things like this no more. They just don't. Deceive Inc. So good. Wait. There's another Tears of the Kingdom trailer dropping tomorrow? I do not have it. Okay. So we have tomorrow. That's a wild combo. It is. You know which one I like? Let me look at it. The combo I use randomly is... Damn, I don't have that one favored. Hold on. Hold on. Where's it at? That one. The niggas I'm looking for the host quit playing. I am vengeance. I use that one too. That's a wild combo too, bro. So tomorrow, apparently Okami Games is reliable. We have Tears of the Kingdom, the last trailer coming out, and we have a Final Fantasy dedicated state of play. So I'm here. I'm here tomorrow for this. 2 p.m. Pacific. Damn, 4 o'clock. That one too. Oh man. Oh man. I gotta like this. Hello, Snow. I'm following him. Okami Game seems reliable. I feel like I can trust him now. I'm feeling good about that. Okay. Let us begin the hunt for some serial killers. I actually need to pull up the locations too. So we have to go underneath Wallace Station for the first one. Serial killer hunt. Let's go. It's time, boys. West Station. Right? What was I looking at? Let me look at Discord again. Wallace Station. Okay. So it's like... Hey, we got to follow the signs. Where are the signs at? Okay, let's do this the right way. Where do we follow in the signs? Is it around here? We'll follow this road. All right. Lakers are fucking horrible, by the way. That's why they won, though, right? That's why we won. You know what I'm saying? We won. Okay, so I'm going to reach out to this super popular RP server to see if they allow bandit gangs. Okay. So let's ride this way, and we'll actually follow the road. Go to Blackwater Bridge, look under. I have the 2 locations, but if there's signs, I kind of want to see the signs, too. So I have both the locations marked. But I also want to see, are there signs along the way? So I say let's just go for it. If not, I'm just going to look for a decent normal server. Yeah, if we can find like a decent normal one, we'd be good, I think. Oh, I did say I want to look at Arthur's journal real quick. Where is it? I'm installing Red M. I got it installed too.
Everything okay, Mr.
I don't have it installed, but I have it download.
Yes, finally about done cleaning up after that party.
Sean does not do things by half.
That was a good ass party we had. See if you can find an open ERP server. That's what we really need. Where's that journal? I don't think there's signs to follow. Don't remember seeing them. Okay. I'm just going to get on my horse and we'll ride that way. Oh, there's little Jit right there. Hello, boy.
Good morning, Arthur.
Good morning, Tilly.
Morning, Arthur.
How are you, Tilly?
Hey, you recovered from Sean's party?
Yeah. Don't know if he has.
Oh, that's Mary Beth.
Oh, I'm fine. Happy to have Sean back.
Yep. It'll never be quiet around here again.
You said these 2 black dots are optional quests. All right, let's get out of here. Let's not get too distracted. It's work? Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's go. We out of here.
Oh, I'm never drinking again.
That's what they all say, buddy. Wait, the C mission is limited time? Isn't that just a shooting? Isn't that just a shooting one? That's not a shooting mission? Oh. I thought it was like a, it was good, bruh. Oh, it's a hunting mission. Okay.
The greatest of gifts.
An unguarded stagecoach.
No, you simple-minded fool. Bison.
They're like companion quests in Mass Effect 2. Oh.
You can get anything.
An opportunity to go out and get food has arisen. Gotta go get ready. Hope you have a great stream. Yo, I hope you get something good, Dagger.
Good luck.
Get some good eats.
You want to come with me?
Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you.
Sure. Why not?
Getting Chipotle. There you go.
Mount up then. Let's go.
There you go. Bison hunting time? Oh, shit. Time to hunt some bison. Back from doing work shit? Don't you hate when you have to do work shit for real?
You know,
Not my favorite.
it was before my time, of course, but my mother used to tell me stories of how her tribe moved with the bison.
Partner, you gonna get hog-tied. Oh, my fault. My fault. We're back in game. It's time to put the actual accent on. You understand what I'm saying? A real voice. You're becoming too American. Right. Get some good dialogue here. I'll take a listen. Damn, it's bright.
My childhood, but I think my people, well, we pretty much moved with the whiskey.
We all move with the whiskey sometimes, don't we?
Did that too.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try over here to the left.
Gotcha. Gotcha, brother. Your horse is a little small there, buddy. Get you a bigger horse. Puts down the road. Oh, look at all them bison over there.
Incredible, aren't they?
Now kiss him.
Kill one of them.
Hey, we are out here all by ourselves.
Okay? Clean as you can.
Okay.
All right, we're going to bring down one. One kill, he says. All right, we got to use our bow here, right? We cannot use a gun. We have to be nice here. Actually, we don't. Oh. Only kill one, he says. Got it. Here we go. Mom got me Chick-fil-A instead of Popeyes, and it's spicy bacon. Fist only? Can you imagine if we try to kill a bison with a fist? Get on your horse? Oh, I was going to take it down regular. I thought we had to get off. It was going to scare it. Chick-fil-A's still good. Chick-fil-A's a fire choice. It's hard to keep talking in a country accent because I lose it. He's already chasing it? Oh, he is. Okay. So, we just have to shoot one, right? Deadeye? Deadeye headshot? Separate one for you already? Oh, he did. It's this one. Hey, buddy. Hit it in the head. All right, I'll wait till it turns around. Where's you do? Damn Callies. Oh, no, we messed that one up. Turn around. Turn around. No. Okay, it's gonna take more than that. Turn around, please. It's pretty much gonna... It's gonna die at this rate, huh? Arthur, please. Yeah, Deadeye to aim on his head. Slow down. I think fist for the finisher. I'm down. There we go. Finally. Jesus. Let's skin it, brothers. Woo! Eventually, when you unlock the next Deadeye level, it doesn't automatically lock on. Why would I want that?
Skin and butcher it. Take the horns too.
Why would I not want it to automatically lock on? Oh, you mean so I can just... It makes it so you're 100% in control? Oh, I have to hit a button to do it. Oh, I choose where it marks. Okay, okay. That's actually better. You're right. Damn, we better take more than just the horns. We can't just leave the body here, brother. That's wasteful.
Go check something out.
Hey, boy. How you doing, boy? Stow it.
Okay, let's go.
There we go. Is that it?
Your body needs water, so drink that shit.
That alert
See what attracted him.
comes in so aggressive, it scares me sometimes. Insects and cougars gonna eat it later? Yeah. Lev, how's the mic? Probably should have used the Springfield while hunting large. Oh, I thought a gun. The reason I didn't use a gun is because I thought it ruins it. Because if I could have used a gun, I 100% would have just capped it. I didn't have to adjust you at all. That shit scared me too. It ruins it for medium-sized animals. Oh, so for like bison and shit, I can use a gun? With a gun, you need to one-shot it. Yeah, so I have to shoot it right in the head. So I just dead-eye right in the head, and we're good. Yeah, okay. So medium-sized animals like deer and smaller, I can't use a gun for. Unless I get that, what's that gun that you can use for smaller animals? Varmint, yeah.
No. Look. Bison.
Varmint only works for small, not medium. Is there one that works for medium? Or is it just the bow? Go hunt gunslingers free, pew pew. Combat shotgun. Do love that. I need to play Fortnite. Yo, Lev, give me a Mikasa skin, please. You know, hit me up, hook me up. Hook me up with some Mikasa. Come on, Lev.
No, they've been shot. I just don't know why anybody would just leave
Come on, Lev.
like that.
When we playing? When you want to play? Fortnite party? Yeah, we need a Fortnite party. We need one. Give me some Mikasa, Lev. You know what I'm saying? Fortnite is. Yeah.
Another dead bison.
Should we plan one? Why don't we just... Are you streaming today?
Come on.
AOT emotes are almost so bad. They're really
After she
bad.
jumped. I was being fair.
Hey,
I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch.
Okay, let's just play on your. Yeah, we could play on the stream. Just give me the skins and the VM gear. Accepting bribes to play. You know how it goes. Chewing tobacco. Need that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I do have to buy the skins though. I need V-Bucks. I just don't like buying V-Bucks. Give them your money. What the hell was that mark? I just saw a red mark somewhere.
Dogs haven't gone cold yet. Maybe half a day since they left.
Bison's been dead about the same amount of time.
So what do you want to do?
They could still be in the area. Let's get up higher. See if we spot anything.
Are we just hunting down people? Are we hunting down people who I need my monies? We're just hunting down people who hunt badly.
We should have a good view from up here.
You get a better horse, but we named this one. Goru, this is legit right here. You know what I'm saying? He's
okay. You see anything?
There's smoke in the corner.
Arthur, look.
Oh, we
Smoke
drew.
from the north.
Could be Drew, Illy.
Let's go check it out.
We drew. What I said, partner, my bad. My fault. I keep forgetting to use the accent. Damn, Legate got hands. Nish, I have to add you on Epic so we can play sometime.
Think we can
Some good old Fortnite party.
I don't kill for fun. I kill when I
They scrapping. They are. We're a bunch of scrappers in this chat. Right. Accepting bribes as well. A minimum of $20. For what? To play Fortnite?
Look, more dead bison. It has to be them. Come on.
More dead bison. There's the camp right there, brother. Damn, they really are just like to pay off a Mikasa skin. Yeah, we need that. Mikasa. I'm so glad though that they did Mikasa with this haircut than the new one. The new one, I'm just not. It's not as good.
Fools shoot those bison.
What's your problem?
I said, did you fools shoot those bison? Calm down.
Is it coming the free battle pass? If it is, I'm fucking with you.
Did you shoot them?
I'm playing.
Yes, we did. We shot them bison. We'll shoot you too if you don't.
Oh shit!
What business is it of yours? What? We.
Damn!
Business of mine.
Good God, you're crazy!
Damn!
I got a family. A family.
He shot him right in the face, brother.
Stand back, Charles. I'll get you some answers.
What the hell are you doing?
What the hell are you doing?
Y'all get me in and out? Gotta go to the bank. All right. Bet. I hope you're doing well, Phyllis. Stream yesterday was incredible as always.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We shot those bison. We'll shoot you too.
You're dead.
What if I told you Charles Worsley had that dog in him? Oh, yeah, he does. Holy.
As many as we could. Make it look.
Phyllis' streams are so good.
Just kill him, Arthur. No, please don't kill me. I'm begging you.
Kill him? Yo, what's up, Gio? Should we kill him? You know, it's been a while since we did some. Don't kill. Lakers, Phyllis. Yes. Let him go, then kill him. All right.
All right. Get out of here. Just don't shoot me, mister. I got a family.
Shoot him in the back. Bet.
Why
Hold on.
did you do?
Hold on, bro. Don't get mad, Charles.
He need to die. Maybe he'll go tell his friends now what happens to Poacher.
There you go. He's dead, Charles. No, he has a family. So did those damn bison, bro. So did those damn bison.
Okay.
It's a dog-eat-dog world out here. Look at him.
I'll catch up with you later.
I need his stuff. So you gain the honor and the shot him. That's a W. True. Good way to do it. Give me your tobacco. Got us some Indian tobacco. You also killed a bison too? Yeah, that's true. I did. But they killed like 8 of them. You know, we show no mercy around here. Anything else before the cops come? Can't take the chewing tobacco. Salute to 10. Oh, I can't have any more Horse Survivor. Damn. That's it, right? There's nothing else? There's something special I'm looking for? Oh, chest. Stay high on her so I have plenty of space to kill people and get that 50% discount. That is a good way to do it. Oh, a pamphlet. All right, we can get out of here. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Lev's not cut out for this game. He has a family. Everybody has a family in this game.
Yep.
Stamina core is empty. That's a good idea to eat.
Oh my guys are ballers. Oh my guys are ballers.
Yo, what's up, Gravity? What's up? Damn, their horses ran away, brother. That's tough. And his family sucks, true. They're probably better off without him. There's one NPC that if you aim a gun at him, he says, please, my wife's pregnant. My family's been dead, so I'm the only one alive. Oh, watch out, sir.
Hey, what the hell?
But you got an issue? Why you turning? Oh, he pulled his gun out? Oh, my boy. What's my honor looking like? I had to. He disrespected me in a way that was crazy, bro. You saw that. He pulled his gun out first.
Yep.
You saw that, right? He did pull his gun out first. Every NPC in this game does that. Yeah, but it's the first time I noticed it, so I had to. He hit me with a, yeah, that's what I thought, too. Like, I couldn't do that. Scratch, you watch that Demon Slayer? So here's the thing, Gravity. I didn't know it was 40 minutes, so I was watching it before stream started. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Hold on. Witnesses are coming. Witnesses are coming. I started it, but I didn't know it was 40 minutes, so I've only seen half of it. So I watched the, to not spoil anything, the upper meeting, if you know what I'm saying. I saw that part, and that's where I stopped. I got to finish the second half of it after stream. But so far, fire. So much so that I want to make the room sequence an opening scene on stream. I just demolished that chicken sandwich and fries. Yo, you're gonna make me hungry, bro. Spicy's good. Spicy's good. Like, it makes me want to, like, Demon Slayer's gas. It is. Another pastor, huh? He did walk away like he the shit. Scrat personally put him in his place. Good job, partner. You know what I'm saying? Scratch, can I say it? Oh, God. Here we go. Go ahead, Strange. Go ahead. You need to finish that episode? I do. I do. Demon Slayer, I mean, it's good. These NPCs foreshadow the blind people.
Okay, sure.
AOT is like Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is gas, my boy.
You have followed the wrong star.
Ass man.
All right, friend.
All right, is that it? So here's what I'm thinking. So you know how my opening screen is this, right? You know how it's this? I'm thinking about changing it. This might be a BRB screen. Well, it's because Aaron Yeager's a bitch. Straight up. Just gonna be a link to my OF. Demon Slayer is not okay. Yo, TBK Jordan, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Sorry, the alert didn't play, but thank you. Thank you so much. How are you? How are you, sir? Don't start, nigga. But I'm thinking about making that the BRB screen and then making the room.
Give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Getting a little crazy, but I get it. I'm saying. You know? I'm saying. You wallet. Demon Slayer. So I love it. It's so far. And so I'm thinking about. So I showed you. I don't know if you've seen it. I know Kirsch saw it. Let me open it up. I know we're getting a little distracted, but hold on. So I've been working on new screens for the stream, right? And so I've been doing Mid Journey. I don't know if you've heard of that. And so this is one that I have to fix. Did you watch Home Hero? No, I watched the Lakers game last night. I'm not gonna lie to you. AOT is so good at curing my depression. AOT slander's wild. It is. It has everything: action, story, humor, and sadness. So this is one of the screens I'm working on, right? This is one based off of Jujutsu Kaisen, as you can tell. You know what I'm saying? But I need other ones that I'm going to work on too. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the other ones. But this is one. But Demon Slayer has me wanting to make one in the Demon Slayer. Oh my God, it's fire. Like, I'm still working on it. I need to fill in this part, and I want to make this darker. Yo, JJK is dope. I love JJK. I love it. JJK is gas. I love it. I cannot wait. Also, how'd you do that? Mid Journey. So if you get Mid Journey, you can make like a private Discord server, right? So let me see. Make like a private one, right? And so, like, I made a private one, and you put the bot in there, right? And you give it prompts, and it will do the prompts. You have to like fine tune it and stuff. I've unleashed the anime convos. I love the anime convos. But so you get 25 free, and after that, it's like 10 a month. That picture's so cool. Thank you. So that's going to be maybe my intro screen. You know, JJKI. Yo, Yoru, what's going on? Okay. I understand you, Yoru. I want to know a little bit more about you. What is your favorite anime? Let me know. And so I got JJK. Make it your wallpaper too. It's too good. I think so. I need to. So what I'm gonna do is darken the background. Let me pull it up again. I'm gonna darken the background on it, right? I'm gonna bug you for later. Redo of the killer is peak. So I'm gonna darken this, right? I'm gonna darken this and maybe add like some light smoke / flame effects around it, and then it'll be like a motion screen. And then I think I'm gonna do a Demon Slayer one, and I need a third one. Redo of the healer. Yeah, want to see some I drew? Yeah, let me see it. Everyone check it out, please. I don't recommend that one. Quit fit like the vest with karate clothes. One Piece is an underrated anime. Jorgamon, okay. Jorgamon is good. Evangelion, AOT, Chainsaw Man, JJK. Okay, Yoru has good taste. Knight of Aaron. Third one, Naruto or MHA. Ooh. I think I may do MHA because everybody does Naruto. That's why I stayed away from it, you know? Because I love Naruto. My taste is only Attack on Titan. Like, you know, I got let me turn the blur off. You can see. I've got the Naruto ones. The Naruto ones, we got a ton. Let me just open a random thing here so I can turn off where's the blur? Naruto's too long. It's mainly filler. Just skip the fillers. Once you skip the fillers, like, you see them. Look at all those. You see them? Look at all the Naruto ones and stuff. We got them. Naruto was fire when it wasn't mainstream. I can agree with that. Up. There we go. Look at all those cameras. I know. I haven't started One Piece, so I can't speak on it. Jorgamon, though, poster in the wall, so many. Yeah, we got a lot. Oh, this is good. What the fuck? I didn't know you can draw. This is good. Damn. Look at you. That's good. After this, we going hunting for a serial killer? Yes. W artist. Like Doom game? I haven't played Doom. Jorgamon, you know what, Yoru? I respect you a little more, to be honest. Not a lot of people say that anime. Draw a BBW Latina? That wasn't me. I didn't draw that. That was strange. Oh yeah, fire. This one's good actually. I don't know if you've seen it. It's don't strangely look like Tony. Like this anime. I like that choice that you made. I actually like that one. It's good. It's about a gun dealer. So of course Americans like it. Now draw her being happy. Oh, wrong. Yeah, not me. I didn't draw that. I didn't draw that. And if I put that in the mid journey and be like, I'm an AI, I cannot draw that. I'm waiting for the next season of Fire Force and JJ. Ooh, a Fire Force screen. That should be the third one. But you know about it too? It's gas. Yeah, yeah. I love that one. Okay. Slime. That's what I should do it at. Okay. So I'm thinking, so I have JJK screen, a JJK screen, a Demon Slayer screen, and then a Reincarnated as a Slime screen. I think that's the three. That's got to be the three. Slime is too good. And for lack of spoilers, aren't you excited to see what Rimuru does with his new power-up? Gravity? Bible black screen. Oh, yeah, we need that too. We don't have enough screens. We don't have enough. We don't have enough screens, everybody. We need more screens. Yeah. Slime is too good. Holy. Brother, he gonna be flexing on everything. I'm saying, like, that new power-up he got and the way he got it was so fire. Oh my God. Strangeless stream. He do kind of look like Tony. Yo, I'm not gonna unsee
Never
it.
let me, bro. My mom never let me got shit. I never got Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Pokemon cards.
Tony's funny as fuck, by the way.
We were broke. It was because we had no money, but I was still mad. I didn't understand that shit.
Tony is, he do kind of look like Tony. Y'all think I'm ugly? No. I knew it was that Tony. Like I was like, Tony's goated. He is. You're not ugly, Strange. What are you talking about? Tony's not ugly. I've been telling Strange this for a while. Tony's not ugly. I'm curious to see if he meets his match in combat, though. I wonder. Can I give you a picture of Arthur and John? Sure, put it in Discord. Tony can get my schmeat. We love Tony. Because that dude's ugly. No, Tony's not ugly. Tony's not ugly. Yeah, you know what that means. You know? Really? How many bitches does Tony get? Let's go to his Twitter. Let's see. I think Tony gets a good bit. I think Tony gets yeah, he's got a lot. Tony that emo. Burly thick. Tony not as cute. Yeah. We didn't say you look exactly like. We didn't say exactly like, right? Not exactly, but I could see it. I could see it. You know who else kind of looks like Tony? JoJo the Mofo. They kind of look alike. Like a cousin, yeah. Like you, Tony, and JoJo the Mofo could be related. Tony with bitches. Let me see.
Why are you on mine?
Oh, yeah, he does have a girl.
I got a cat, too.
Unless it's the one that's in between my legs, you don't. You don't. Let's be honest.
Damn. Confirm. Yeah. Tony only gives me a semi. Strange gives me full mast immediately. Exactly. Seems there's very little medium RP servers. They're all serious RP. I feel like if we do serious RP, we have to come up with like actual stories and stuff. So we can't do stuff at random anymore, you know? We can't do stuff at random. We have to actually like think about it. Howdy, Solo. How's it going, buddy? How's it going? I have an actual story? No. Not your backstory, but like what we're doing in the future, right? Like, we can't just go kill every civilian anymore, right? We have to actually like think about what we're going to do. You feel me? I'm hungry as fuck. Yeah. Yoru made me hungry when he's talking about Popeyes and Chick-fil-A and stuff. Going good? How's it going for you? Pretty good. Pretty good. like a redo of the healer. I'm telling you, Snow's gonna keep throwing that anime out, and someone's actually gonna watch it, and they're gonna be like, "What the fuck did I just watch?" Those be sleep. To be honest, I am glad that you're in here and sacrificing sleep. But if you need to get sleep, like, get you some sleep. You know. Yeah, can't just kill everyone. A lot of them have rules. Like if you rob someone, you can't kill them after. And this fear for your life rule. Yeah, I need to play Fable. Same. Legate told me I played the worst one, so I need to play the other ones. Redo healer is 2 strokes away from an H. Yeah, it is. It is. It's what I'm saying. Like Snow's gonna keep recommending that, and someone's legitimately gonna watch it. Serial killer time. Yeah, I'm going down the road there anyway to see if there's signs. Play 3. Okay. Just finished work and now chilling on some Red Dead Redemption gameplay. There we go. Put me on an anime, bro, and got super enhancements and turned into a serial killer same day. The shit's fun. I do have to play Fable. So what I'm doing, Legate, remember how I marked where it is? I'm just going down the road to see if I see any signs of a serial killer. That's it. I need to watch Home Hero today, too. There's only 2 episodes, right, Strange? There's only 2? If there's 2, I've already seen 1. I need to watch the second one. Yeah, just 2. Okay. I keep killing civilians and use magic a lot. I grew my horns and skin got pale. Oh, we're going this way. I know Docile is down for the serious RP. He was deep into GTA, but didn't really have a posse in it. But 2's a cliffhanger. Makes me want more. Okay, I gotta watch 2. I gotta finish the Demon Slayer episode. I didn't know it was gonna be 40 minutes. I mean, I'm cool with it. We just have to plan it out, I think. We can't just be random, you know? We have to kind of learn the rules. And like how we can still be bandits. Only get into my character if it's ERP. That's what we need too. Oh, it's this guy again. I thought we killed him earlier. Yeah, I don't think that. I remember I was deep into GTA. Great thick animal. What? Okay. Wait, is Demon Slayer out? Yeah. It's 40 minutes. It's 40 minutes. It's a 40-minute episode. It's really good so far. I've only seen the first 20 minutes of it. See a body? It's going to change how we have to play, for sure, but it's the only way to guarantee no more of that modding stuff. I'm down for either, to be honest. Yeah, like, I don't necessarily care if there's modders. I think we have to be, we have to try to avoid them. This is season 3, episode 1, right? Yes. Have you found the body yet? No, I just got here. I was looking. So I'm starting up here and looking. You go to that bridge. No train's coming, right? Where's that ladder? And who is your favorite character from the show? Who is my favorite character? Hey, girls. There you go. Love the nerd emoji. Who is my favorite character in Demon Slayer? It's not Tanjiro, to be honest. It's not Tanjiro. Who is it? That's a good question. Who's my favorite character? Don't you see the body location? I am at the body location. Inosuke? Yeah. Wait. Did I mark it weird? No. I marked it weird. It's over here. It's under Wallace Station. Oh, I moved the mark when I was doing something different. My bad. I moved the mark. I forgot. Zenitsu? Zenitsu would be, but Zenitsu can low-key get annoying. With the crying and shit. Not that mark you placed that on the other side of the river? Let me look at the map again. I was doing it off of... Let me look again. Wallace Station. It's to the right under the river. Okay. Back to Zenitsu's. Yeah, like Wallace Station to the right under the river. It's like right here. Let me look again. Just to double check. Yeah. It's around here. Yeah, he's OP, but his whininess. Inosuke's like Zenitsu's cool. Like he's funny, right? But he can get annoying at some time. He can get annoying. You know what I'm saying? Like he gets a little annoying. Two different personalities, it's like me. Like when he's asleep though, he's fire. Inosuke's him though. I can't with the whining and crying. Like it gets a little bit annoying. Oh, Tengen too. Like I don't hate Zenitsu, right? I prefer a lot of others before him. You know what I'm saying? And grown Nezuko. You know what I'm saying? Can I give you a picture on Twitter? Yeah, do you follow me on Twitter? If you do, let me know so I can go to my requests. Grown up Nezuko too. You know what I'm saying? Big T Nezuko's nice. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. He's not as bad as season. Yeah, he's gotten better. Yeah, badass Nez is fire. Yeah. It's ready to lose it season. What the fuck? Oh, probably a snake. Asta vibes. I told you, I still haven't watched. I still have not gotten to that show because Asta's voice was too annoying. Like I'll play the compilation again. Asta. But I hear it gets so fire. Black Clover's sick. So that's what I've heard, Solo. But let me show you exactly why I have not watched it. All right. Let me show you exactly why. The voice goes away after some episodes. All D picks go to Jon Snow. Yes. Yes. My biggest inspiration is Hello Neighbor Neighbor. I found it annoying too in the beginning. It literally like this. I'm waiting for it to play. This made me cut it off. And that's the first time in anime that a voice has made me stop watching an anime. Y'all can also send them to my mom. We go over the Shmeet together. Have you heard the dub actor? No, but I don't watch dub. So, to be honest with you, let me hear the dub. I'm not like trying to be an elitist. I just don't.
Wait, stop! What do you think you're doing? No, hey, let go! You know!
I'm sorry, Asta. I just can't. It's my duty to serve everyone.
Not play Goku sub voice? That shit's too fucking annoying. Rip to her. Oh, you're one of them. Yeah, like I'm not an elitist here, right? If you watch dub, you watch dub. You do you. I just don't watch dub. You know what I'm saying? Uber annoying at first. I had to come back to it, and I'm glad I did. It's fucking fire. Okay. I'm gonna have to watch it. It gets better. You just gotta ride it out until it gets better. I tried Black Clover on dub to see if it was any better, and it wasn't. Not gonna lie, I can't with the American voices. I can't either. Get through 10 episodes. Okay, I can get through 10. Oh yeah, Goku sub is hella annoying. Let me see. I need a good sub one. Let me see. I'm just gonna do this one because they're comparing it. Okay. You know what it is? It doesn't fit him. It doesn't fit him. I don't watch sub or dub. I learned Japanese to watch anime in its true form. There you go. Jonas Best. Has anyone watched Record of Ragnarok? No, but I've been told I should. Dub isn't the best, but I had to watch dub for Black Clover because Austin Japanese is more whiny. My cracked Rosetta Stone doesn't work on the Japanese file, and that's all I downloaded for. Yeah, I want to learn Japanese. Now, DBZ Super one was more annoying. Goku sub. Record of Ragnarok's decent. I can watch anime dubbed. Anime subbed is a must, though. Yeah, like I don't know. I just don't watch a lot dubbed. The only thing dubbed I watched was like Yu-Gi-Oh! You know what I mean? The only thing I really watched in dub was Cyberpunk. I just couldn't be asked to watch in Japanese. I get that. All right, let me see. Dragon Ball Super. Let me see it.
What were you thinking?
Like Dragon Ball, I feel like is a you have to watch it dubbed.
I'm sorry.
でも、海王様の力なら、うちとか車とか簡単に直せたわ。
Jordan
Of
ones.
course, but fixing them by hand kills time and gives me something to gripe about. I mean, just something I
Shoes.
enjoy because I believe in hard work.
Cyberpunk was a fucking banger.
But I digress. Why are you here, Goku?
That's how Snow found the stream. Cyberpunk. Shoes. Shit made me play the game. His voice doesn't fit him. Bebop is one because the Japanese team worked directly with the dub team to make sure it was there. Dragon Ball in Spanish is goated.
何をしに行って、修行に決まってんじゃん。
Yeah, that shit is annoying. You're right. You're right. That shit is annoying. I have to watch it too. I haven't watched it. Let's listen to Spanish. Goku. Spanish dub. Goku sound like a slut. All right, Mexican dub. That's what it says on the title for the record. Love how this is just a stream of letting the intrusive thoughts win. You know how it is.
Ahora comprendo. Has escogido este lugar para que sea tu tumba.
Sad and Dark anime over Elite for sure. I love the Sad and Dark anime.
Porque un guerrero de clase baja tendrá el honor de jugar
That
un poco
V
con
hair.
el mejor guerrero.
This is the home of ADD/ADHD. This is the only place where I can let that roam free. Hey, yo, this kind of goes hard though. It does.
Son mandados a planetas como este donde no existan enemigos fuertes. Eso quiere decir que eres un perdedor.
Entonces esa es la razón por la que estoy en la Tierra. Debo agradecértelo. Y además,
Not too much to the principal
si un perdedor
saying.
hace muchos esfuerzos, quizás pueda sobrepasar el poder que tiene un guerrero distinguido.
Qué broma tan graciosa.
I'd watch it in Spanish. Same. But you
Te
just sounds
mostraré la
hot.
gran pared que no podrás sobrepasar por mayor que sea tu esfuerzo.
This is a real one. Goku's about to get racist. Have you seen that one Trunks episode? I'm gonna be honest with you. You're gonna be mad. I have never watched Dragon Ball. Like none of them. You know what I'm saying? Like I've not watched a single one. Because when it came out and I was a kid, I wasn't allowed to. So I just never got into it. It's okay. He's not anymore. He's getting even more racist. You too? So I approached the wife about the CNC. What'd she say? Yo, Strange, did I send you that picture of that that person that got up drunk on the stage and started singing with the band? I don't remember if I did or not. What'd she say? While Strange is sitting it, I'm going back down the road. We're gonna reach the bridge. Also thinking about it while at work and watching a video about it. Okay, she's thinking about it. Okay, we're gonna talk about it tonight. Okay, fingers crossed. Already imagining what Arthur Morgan would sound like in Japanese. You sent it? Also, yes, you did. Okay, I think it's gonna be a yes. I'm putting it out there. That's gonna be a yes.
Great.
I think it's gonna be a yes. It's a 1-to-1. Yeah, it is.
Plan B! This is for everyone you've killed! England murderer!
Hold your fire! This man isn't black!
What? It's Commander Trump!
One more time.
This man isn't black!
One more time.
England murderer!
Hold your fire! This man isn't black!
What? It's Commander Trump!
This man isn't black. Oh, man. Hold your fire. This man isn't black. It's an actual dub. I have to watch Dragon. I need to actually get to it. Copson pulling over a light skin. We dropped $12K on her esthetician school and another $3K on her yoga school. So I think my measly 2,200 is going to be okay. Yeah. I think so. That's a real episode plot point. I think you're good, Curse. Yeah, I think you're good. You know, I think you're good.
Whoa. Easy.
Drink that up. Oh, there's a question mark over here. Question mark.
Here we go.
Oh, we're hunting.
Got a good head start on
Oh, damn. I didn't mean to hunt. I guess we're doing this. I've been thinking about buying an English Mastiff. What do you think? So, I've only seen an English... I killed that last night on RDO. Yo, what's up, Cass? So, I've only seen an English... Gotta commit. Yeah, we're here. We found it. We gotta do it. Right? We can't run now, or else it'll be like, yeah, he's a bitch. I can't do it. I've only seen an English Mastiff in person one time. Because those are the giant dogs, right? They get... Right? Am I thinking right? They're tall, right? Legends. What's up, Doc? How are you? Right? Yeah, those are really big dogs. I say get it. Big dogs are fucking cool. I remember as a kid, I saw one, a full-grown one, and I was scared as fuck. I saw it, and I pushed my dad in front of me. I was like, you got this, big dog. My uncle has 3. Yeah, there. You should. Yeah, 132, 130 pounds. What color are you thinking? That money spin? You have a St. Bernard? Yeah, you should do it. Do it. Search up St. Bernard. I've seen those. I've seen a St. Bernard. Those are big too. Yeah, those are big too. Sandlot dog. Yeah, these are big too. Whatever color comes the cheapest, that's the right way to do it. Big dog. That's a big old dog there, boy. I say get it. Now you gotta start thinking of a name. You have one dog, right? One dog or 2 dogs? They drool. Yeah, those ones drool a lot. Oh, I see where the thing is. They're cool. He's never hurt anyone. Good. Yeah. Tree rub.
You what?
They drool and fur everywhere. Yeah, I'd imagine cleaning up after a St. Bernard with all the drool and stuff. It's kind of crazy. Being successful in Red Dead? Not really. We were literally about to go find a serial killer, but I got distracted by a legendary animal. So, here we are. Six Fest, like, Doc, we've been on chapter 2 since the first day that we played this game. You know? We've been on chapter 2 for almost a week. Oh, it's going this way. It looks so cute as pups, but it doesn't last long. I feel like dogs get big quick. Hey, my deep pour resin should be here today. I can finish the river table safe door. That's going to be cool. That's going to be cool, Curse. Is that it right there? That's got to be it, right? Hold on. Are you going to play some Battlefield 2042? Bet. Yeah, that is it. Damn it. I don't have... Oh my God. Hold on, clear that tree, brother. Sorry, brother. Deadeye it, I did. I was out of Deadeye stuff, so I forgot. I need to keep like a better track of these. We have too much stuff. We did it, brothers. We hunted. Now, Battlefield 1 and 4 are fun. I've had 4 dogs in my lifetime, a Pit Bull, a Mastiff, and a St. Bernard, and I forgot the other breed, but they all died but the St. Bernard. I've never had a dog in my life. The only pet I've ever had is a turtle. And my sister killed it. Not Lev, but my other one. She killed it on like some Discovery Channel type shit. You know? It was not. Except the dog inside you. It's true. True. English Mastiff was the largest dog according to Guinness. Yeah, so basically, the only time I saw it, I was like 6 or something. And it was at my school. Oh, shit. What is this? Oh, that was the bison. Fuck. Sorry, bison. Fuck out of here.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang! All right.
That's actually crazy, though. Need this, too. Gotta go sell it. Bison. Like, get this bison out of here. I'm sorry. Fuck out of here, bison. Bison sells more than a legendary? It sells more than the legendary? This is poor, too. Yeah, that's the legendary one. All right, let's go sell it. We'll come back for the serial killer in a second. We gotta go Saint Denis. Saint Denis. I forgot this was called. We gotta go here. Legendary Bison's like $600. Yeah, we gotta find that. We have to find that. Let's go sell this, then we're back on the serial killer train. Yeah, you should get one. Are you gonna get a puppy? Are you gonna get it from a puppy Legate or like a full grown? They're in the snowland, but do serial killer. Yeah, we're gonna sell this, then we're gonna do serial puppy. Yeah, I've never had a dog in my life. My mom always used to say that she had kids not get a Chihuahua. My ex-girlfriend had a Chihuahua, and I hated it. I did not like that one. I was like, fuck, this dog's annoying. In September 1987, he had a nose to tail length of 8 foot 3 inches, the largest English Mastiff ever. Yo, what? Chihuahuas are like, my ex-girlfriend had one. She named it Max, and it was annoying as fuck. And one time, she had like a, you know, sometimes Amazon has that thing where they can just set it in your house. I think it's like Amazon Key or something like that. They did that when she wasn't there, and the person took a picture of the Chihuahua just like staring. Like it didn't bark or anything. It was just gonna let him like, you know. Yo, exclamation mark Saul. Good one. Good one, Saul. He always gets me right when I'm looking away. Yeah, Chihuahua's annoying. Plus, their barks are annoying, too. I feel like if I got a dog, I'd have to get a big one. I want like, I don't know if you've seen Rage's pits, like his pit bulls. One like those. His pit bulls are cool as fuck. I want one like that. He's got like those muscly ones. I hate Chihuahuas. Crackhead ass dog. Big dogs on top. Like, let me see. Instagram. Oh. Instagram. I can make Skratsx bounce anytime. Instagram and then RG Pits. Yeah, here it is. Like these. Like Rage's pit bulls. Right? Like I'd get something like this. Like his pit bulls are cool. Oh yeah, the light gray pit. Rip. Yep. Rip YRG puppy, man. After stream, open up Red M. Get the game storage update going. It's very slow. Okay. I will. Thick ass dogs. Yeah, like they're strong. One of the people that lives on my street has one where she whistles and it jumps up in a tree. Goddamn pits looking scary. I got it right after you and the update's only 53%. Okay. A husky. So the thing I've heard about huskies is if you have a husky, you have to be like an active person, right? Because they're like high energy. A high energy dog, right? English Mastiffs are described as gentle giants from my searching. I could see that. No? Are you talking about no to the huskies? Best dog I had growing up was a German Shepherd. You have two huskies. Aren't they like really energetic dogs? I have ADHD, so no problem. Yeah. So you'd be good. But if you're someone who's a homebody, I don't think you can
No one if I can't see their face.
husky talk. I don't think you can
I do want your business.
want one. Why are you going in there? We're going to Saint Denis.
Remove that mask before
Oh. We're going to Saint Denis to sell the
for service here.
bighorn.
Thank you. How can I help you?
My Saint, they're hella smart, but also hella drama queens. That's what I've heard.
Enjoy your trip.
I love dogs. My Saint has a husky friend. I hate huskies. They're annoying. They dig and tear shit up. Yeah, they're very, like Kerr said, I've heard they're drama queens. Not really talking, more so as it is husky screaming. Yeah, I hear like they need to be really active for them to be like behaved. We had one that said hello. English Mastiff sleeps 16 hours a day, so it's pretty low maintenance. Yeah. I think that'd be a good one. You just got to think of a cool name for it. You know? That'll be like quite the size disparity. Isn't your other dog small? I'll give like a small one. Andre the giant dog. Yeah. Yes, you'd have like a giant and then a tiny one. What will I do with this 21K channel points? That is a good... Oh, did I run that idea by you yesterday about the idea of maybe adding like a channel point redemption to immediately play a scary game? Saints are low maintenance in general, but furry. Play this. We need a pet channel in Discord. I'll make it right now if y'all want it. This is typical. So you know what's funny? So my ex had a husky before she had the Chihuahua, right? But hers didn't bark or any of that. It would tear shit up. Let me make a pets channel if you want to post your pets. Let me do that right now. I'm gonna name the Mastiff Kratos. That's fucking fire. Pets made. Oh, there you go. Pets is in there. I need to remind me to put the actual icons here. Thank you. I'm alphabetizing. There you go. Yeah, you can post your pets in there. But so she had a Yeah, I'm gonna clean it up today. I need to. I need to put the icons. I've been slacking on that. Let's go. Curse W mod. He is. If I get another dog, I'm naming it Atreus, Kratos' son. Different sections and stuff. Yeah, I do need to clean it up. I've been adding them, but I just keep forgetting to clean it up and make it look better. I need to. It's a huge dog. Kratos is perfect. I agree. But so she had a husky named Molly, and it never barked or anything like that. But it would get irritated if it didn't get to go walk enough outside, and so it would tear stuff up. I wouldn't get a husky personally. I hear they're like high maintenance. They're very high maintenance dogs. Which is cool if like you like that, but I wanted to get a husky when I was a kid and name it Balto, but my mom said no. It'd be unfortunate if your dog be a girl. I wanted to name it Balto because I fucking loved that movie as a kid. But my mom was like, no, absolutely not. You posted your pet? First pet post. W's. Oh, look at him. That's Yoru's. It's Yoru's dog. He is big, though. This treadmill? Okay. Yours up, too? Ooh. Okay. Okay. Look at the pet post. What kind of dog is... I don't recognize dogs breeds. With the exception of, like, a husky. And, like, the... What kind of dog is this one? I like him. Hey, yo, a pet channel? Yes, sir. She's a mutt, but mostly pit. Okay, cool. Pit bulls, like, they look so fucking cool to me. You know? I was thinking if I do get a cat, I'd want to get a puppy and a kitten at the same time. You know what's crazy? So I have I have 2 brothers, 2 sisters. My youngest brother, randomly, he's like, I want a cat. And it just does not really meld with the rest of his personality. I had a girl pit. She passed on. Rest in peace, man. And he was like, yeah, I think I want a cat. And I was like, what the fuck? When did you start liking animals? It was weird. Cats are chill? Yeah. I've heard they're like way, way less maintenance than dogs are. Like some people say they barely see theirs. I want a cat and a dog so they can fight. I would get a cat with super long lifespan if I get one. Cats are not chill to me. Are they not? Peeking in for a little. Gonna post all my pet photos in your Discord and eat my burrito. There you go. Cats are mean. I find them to be very indifferent. Is how I would describe them. You know what I mean? Like they're kind of very self-sufficient. You gotta own one first. They're amazing to owners. I have a cat allergy. I hear you can get like shots and stuff for it, but we have 3 cats with 3 different personalities. Oh, he's coming. I supply food. They think that they're the master. You supply food to dogs. They love you. You can get a hairless one, but no one wants that. Yeah, those cats are like, look, if you like those cats, no offense, but those cats are fucking ugly, bro. The hairless cats, they're ugly. They're ugly. That was scary, bro. Along with a turtle. I had a turtle, and his name was Tiny Tim, and my sister killed him by being dumb. Not Lev, it was my other sister. You know? Like, she got like 30 to 50 goldfish and dumped it in the tank with my turtle. And I watched as that motherfucker on some Discovery Channel type shit ate every single one of those fish. And I came home from school the next day, and my parents told me he was gone. You know? And I got a video about that when the hairless cats are funny. Like, they're just... I want one of those because I'd get his shorts and a hoodie for the hairless ass. I would want a mastiff and a ragdoll. What's a ragdoll? Is that a... Oh, that's a cat breed. Okay. Oh, that's like the super furry ones. Yeah, these. These, right? It's a nice cat. My cat is chill. She can be needy at times, but she just sits around and eats all my French fries. Ragdolls are great. These look like cool ones. These look like cool cats. They go limp when you pick them up. If you get a hairless cat, you got to try and pinch and roll it. Like, look at him, bro. Look at this. Look at this cat, bro. Like, I just can't. Look at it. This looks like some Pinky in the Brain type shit. I know people who think they're cute. Wrinkly old man, but like, look at it, bro. I made chili cheese fries. It's so good, but I'm going to regret everything. Chili cheese fries are so good, though. Ball sack cat. It is. Like, this one's not that bad. But I want a Maine Coon cat. They're huge and fluffy. Let me see. If I got a hairless cat, I'm naming it Andrew Tate. The top G. Yo, this cat's kind of cool. Maine Coons are expensive. Are they? Why are they expensive? I know people who think the hairless ones are cute. Really? Is it because they're so, like, they're big cats? Look at how big they get. $40 They live long? All right, let me look at it. Come on, Wikipedia. Tell me. Markings. See the woman holding one? Wait, let me go back. Wait a second.
If you're thinking of having one of these feline beauties as a companion at home, make sure to have enough space because these kittens never stop growing. Meet the biggest Maine.
Wait a second. This cat's huge. What the fuck? That's probably why they're so expensive, right? Because they grow to be so big. Yeah, it's like a mini tiger. That's actually fucking cool. Always got to look up their possible diseases from inbreeding. Yeah. That is like a tiger. What the fuck? I'm going to show this to my brother. He'd probably like that shit. Yeah, like they're like a little bit smaller than a dog, than like, yeah, like look at this. This dog's fucking huge. They're 1.7K. Most cats share a lot of DNA with tigers, so not far off. In Vegas, I saw a guy walking around with a jungle cat on a leash. Yeah, that guy's fucking nuts. So, let me see. Wait, a British short hair is bigger? Jungle cats aren't huge. Look them up. I guess when I think jungle cat, I'm thinking of the actual, like, cats in a jungle. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like a lynx. Oh, this is what I was thinking of. I wasn't really thinking of like this. Jungle cat seems racially motivated. A little bit. Look at it. Look at this jungle cat. Cats with green eyes. So someone in my neighborhood has an outside cat. And it's a black cat. It's a black cat. And so I'll see it randomly at night. And its eyes are just glowing. That shit scares me every time. Darkness. Balinese cat. I feel like I've seen this. These cats seem like the bad guys in Aristocats. I think this is that movie. It is. These are like the bad guys in Aristocats. I recognize these. I love the eye color, the blue. It is pretty cool. Oh, they're low maintenance too. Oh, that's a cool kitten. Not bad. The lifespan is long too. Yeah, so I'd assume you'd get one that has like a really long lifespan. Obviously, so you can see it longer. You know, 18 to 22 according to Google. Yeah, that's really long. So if you get it as a kitten, like, you know, that's pretty good. I know like nothing about pets and stuff because I never really looked. I've got a cat until you're 40. Yeah, until your 40s. Where the fuck is he? You live alone? Get a pet? I don't know. I've just never really thought about it, to be honest with you. You know? But it's also because, like, so my best friend now lives with his girlfriend, and he complains about how her dog wakes up at like 3 and he has to wake up and take it for walks and stuff, and how he hates it. You gotta train your dog. Yeah, I don't think she trained it very well, I guess. Get a bearded dragon. I'm not really a lizard guy. I can definitely tell you that. I would not really get a lizard. I never had one. I just don't really like them. You know what I mean? And in Texas during the summertime, you see like gigantic lizards outside. I've just never been like, that's cool. Quick tip, when you get a dog, don't greet it or speak to it when you get home. Doing that can develop separation anxiety over time. I like when the lizards look like they're headbanging. Yeah. Like, let me see. Let me see if I can find the giant lizard. Wait, is that? I didn't know that was a thing, Legate. So you just, when you come through, you don't say anything to it? When do you speak to it then? Like later on? You pet it, but don't speak. Oh, okay. Like this. Texas spiny lizard. Love y'all. I'm gonna go get some rest. Sleep well. Sleep well, Gravity. We love you. Thanks for stopping in. I really do appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yeah, we get these on, like, I'll see it randomly on the side of my house. These lizards right here, we get them on the side of my house. And they're huge. But we don't get mad about it because they like eat mosquitoes and stuff. So they're good to have, apparently. One of my dogs attached to me when I first got my puppy when I was going to sleep. He started crying. It was the small Bernard, the Saint Bernard. He was whining all night. You found it? Did you whisper me? Check whispers. Okay. Yeah, they're called Texas spiny lizards, I believe. Hi, gorgeous. Hello, Beck. How are you? We're talking about pets. Wait, that's 2 cats. Okay, hold on. I'm refreshing. Jesus. Jesus. What the fuck? Jesus. Thanks. How are you? I am pretty good. I'm pretty good. It's a good day, you know. Lakers won last night, you know. Pretty solid. Yeah, you gave him that slap. That was a loud ass slap. Hand feed dogs because it makes a closer connection between the dog and it shows that you're the owner. Do you do that all the time? Like, bitch, where my money? You do that all the time, Legate, or you just did that initially? That's actually interesting. I didn't know any of that, to be fair, because I've also never had a dog or a cat. 99% of the time, I still do it. I just fell asleep at legit 5 p.m. in the sunroom. Is it still raining? Or is it... Whoa. It just got really foggy all of a sudden. Is it still raining or is it hot now? Sunroom sounds so cool to have. Isn't that gonna be difficult if you get a Mastiff though? Don't they eat a ton? Also, cage train your dogs in case you ever have to go to a vet. I can never spell it right. You got to train at a young age, then never again. I probably would bowl feed more. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Yes, and I woke up and it was sunny. It's a good way.
Welcome back, sir. So,
Excuse me, I'm cutting in line, brother. And I'm cooked. Yeah. I'd imagine it's like getting hot. So we're selling this.
Boy, the things I can make with this.
This. Do I sell the horn too? The bison horn? Yeah, it can be sold. I can't make anything out of it. Sure.
Okay.
And the elk antler? Oh, it can be used in crafting. Okay, so I'll keep that. Oh, you can take that.
You make something pretty with that.
Claw from black bear, take that. What is this? All right, we're good. All right, now let's go back to the serial killer trail. Actually, so we need to go to Wallace Station. Dog training is very important. It's only a hassle for a few months. Don't be a pussy and send it off to a trainer to do it for you. I have heard that people send it off to trainers. But doesn't it make it more personal if you do? Man, I fell down on my knees with a lower K. It makes it more personal, right? Like they like you more if you do it.
Thank you.
There's more respect. I didn't potty train my dog. He potty trained himself. Interesting. Batman looking fly in the background. Thank you. Thank you. Lev actually got me that. I forgot where she got it, but she's not a big Batman person, so she gave it to me. I love Batman. Oh, you use pee pads? Pee pads work? I've seen that people put them in like a corner in the house and they kind of just train them to go there. Get more respect from the dog if you trained it. That makes sense though. I like Terry McGinnis. I like that. As a kid, I kind of also thought that. So I wanted either a husky. I always train my dog. I think that's a good way to do it, especially if it builds respect. I wanted a husky, and I wanted to name it Balto. But I also wanted a huskies are terrible. Don't get them. Yeah, that's what I heard. And I also wanted a Doberman Pinscher. Pinscher. I don't think I'm saying it right, but you know what dog I'm talking about, right? The Doberman. It's not quite at Wallace Station. Check the Discord map. Yeah, but I think I need to go. Wallace is the closest one to go to, right? And then I can mark it afterwards. Yes, okay. Let me get to Wallace and then we'll look at the map.
Ah, you're back. What can I do for you?
Get a boy saint. I mean, I don't really see me getting a dog anytime soon. Wallace.
Hope your journey's a good one.
But I don't know what kind of dog I'd get if I were to get one, to be honest with you. They're chill. You get a dog, I always get a girl. I've heard that girls are better than getting a boy. I have heard that. Girls are meaner. Girl dogs are read bitch. Yo, what's up, Alexa? Play Nick. I like your username. Gaint Schnauzer. What is that? Let me see. Giant Schnauzer. Oh. Yeah. I don't really like those. I don't really like the look of them, to be honest with you. You know? That's not a dog. That's not one that I'd personally want. I can see how people would, but it's not something I personally would want. You know? Looks like a show dog. Because they're black. You know I don't want their kind around here, boy. Not in my damn house. I don't know what it is. Get off this train. I don't really know what it is. I just don't really like them. Labradoodles are adorable. Let me see. This looks like a show dog too. Seems we caught one. These? This is like a Labrador and a poodle. Oh, yeah, Labrador and a poodle. That makes sense. It's a Labrador and poodle mix. What's the other dog? My other ex had Dashin. I don't know how to say it. I've only read it. Dashin? Is that how you say it? She has like 4 of them. Yeah, she has like this one. Or happened to have came to the stream while looking at dogs. Is this how I was summoned? Yo, what's up, Wolf? Dachshunds are adorable. Yeah, she has like 4 of them. She has the one that looks just like this one, not this one. Dachshund. I gotta see how to pronounce it. Hold on. It's gonna bother me. Oops. Let me see. Yeah, I'm learning about dogs. Just call them wiener dogs. That's what I call them. Speaking of dogs, my dog Shadow is a cattle. Ooh, let me see. Shadow is such a cool dog name. Like this one? Bully XL. These are cool. I'm assuming Shadow is a darker one, like a Shadow. Bully XL scare me? I gotta look. These are cool. Let's see. My saint name is Hero. Not hero name, but from Big Hero 6. Good movie. Good movie. Oh, these super strong. Shadow's black and gray and lighter gray spots. Oh, that looks cool. Bully XL's like these like super muscular pits. Right? Like the super muscular ones? Yeah. Like this. Like this type. Yo, it's our Bean Man redemption. What's up, Bean? Exclamation mark Bean. We love you, Bean Man. Not that one. Like this. Bullcocks should be banned. What is that? What's that? Search up put with do-rag. It looks just like me. A pit with a do-rag? He's trying to say bulldogs. Oh. Why should bulldogs be banned? What's wrong with them? What's wrong with bulldogs? You talking about this one? This one right here? I love bulldogs. Oh, wait, you're playing Red Dead 2? How nice. I only remember Dutch. Yeah, we've been playing for about a week and we're still on chapter 2 because I keep getting distracted. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. What is... Oh, I keep forgetting I needed to pronounce... What's wrong with pit bulls? I mean, not pit bulls, bulldogs. Okay, here's how to pronounce it. Please. Any day now?
We are looking at how to pronounce the name of this type of Vienna dog, Padger dog, or sausage dog, which is a short-legged, long-bodied...
Okay, bud, get to the word.
...origin, which literally translates Dachs, which means badger, and Hund, which means...
Dachshund. It's a Dachshund. There we go. Dachshund. A Dachshund. Got it. Wiener dogs, though. Yeah, it's a wiener dog. So she has like 4 of them. Wiener dog. Bomba clat. Yeah, like she has 4 of them. Bulldog. Get a Mastiff, get an English Mastiff. How many different kinds of Mastiffs are there? Don't Bulldogs slobber a lot? Or is that a different dog I'm thinking about? Like these slobber a lot, right? They look like they do. 4, yeah. Bulldog should be banned. It depends on the person. Shadow is a boar hunting dog and excels in trapping its prey. He could easily do that to a person, but Tibetan? Oh, there's a Tibetan Mastiff? Go to the game screen. Yo, I feel like you can't have this dog in Texas. In general, I think short-nosed dogs are less healthy. Why? What's wrong? You can't have this dog in Texas. It'd get way too hot here. I did teach him to not do that, but oof, when Shadow doesn't know you, he'd not stop barking and going crazy. Big picture, the closer it looks to a wolf, probably the better off you are, just my opinion. Breathing problems? Oh. I legit had to teach Shadow how to play. He would bite hard. Ooh. So Bert, do you mean like huskies? Like no to a husky? Rottweilers? Oh, I actually know this breed because this is another one of the breeds that people say aren't great, like pit bulls. It's like Rottweilers and pit bulls that people aren't like a huge fan of. They get big, don't they? Not as big as like Mastiffs, obviously, but you breed your dog for hundreds of years and your priority is what they look like instead of how they act. Yeah, Neapolitan Mastiff. You're going to end up with problems? I don't know. Neapolitan? Let me see. This looks like one of those detective dogs. It's not a bloodhound, but it looks like one a detective had. I guess I'm a work dog elitist. What's a work, like what kind of dog is that? I'm really dog ignorant. I'm not going to lie to you. What kind of dog is considered a work dog? This reminds me of that cartoon dog, you know what I'm talking about? Is it Droopy? Where it's like, well, Newfoundland. Pit bulls are banned here? Really? I'm dog ignorant. Like I'm ignorant of them. I just don't know. Yeah, you couldn't have this dog here either. Why are they illegal? It's because they're dangerous. You got hunt murders now? Yeah. I just like breeds that have work/ranch/farm/hunting histories. And I tend to like larger breeds for the same reason, more natural. I can understand that. Pit bulls shouldn't be banned. Let them cook. Great Danes. I've seen a Great Dane. I've seen a Great Dane. Like these. Yeah, they're dangerous. I hear like people get scared of them, but I hear if if people actually train them, that they're pretty good. Like I showed you, do I still have the Instagram up? Like Rage's pit bulls. People are scared of them because they're huge, right? Because his dogs are like, I think this is this is Cora. Yeah, this is Cora. Like Cora's huge, right? I love German Shepherds. Like Cora's huge, but like everyone that talks about her says she's like nice unless you're trying to be aggressive. That's what you had growing up? Let me see. Irish Wolfhound puppies are great. German Shepherd. Oh, I've seen a German Shepherd. So here's my issue with German Shepherds right now. My neighbor has one, right? My neighbor down the street has one. And there's like a tiny hole in the fence. If you walk by, God, it loses its mind at you. Like, obviously. They're so clever. I've heard that they're smart. Isn't Doberman Pinschers also very, very dangerous? I think so. I think they are. Peep the cord. Okay. I've heard that they are. What was the other? Irish Wolfhound. Oh, it looks so much better. Yo, Cursed, thank you. It looks so much better. Oh, look how clean it looks now. We got a waiting room, the live room. I need to fix the YouTube bot. I need to figure that out so it posts. Added a bunch of stuff and made categories. Thank you so much. Food, pets. Yeah, post your pets. Post them. Stream promos, business pro. Love it. Thank you. Thank you. It looks so much better. German Shepherds will have hip issues in the future. How come? Oh, let me look at the Irish Wolfhound. Irish Wolfhounds kind of look a little scary to me. The last one, other people can't see though. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Also, pit bulls are banned here because of their breeding. What's wrong with their breeding? What's wrong with their breeding? I feel like I'm really learning today. Like I'm really learning. Under the river. It's about. No, it's about. Look at the map. Inbreeding in dogs has caused a lot of issues. Wait, are pit bulls inbred? They've been bred based on aggressive tendencies over health as fighting dogs. Oh. My DMs again. In the curve. So it's like here. So even if they're trained, shepherds will have hip issues. How so? I had a client who knew a lot about dogs. She said each breed of dogs have health issues. Their minds aren't really right. Of that in the curve towards the middle. I think that's what I marked. Yeah, okay. I've actually never heard that part. I've just heard that they're really aggressive, so people get scared. I've heard that people get scared. But that's European breeding, of course. Oh, yeah. Even here, though, like, there's higher fines and penalties if your pit bull does stuff than other dogs. I know of that. So I did look at dogs briefly for a little bit when I thought about getting one. Also good to see you again, Beck. Yes. It's always good to see Beck.
Come on, pal.
Let's go, boy. Why did he just pull his gun out like that? Have you seen those videos of people training guard dogs? Where they can tell the dog to guard something and it will bite anyone who comes near it and will say, even if you're not there, and some people can just say stop and the dogs quit biting other people. I've never seen that. I never have. I'll be honest. I'm one of the people where if I see like, this sounds mean, but if I see like dog or cat videos on my For You page and stuff, I kind of just hit not interested. You know? Because I'm just not. Legit, if I play this game, it will strengthen my country accent even more. I'm really trying, Wolf. Every once in a while, I run out of the country accent, but like, I'm really working on it, you know? It's a little difficult to maintain, but I can do it for short intervals of time. I want to have it like perfect by the time I get to chapter 4 or 5. Where curse do I put? Oh, book spam? I'm good for a book channel. I'm good for a book channel in here. That burrito's solid. Boy. I played Watchdog Legion, and it was based on the UK. That game helped me with my British accent. I need to play that then, because I need to perfect it. I'm down for some book spam. Even Phyllis was like, wow, that's not bad. Damn. I got to get an accent to that level. If I can make like the UK people, the people who live in the UK, be like, that's not a bad accent. I got something to share already? Perfect. Like if I can get it to where it's not so stereotypical, you know what I'm saying? Up. There's a bit. Oh, shit. Go away. Leave this place. You're not welcome here. Hold on, buddy. Oh! No! Kill it! We're dead. We're dead. Leave me alone. Shoot it! Be gone! Demon bear! Fuck! Please try Scottish. I have to hear a Scottish accent. Let me hear it again. Holy. That was it just started chasing me. Caucasian Shepherds are basically wolves. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, this isn't real, right? This is edited, right? Like, this isn't their actual size, right? They're not that big, are they? It's just a good angle. Beck's corner has been created. Perfect. Jesus Christ. These dogs are huge. They're wolves. Jesus Christ, bro. Here you go. Read this in UK accent. Oi, tomorrow's Tuesday, isn't it? That means I have that means I have a math class. Math is hard, isn't it? I swear on me mum. I mean, they're huge, so gentle though. I want an actual wolf. Like, Jesus Christ. These dogs are huge. And a murder of crows? Wait, is a murder? I'm a big boy, tall, fat, and I like to play with dogs. I need me like a 100, 200 pound dog for real. Hell yeah. Yo, Sora, would you get a Mastiff? Like an English Mastiff? If I try Scottish accent, I tend to dip into other accents like Australia or New Zealand. I have to practice. I have to practice a Scottish one. I'd be down for really any big dog. English Mastiffs are great. I will most likely get one. And mine used to sit on me in my bed when bad stuff was happening in my house, and she'd just be there and present. You had one of these? I just like pit bulls, though. Small pit bulls, like Rage's pit bulls. You have Discord? I do. It's got a makeover, too. Curse really got it looking good. You got the Discord looking nice. Much more organized than it was. Yeah, this thing is huge. Beck, you had one of these? Like, Jesus. Look how big this dog is. Man. Is it a German Shepherd bred with a wolf? It kind of looks like it, doesn't it? No, I had an albino German Shepherd. Oh, yo, that sounds cool. My mom used to have pit bulls when I was born, but I had severe asthma and allergies, and since they were pits, no one wanted them, so they'd be put down. Damn. Scratch pack? I call my piece the wolf pack. Look at us. What is this? What's up, Banjo? Welcome in. Yo, this dog looks cool. Search up St. Bernard height. All right, I got you. Oh, that's what that's called. Ove Charka. What's going on? Yo, we're just looking. I'm learning about dogs because I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to dogs, you know? They're also known as Russian bear dogs. Yeah, she was so fluffy. That dog looks cool. What was the other one I was looking up? Oh, St. Bernard height. I know they're big. Like, they're big dogs. Because, like, you can see the diagram. My phone's going to die, so if I vanish, my lazy ass hasn't got up and talk. You're good. Like, open image in new tab. Like, you see, like, they're pretty big. They're pretty big dogs. Who just went one? Okay, Mozzie did. Like, there you go. I posted Shadow's picture in the pet Discord. Okay, perfect. Let me look. I love that's called Beck's Corner. I love that. Oh, your dog. I like your dog. The origin of the Russian bear dog is largely unknown and are guessed to have been around for 2,000 years or so. Oh, look at him. My God, that dog looks so tasty. Okay. Good pet channel so far. Good pet channel. I like it. Let me see. What? Russian. That's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. I don't know why I looked that up again. Yeah, it is. Like, damn. I can't get over how big these dogs are. But they're not bigger than Mastiffs. You know, like, they're not bigger than Mastiffs, you know, which is crazy. Mastiffs can get heavier and a bit taller. I need a size comparison. I need me a giant dog, man. About 60 pounds heavier. Stop looking at dogs because now I want one. You know? I don't know how we got on the topic of dogs. Skratsx gets attacked by a bear and starts learning about dogs. Oh, it's funny how the rabbit hole works. Yeah, you know how it is. That bear was crazy, though, wasn't it? Just started charging for no reason. Mastiffs they're just fucking huge. I'm looking for a good size comparison. Big dogs are harder to keep healthy if you're not an active person. That's what I've heard. That's what I've actually heard. The bear was crazy, right? It would be nice if you had a dog with you when it happened. Yeah, it could have helped. I don't know if it would have done much with that grizzly. Like, look at this. Look how big these Mastiffs are. Like, Jesus. These dogs are huge. I don't know if it's an ADHD thing. I was told it was, though, that people with ADHD tend to be more motivated to do more when they're being relied on. I think that is true. I do think that's true. Wait, I'm curious now. Let me see the Mastiff breeds. No, that seems possible. This one looks cool. I posted a Mastiff sitting with a pony. Okay. Personally, that's how I work. My neurologist said it's normal for my type of ADHD. I can say for a fact it's not a thing for me, and I have ADHD. It's possibly goal-oriented or something. Like, Jesus, bro. Look how big this dog is. This is a small pony, though, isn't it? It all boils down to how your brain gets the chemicals. Yeah, that's true. Everyone out here talking about ADHD, and I know nothing about it. You can kind of tell that I have it. Like, it's pretty obvious if you want, because this is the only place where I can really let it go, like, unchecked for the most part. You know? Every other time I have to wear like a rubber band on my wrist to snap it to keep myself focused. All I know about me is I got something and my brain says no more chemicals for you. If your brain can get your body to give you those chemicals in those situations, then that's what works for you. Yeah, I guess it's different for almost everybody. Like there's some that are similar, but they're different for almost everybody. So interesting how many breeds there are. I wasn't aware that there was this many breeds of dogs. Like there's 22 Mastiff breeds. I had no idea. I get most of my chemicals from Skratsx shaking ass. Goddamn grizzly. Big ass bear. It's only a 1-star too. Taking the skin though. As proof of, oh, there's smoke. That means you don't get much chemicals. Yeah, exactly. Give me this. Don't you ever attack me again, buddy. Yeah, explains the depression. My fault. Come here, boy. Did I miss the... Oh, we didn't do that. I completely forgot. We started talking about dogs. Yeah, no, you didn't miss it because we didn't do it. I forgot. I completely forgot. I forgot to do that. We need to do that, don't we? Am I the asshole? I love those. Let's do the damn serial killer. Hold on, there's smoke, Legate. Look. There's smoke. Yeah, Skratsx is the A for forgetting. Yeah. Am I the asshole for forgetting what I said I was gonna do on stream? Country Act, I told you, don't y'all ever try that again. You got that? Look at that other thing. I don't feel like I can probably take my dog in my area though. Cause you're in New York. I'm down whatever, but phew, yeah, we'll get there, I promise.
Come out the front. They'll never expect it. Come out the front. That's where the deputies is. Then we go in.
Oh, we can kill them? Red arch, not area.
We go in the back and come out the back.
Yeah, they're O'Driscolls. Perfect.
And we going back on ourselves.
Front, back, sideways, dressed up as hogs. Make a damn decision.
Yo, Legate, I've been saying this for days, but can you remind me to buy ammo? Going Lurker, have a good stream, dude. Yo, Banjo, I appreciate you coming through.
I got it.
Thank you. I hope you have a good day.
We go in the back.
We need to buy ammo.
To meet the deputy. All right.
Buy ammo after serial killer, okay.
That's gonna get my toes curled up. We're the meanest Irish outfit I've seen in England, so
Fuck you, O'Driscoll. I'm tired of your shite. That how I say it? That how you say it? I'm gonna shoot the last one, then we gotta stab the other one, right? Where you at, boyo? He dead? No, he's not dead. Looking at the lurk message, that reminds me of another streamer. I watch her lurk message. It says, Wolf has the Taco Bell shits and has to leave. Don't sprint in him while standing, do it jogging. Okay, I need to kill that other one though. Actually, we'll knife both of them.
Try to make it a good fight before I finish you.
No, you were right. I think I'm dead here. Hit 3 ads, be back. I'm sorry.
When I get out, I'm gonna tie you up with your innards.
Where's the other one? Where's the other one? Oh. All right, let's take the knife. Throwing knives are the best. Hey, buddy.
Shit fire!
You look like a beached fish.
That's the most boring way to stab him. Yeah, I didn't mean to do this. Anyway, you get a proper animation if you do it standing up. Yeah, I didn't mean to tie him up. Damn, Arthur got fucked up by that bear, huh?
never in a month of Sundays.
Oh shit, there's more?
I play for keeps, mister.
I can't. You said do it jogging, right? You can slit his throat and watch the blood spray out. Your chance to redeem the knife. Let's do it. So don't sprint, right?
It's all over.
Where is he? Damn. You're right. That is way better. Telling you, Twitch be listening. I talked about Taco Bell and got 3 ads about Grubhub and food delivery service. Now I'm hungry. It's like they knew. They knew. They were like, we know exactly what we're about to do. Get on that Grubhub. Get that Grubhub, boys. If you attack someone with a bow, you can stab them in the neck with an arrow. All right, we got to try that one time. You were right. That knife animation is actually way cooler. Get the Grubhub so you can have Taco Bell send you to the bathroom. You know, where you can buy, you can sit on your phone and order more stuff off of Amazon, buddy. That's what we want. There's also different animation depending on what direction you knife him from. They said there's good loot in here, right? Can't take cigarettes. Take the veggies. Oat cakes. We need those for my horse. Anything else? Posted a Red Dead Redemption 2 video displaying it. Okay, hold on. That's the bear pelt. That's cool though. I didn't know that there were gang camps. Any sugar cubes for Lil Jit? We need to buy some. That's a good point. I did say we need more sugar cubes. He's a good boy. He deserves it. He deserves some sugar cubes. And ammo. Yes. We desperately need ammo. Health cure. I think we're good. What's this on the desk here? I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy. Okay. Let's get on legit. Let's do the serial killer, then we're getting ammo. The subtitles think you said tax a good point. Subtitles are bad, aren't they? Why are they so bad? Hold on. Oh, that's the best. Damn. That's actually cool. Yeah, low quality video, sadly. It's all right. That's actually cool, though. I like the melee execution. I'm going to have to try that one time. I have to try that. All right. We're finally getting to the serial killer. Too sexy called yellow qualities, what the subtitles just said. This team's subtitles for Spanish speakers are comedy. I need to look. Who's that on the horse? I need to look at them. What if I put Spanish subtitles for the stream? Get out of here, rabbit. Oh, the look, the wars. I feel like hunting the legendary rabbit's probably going to be the most difficult, right? Another subtitles quote. Do you think so? What's the hardest? Like, obviously the aggressive ones are. There's no legendary rabbit? Oh, never mind then. That's good, because I was going to say that would be pretty fucking difficult, wouldn't it? Who told you that? I was guessing there was a legendary of each animal. Is what I was thinking. I was thinking there would be one of each animal, so. There was in Monty Python. See? Subtitles are bad. That's why I started to add subtitles to my videos. I can't have these AI-generated subtitles be saying things that I never said and ruin my chances for monetization. That's a good point. That's a good point. I probably should actually do that. I rarely ever do, though, to be honest. I rarely do. Okay, there's the rock. We found the body. Can you say knee grow really quick on stream? Then let's see what the subtitles say. You mean Negro? Do you see? Jesus. I don't think I'll ever get monetized if I make YouTube videos. You'd hear me say I'm racist every 45 seconds. Yeah, you just gotta edit that part out, Sora. The subtitles just thought you said Jesus. What? Okay. Damn. Okay, here's the head. This is wild.
Jesus. This is so sick, Tran.
That's part 2. Jesus walks. I almost said it like the song, but I changed my mind last second. Subtitles, your drug call. This is wild, bro. That's crazy. Next body. Yep. Like, damn. All right. Next body is. Go back to DMs. Body time. It is, where is this? Braithwaite Manor? Have I seen that? Let's look at the map. Braithwaite Manor. Is that in Blackwater? It's near Rhodes. Where is, that's Riggs. Rhodes is over here. So we have to discover it. So let's go to Rhodes and just look at the maps. I was looking at the map in Discord, but I don't think I have it. Look at the river system to the side. So we're looking at Lannis. Yeah, show the map on screen. Got you. It's right here. So the nearest station. Oh, there's that fish. I think I've seen this. So the lake is whatever this is. This is an open body of water right there. So let's look at, on your map, you can see that river. It's this, right? So it's going to run down, or is it this? No, let me look again. I wish I can, hold on. I know what I'll do. Hold on one second. Uno momento, por favor. Game. How'd you not see it? I'm looking right now. River. I see the river by Saint Denis. Oh, so it is by Rhodes. I can see kind of. Look at the Discord map. Look at the small winding river near it, and look at your map. Yeah, I see the river. It's right. It's this river. It's this river right here. So it's going to be over here. I know it's by Rhodes. I was trying to get like a more specific. I was trying to look at the, like, because I saw the legendary. Okay, my controller's not. Hold on. Hold on. It's not the large one. It's the. Oh, am I zoomed in too far? Because here's the road right here. So it's going to be around here. Yeah, because I can see the weight. So it's around here. I'm marking here. I can see. So you see how, like, look. So you see how it says weight right here? I can see that on the map. So it's going to be on this S right here, but I'm going to unlock this area so I can get it better. I see where it is now, though. Exploring time, partner. Yeehaw. Look at Boulder Blade on your map. Yeah, Boulder Blade's right here, so it's going to be low. Oh, I can actually see the S. My fault. My fault. I was going to just unlock this area anyway. Okay, so we have it marked. Let us... Hello? Okay, it disappeared. Okay, let's go. Exploring time. We need to go to... We got to go to Riggs and go to Rhodes. Got you. Let's go to Riggs. Where's the next station? Oh, here. Let me mark this and I'll mark it again. Yeah, Wallace. Let's get on out of here, little jet.
Yep.
Hopefully no motherfucking bears come again. Fucking bears of Satan, I tell you. Let this be a reminder. Don't fuck with Arthur Morgan. He will kill you. Okay? Down the road. Down the road we go, partner. Park you right here, brother. I'll see you in the next town, little Jip. I will see you in the next town, brother.
Good to see you again, mister.
The English Mastiff is a giant breed that descends from the ancient Molosser, a fierce war dog that lived over 5,000 years ago in Tibet and Asia. That's Rhodes. We're going straight to Rhodes, yeah. Thought that was interesting. That is interesting. That is interesting, actually. John Denver intensifies. Here we go, brothers. Time for the third clue of the serial killer. Country roads. Take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia. Good song. Good song. Also, that big S, you need to sneak there because it's private property. Oh, great. Great. Long train animation, huh? So crouch the whole way. Once you see the gate, you got to jump. Okay. That. All right, let's mark this back again. Alrighty. Not that song. That song is the theme to a stream I watched. Legit, a couple weeks later, I got a Visit West Virginia magazine in the mail. That's the only time we'll really sing it, you know, or probably every time we go to Road Station. To be honest with you.
You all right there, boy?
You all right, boy? Oh, ammo. We're here anyway. Hello. Damn it. Probably try the front door. Hello. How's it going, brother?
You think about laying hands on me again, it's gonna end bloody for you.
Shut up. But he always try to go through the back door. I usually go, oh, sugar cubes. Yes. Thank you. I usually just go through the first door I see, to be honest. So I need pistol ammo, correct? Yeah. There we go. Let's go to the general store. Someone just die out here?
You have a good one.
What the? What happened? Who killed him? It actually wasn't me. What the f? You get one? I'm not looting. I thought that would be a bad idea, so I just didn't. I almost did, but I was like, nah. Worst case of suicide I've ever seen.
Long time no see. Have a look. All for sale, except the floorboards.
Got any sugar cubes?
Look in here.
Horse care, brother. Sold out. I remember there's an encounter where a friend is showing off his new gun and shoots his friend by mistake. You just weren't out there when it happened. That's what it was. Okay, so I can't get sugar cubes here. What the hell? It was a random encounter. Yeah, that's probably what it was. I missed it.
Trouble at the woolen mill down the way there. Seems there aren't many good folks without enemies these days.
You get sugar cubes at the stables, which aren't in this town. Okay, we need to go to the stables. All right, so after we find the serial killer, let's go to the stables.
And there was me with my hopes up.
Sorry, brother.
Really?
So just no one's going to say anything about that body right there?
Hey, boy.
On day to you, brother. Riding to the sunrise. You were outside when it happened, they would have said something. Yeah, man, I probably should have stayed out when I heard him talking, but I just, the door was open, so I went through. If I'd have known something like that was going to happen, I guess it'll probably happen again, right? Like, or is it only a one-time in the game thing?
You think all this Lemoyne air is free for you?
You talking shit, buddy?
Not a smart move to travel alone in these parts, especially looking like you.
Kill him?
I'll put you on the floor.
Oh yeah, he is part of the Confederates, isn't he? Be careful, it's dangerous out there, buddy. $2? Damn, that man was rich. Confederate scum. You see that brutal knife animation? I do love it. That was good. $2 too. That was profitable. We basically just got our ammo for free now. Confederate scum. Damn. Great way to execute someone that you hate. I actually like that a lot. I like the knife animation so far. Awfully foggy out here. What y'all doing out here? There's also swords. I would love a sword. I need to get one. A sword and a tomahawk, actually. I can tell you where to find the pirate sword. Okay. We go find the pirate sword after we get sugar cubes. Howdy, brothers. Yeah? Okay. Ooh. Oh shit, wasn't I supposed to? I'm supposed to sneak, wasn't I? Sneak this way? It's in the property, I guess. I was wrong. Oh. Maybe once we find the map together, we'll be on a property. It's near a property. Oh. Damn. Behold. Damn. Yeah, we got to find the head. There's a leg. There's the head. That's fucking crazy. A grown man saying, we'll find the pirate sword after we get sugar cubes. I sent you the pirate location. Okay, thank you. It's a good sentence, isn't it? Damn. Look at this damn here map, shall we? Let me look at the full map. We have the code 63432. You cross the bridge. We're close, I believe. Now there'll be a question mark near Valentine. Oh, that makes it easier. I guess we have to go to Valentine, then we'll see it. Or am I missing it? It'll only appear when you get near. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So we have to go to Valentine. All right. Go back to Rhodes. Also, wait, did I miss Albert? Oh, I see it on the map. I see it. Where the fuck is Albert? He's over here, though. Will his disappear if I finish the serial killer, or should we do his first? Fucking dumbass Albert, bro. Whatever you want to do, it's near. All right, I'm gonna wait. I just got mauled by a bear. I'm still like recovering from that. You know, I gotta overcome the trauma of getting fucking mauled. Hey, buddy, there's a dead body up there. Watch out. Why would he leave a map of where he, like... Wonder why he would just leave a map. He wants to take a picture of every dangerous animal on planet Sheen. Yeah, I can tell. And he gets attacked by everyone. He's luring people... Oh, so he's luring people in, so that's he gets his next victim, I guess. I guess I can see that. Interesting. That's what I would imagine. Too bad he lured the wrong person in, because we're going to kill him, brother. Oh, Oh, there's a snake there. Yeah. Calm down, boy. You gonna fuck around and find out. Exactly. Calm down, boy. You a good boy.
Easy, boy.
Damn, what you running from? Why is he... What's he running from?
Yeah.
Shit, him running makes me want to run. Hello there. Hello, Angel. How are you? How are you? Welcome in. Got a hog time and bring him to the cops? Bet you we will. How are you, Angel?
You okay, boy?
You okay? Doing good, thank you. How are you doing? I am pretty good. I'm in a pretty good mood today. Well, I'm usually in a good mood on stream, but like pretty good mood overall. Glad to hear. Yeah, we learned about dogs. You know, I learned about dogs earlier. I heard some over here. Yep, I did. Across the street.
Saw my brother die. I saw my friends die. I saw my leg.
Oh, it's him. Hey, it's our friend. Let's see if he remembers me. Oh, no, this is someone else. Never mind. This is someone else.
Hey, mister. Will you give me some money?
You know what? I got you, bud. First playthrough? It is. Funny enough, Angel, I hope you don't expect too much progress as we don't make a lot. But we're still on chapter 2 and it's been a week because we've been just doing side quests. You know, we've been doing side quests, hunting and gambling.
Goddamn, so long time ago.
It's so fun though.
Nothing but nasty, miserable people. Yeah? Yeah, ever since them Grays moved here, a bunch of no good.
Them damn Grays.
Yeah, they somehow got rich about 50 years ago. They moved here because
Hey, nice. Nothing wrong with that. Just enjoying the game. Take your time. It's what it's all about. Exactly. See, look, Angel's one of us already. I like his Union Blue. Yes, sir. Take that $1, sir, and my thanks. Is that a sombrero? No, it's not. Look like a sombrero from the side. Oh, Angel, thanks for the follow. Thank you. I respect the Union Blue, brother. I didn't even need my horse. Why'd I call him? We're going to the train station. So we're going to Valentine to track down this serial killer.
Travel in style and safety.
Got the standard Union outfit. Look, he's not wearing no Confederate outfit. Exactly. No problem at all. Glad to be here. And we're glad to have you. We're glad to have you here. Excuse me. I need a train ride. We got 2 veteran friends now. Yep. Look at us.
I thought I recognized you. Hello again.
Hello. In Valentine, we can go to the stable. Perfect. Do I have a bounty? Need to go to Valentine, good sir. Need to get a train ride to Valentine. Yeah, let's get the sugar cubes. Lil Jit deserves some. He's been a good boy. He didn't even run from the bear. Shows that option even if you don't. Oh, okay. I was like, I thought we paid them all. I could have swore we did. Have you tried out anything Red Dead Online so far, or just doing the story for now? So I've played a little bit. I'll show you exactly what's happened because I've recorded it. I've played online twice now, and we've run into some interesting people on there. It's been me, Cursed, and Strange Seed. Let me pull up the video. Rap snitches telling on their business and yo, Legate, I listened to MF Doom more after stream yesterday, and I'm sad that I didn't hear him while he was like still here, if you know what I'm saying. But so I played a little bit, and it's 58. Let me go a little bit back. And this is what I ran into online, you know. Just some good old-fashioned hacking. You know, there's me, Strange Seed, Curses back there. He was great when he was around. I love the vibes. And you see, we ran into some good old hacking. Some good old old-fashioned hackers. You know, Red Dead Redemption 2 online people are a different breed. Yeah, they are. He got the anime fist, and not only that, he went full anime on us. You know, he's going Super Saiyan. It was pretty crazy. So I needed my then he insta killed Cursed, and so I was like, it's my turn. I need my get back. You know, I'm gonna avenge my friend, and I got put in the dirt. You know what I'm saying? Dead instantly. So that has been my experience. Ripped meal. You should have shot him. So he had the thing on. He said he had the mod on where you take no damage. I should have tried to shoot him, huh? I should have when he was fighting Cursed. Just not respected the 1v1. Right? I should have just disrespected it and went going. And then the other time I was on RDO, we met another hacker who gave us money and gold, but then he got naked. So, you know, it's very interesting. Go to the stables real quick. Get some sugar cubes. Hackers need to go outside and touch some grass. I'm saying. Playing online, sadly, is super glitchy sometimes, at least for PlayStation people. The main glitch that I run into when playing online is if I go in the stable, my game crashes. Almost every time. Yeah, it's the stable, like, and I'm on PC, and it crashes almost every single time. It's in a cool knife method kill in Discord? Okay. Did you... Oh, you posted in general. Okay. The stable thing is terrible? Yeah. It's annoying. So this is the one that I was trying to... Oh, is this a... I haven't seen that part. Damn. That part's brutal. That one was brutal. We gotta try for that one. What kind of knife is this? Yo, we gotta find a new knife, Legate. That's what I want. I gotta find a new knife too. The one we have now is cool. It's a special in-game knife. Before I forget, do you have a self-promo channel? I do. I do. And feel free to post them. Post away, Wolf. Post away. It's been 2 years of that, LMAO, and they still haven't gotten their shit together. Damn. The other thing I'm kind of disappointed in is I can't rob trains. I wanted to rob a train, but you can't. Yeah, post away. It is stream promos or biz promos. One of those two. Post away. You know? You know that place I was bothering you about where you couldn't find the weapon? That's where that knife is. I'm going to go back. Can we still go back? We got to find it because that knife is cool. Yeah? All right. I'm going to go first person. Let's explore the city. Oh, wrong one. I'm back in game is paused. For fuck's sake, Skratsx. No, I was doing that because I was showing where the self-promo Discord is. We're looking for a serial killer right now. Actually, much appreciated, my guy. Figured I'd ask first. Oh, no, you're good. You are good to go. We're getting sugar cubes for our horse. And then we're going to go find us a serial killer. You know? We have made 0 to no progress, but that's because I got attacked by a bear. But we have been looking for a serial killer. Look at those mountains. Look at them. We never make progress. We don't.
Pathetic outside a dime discount cat house.
Was he calling me pathetic? The Bears. Yeah, the Bears. That bear came out of nowhere, brother. But we love your gameplay. I'm glad that you do. You know, I explained, like, we're not a progress stream. We're a sidetrack, having fun, exploring the world stream. I sent one last video, I swear. Okay, let me see. I mean, if it's killing animations, like, we're cool here. You can post and self-promote if you give me sugar cubes. Yeah, I need sugar cubes. That's what we're really here for. If you can give me sugar cubes for the horse, we're good.
I didn't steal that. It's a debt. God damn it.
Damn. Damn.
What do you want? I've got nothing to say to you.
Maybe you should think about the kinds of men you're friendly with, miss.
You've got your money. I don't have to listen to your wisdom, all right? So long.
Spartan kick. Yeah, he kicked the. Uh-oh. This guy's on BT. He's on BT. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, he's on BT. Damn. He's on BT. That guy's on BT. Yeah. That was a little crazy. I don't know what happened to that quest. That was... I gotta head off sadly, but I'll definitely come back for these vibes. Super chill stream. Yo, thanks, Angel. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming in. I hope you have a great day. Great day. There's the stables, brother. Hello. Here we go. Take care for now, guys. And thank you so much. Absolutely. See ya, Angel. Like, this game has some of those brutal knife animations in gaming. I would agree. I would agree. They're pretty... I was going to say, if my game fucking froze on here, too.
We got room in the stable if you need it.
Horse provisions. Need me some sugar cubes.
Mm-hmm.
What else does he like? Butter source stamina, corn. Let's get some hay.
Enjoy.
Carrots too, right? There's an animation where you run into someone while holding a tomahawk and stab them in the gut. We have to get a tomahawk too. Yeah, we got that. Anything else? Any equipment? No. I think we're good.
Another?
Get a horse care package. All right, let's get out of here. We got our sugar cubes. Let's go on, little jit. Now we need to... How come my... There we go. Now, you can buy tomahawks at the fences and roads, Emerald Ranch, and everywhere else where they are. Are tomahawks, are they throwable so you lose them once you do it? Follow down the railroad track, it will appear. Okay, so it is... I don't see the question mark. You follow down the railroad track? All right, we'll go down this way. They're throwable and you can pick them back up again, and you can also use them like a normal knife. Okay, that's cool. Get to riding our little horse around here, shall we? Hello. Excuse me. Get you up, buddy. Bum, 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 bum.
How are you?
Good, how are you, brother? Look at the map. The serial location is to the side of the C's cabin. Let me look at the map. Wait. The side of the C's cabin? You said that one. This? Pastor's Ridge? Okay. This. Alright, I'll walk that way till the question mark pops up. I haven't actually verbally reviewed a book in months and months. Gotta review one. We need it. What book are you gonna review next? I'm about to? Hold me, I got you. Here. I got you. Here. It's okay. I got you. There you go. Look to side, you'll see a little home. Okay. It's a little bit to the side. Okay. The question mark should appear, right, as we go that way. Book is called Wandering Souls. Okay. Yeah, and it should appear. Okay. Damn, everybody's asking me for money today. Like, get a job, buddy. That's what I be doing. Get a job, buddy.
Somebody help me out, mister. I was in the army.
You blind?
Oh, I see him. Hey, brother. Hey, brother.
Hey, mister.
Hey, buddy. Hey, Mr. Arthur. Why are you always so mad? You're crazy. All that shooting. And they said I was crazy. I'm not crazy. Not like you.
So you want this money or not?
Beat up the big fella. He once beat me up. I asked for it.
I'd recommend
Crazy, mister?
Wet Hot Allosaurus Summer Book by Lola Faust. Am I crazy?
I'm talking to you, so I must be crazy.
I fought in a war, mister. I did.
Wandering Souls. That sounds like a good title for a book.
Fellas die.
Which war was that exactly?
A bad one, Mr. Arthur. Oh, a real bad.
There's good wars?
He just likes talking to you sometimes? Yeah, I don't mind talking to him.
Terrible things.
He's old and
I
crazy.
ain't been the same since. I get funny. I'll go now. Don't act crazy now.
Came into a bunch of money last month. Then I got
easy now, partner.
I woke up penniless.
How come he just never asked for money now? I thought that's what he wanted. I hate that I have to... You already got some money from you? Yeah, but I mean, like, he was begging... Okay, please. There we go. Would you prefer him to ask for money? Almost, to be honest. I'd almost rather give him money instead of whatever that just was. Like the time he hugged me and was like, you could be my hero. Yeah, like the conversation, I'd rather just be like, yo, stop talking to me and take this money, my boy. Here's $1. You know? Hey! Yo, Mama Tetas. Tetas, thanks for the follow. How are you? How is it going? Yo, I think it's time for these cornrows to come out. Oh, yeah, there it is. How is it going? Thank you for the follow.
Okay there, boy.
Look at them damn dare mountains in over yonder. Makes you want to climb to the top. I kind of do want to climb this. After this, we gonna get the sword? Yes, sir. Seeing those mountains makes me want to actually climb to the top of it and see see the view from the very top. You know, you can climb. Kind of want to go to the top and see the view at night. We could try. I think we need to. It's been a pleasure, Skratsx. I posted a video in the stream self promo. With that said, have a great stream. Chat, stay classy. Yo, Wolf, we love you. Thanks for stopping in, man. I'll check out the video too. Thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate you and talking dogs with us. I hope you have a great rest of your day, sir. Thank you so much. Stay classy. We have to hog time, right? We gonna hog time. Hog tie, yeah, okay. Let me save just in case I do something stupid. Here we go. Yo, we're almost at 300 followers. Make him squeal like a little pig. Brett, we're like, what, 293? Heal that boy. He's definitely not here. Basement? Is there a basement in here? He's to the side. Okay. Oh, this is a bunker? Good one, Saul. 2. Side of the house. Wait, did I miss a house? Not this one, right? Oh, there it is. I see it. I see it. Thank you. You think you gonna hide in here, boy? Hello, I held Y. Open the door. Thank you. You think you hiding from me, boy? You got no place to run. Your stream just so relaxing to watch. I fell asleep watching. I'm glad. I'm glad that they're relaxing, you know? Sometimes he gets a little animated, but you know. He's saying they're boring. I don't think he's saying they're boring. Like, if they're boring, he just wouldn't stay in here, right? Holy fuck. Well, I'm I'm staying in here. What is this? I meant there's no incessant screaming and raging and shit. Yeah, like it's a very like. I enjoy them a lot. I'm glad. I am glad. This is great. Should I put my lantern out? I feel like a lantern would be good here. Yeah. W Scratch, W Chat, W Saul. The only time that there will be yelling, and I'm just going to warn you now, is when we go for 5-finger fillet. Legate knows. When 5-finger fillet happens, because we shouldn't have did it early. We should have waited to do 5-finger fillet, but we have to win 5 games in a row. And we're at a pretty difficult difficulty, unfortunately. And so we had to get hype. Yeah, Mr. Editor, I must say I'm alarmed by the paucity of coverage your August Journal has dedicated to recent killings in the region. Perpetrator of your crimes is clearly a man of great intelligence. Oh, so he just wants to be in the newspaper. He just wants to be famous. You know? Holy. So we put on that Elliot Yamin? Bet. It's good you're taking your time playing this, considering the fact that it came out 5 years ago and people are still finding new things in this game. That's actually wild. Yeah, let's put that Elliot Yamin on, you know? He has a camera set up. Oh, shit. That low-key jump scared me a second.
Or was this all nasty surprise? Or maybe it's both.
This game is meant to be taken slow and enjoyed. I'm enjoying the pace at which we're playing it.
I was going to be here. Which is it?
He really looks insane? Yeah, he does.
You should think about that. Save yourself thinking about what's about to happen. Now.
Where did you find this guy? So we found, I think it was yesterday. We were just kind of wandering and I saw a dead body X. So I went to it and we found like a decapitated body. And so then we found like one part of the map and we decided to finish it. I might have to buy it just to hunt clansmen. Yes. We did kill the clan yesterday too. I never played the serial kill mission ever. What the fuck? Yeah, so we found it. We found the first body hanging from a railroad bridge. And so I was like, what is this? And the Legate told me there's a serial killer thing. And it wasn't marked. It's just an X. How do you trigger it? We just saw an X after we did Javier's mission, I believe. We saw an X, and I just walked to it thinking like it was someone that got away. And we saw a decapitated body hanging with a note in a head, and a note was in his head mouth. It was nuts. And then we decided to finish it today. Yeah, it's unmarked. It's underneath the Valentine train track. Yeah. This guy legitimately does look insane. This is the kind of game I feel like I want 100%. Like, I don't really care about 100%ing a lot of games, but I kind of want 100% this. You know, that'll take forever.
I'm not going to lie. It's not.
Yo, Yusuf Sonic, thanks for the follow. How are you?
Going to
Hope you're having a good day.
And fun. I mean, it'll be fun for me, but it won't be nice for you.
Dumbass boy.
Still think you're tough?
Oh, tie that boy. Hello? Hog tie him. I certainly don't mind if this one's longer playthrough. It's worth it. I agree. Arthur, please. There we go. Gotta press that. Yeah, I was waiting for the thing to pop up. All right, let's take him to the cops. You knocked my hat off, but luckily I'll get it on my horse. Because this game has super precise animation, sometimes the angles are weird, but that's unavoidable. Yeah, I'm not complaining too much about it. I just, like, I'm fine with it. I know that sometimes... Oh. Sorry, Bear. You out of here. We got my... It's very little animation or specific angles. Yeah. We got to keep that one? Oh, yeah, after what we got to come back for it? Okay. We'll come back for it. It's Lucky's cabin. Okay. We'll come back to Lucky's cabin after this. Mark it with Z. Can I mark the pelt? What is it on controller? Just carry it and walk there. Oh, I'm gonna just mark it. Oops. I'm gonna put the waypoint. Zoom out and press add marker. Yeah, it's right here. I can't add a... Move out a little bit. There we go. There we go. We'll come back for it. We do need it after what we went through to get that. Unless we just want to walk. Like, we can walk there. I don't mind. You want to walk? We can just take it with us and walk. It's not too far a walk. Let's ride. All right. Let's ride. How'd he lose a fist fight with a fucking knife? We'll come back for it ASAP. Yep.
How you doing, boy?
We got sugar cubes for you, boy. Serial killers aren't that strong. They're just incels. That's a good point. Because he didn't put up much of a fight at all.
You're a good boy. Yeah, there, boy.
Look at him. You think he has one muscle? That's a good point. That's... Arthur's a gunslinger. He's got hands. Yeah, I know Arthur can fight.
Found that fella you were looking for?
Which fella? Put him on the floor and let's take a look at him.
Keeps. Okay, we'll put him there.
Fella been... Well, it ain't nothing nice. A lot of folk disappeared over the past few years. This sick son of a bitch, well, he ain't right in the head.
That's so.
Head over to the cellar of that broke-down shack on the road to the falls. See for yourself.
Okay, come on, you.
My name is Edmund. Edmund Lowry Jr.
It would be a dude named Edmund, huh?
I'm sure I shall. You are a frightening fella.
Oh, I'll behave, sir. I'll behave as expected.
Well, you better. And I'll get you a lawyer, don't you worry about that. And you get in that cell, calm as you be.
What the? What the fuck? Why was he making that noise? Weird ass.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
He's a chihuahua.
My My lord. What a monster.
Yeah. Well, like I said, have someone head up to his cabin. I think he killed quite a few.
Oh, there's a lot of sick bastards
That
out
was
there.
weird.
Here. Here's some money for your trouble.
W's.
Where's a deputy when you need one?
$20. Damn. All right. You know we got to go back and get. Legit. Let's go. Let's go, my boy. We got to go back. That barrel pelt. God, I hope it's still there. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, you're right. He had no hands. Like, not a single one. Pretty sure it was a ram pelt. No, we already did that one. We turned that one in. That pelt was from the bear that attacked us. Because we sold the ram pelt already. Yeah, this is the pelt of the bear that fucking mauled us. It wouldn't be much of a loss? Nah. This is more about a pride thing, you know?
There, boy.
I know legendary. This one might despawn. Yeah, it's gone. Oh well. Oh well. Pirate sword time? Yes. Yes. Why do I keep clicking the Steam one? You DM me that. So this one is on that island. Let me see. By something Willis. It's near Saint Denis. Saint Denis. Yeah, it's over. Where's that island at? Oh, I don't have it unlocked. But it is. Let me look at the picture again. It's between there. Yeah. I was looking for like a. There's a bridge right there. It's the dock on Saint Denis. Up. My map just. Why did it do that? It's the dock. Like here. I think the island's like right here, right? You can get a gold bar near the Valentine camp. Yeah, it's like right here. You can? I mean, I'm all for a gold bar. We can do that after. Yeah, sword, then gold bar. I'm all for gold. Let's get you. Oh, we are definitely going to go to a train station. What the fuck am I thinking? Yeah, we're going to a train station, buddy. All right, let's just keep riding along the road and we'll see it.
Okay there?
Good boy. Small area in front of the camp. It's a quick $500. Yo, 500. Are we finally at the point where I can buy quick travel or no? Probably not. I think we have like 4 to 5 more missions.
Easy, boy.
God, would quick travel be useful?
Good boy.
I don't remember what chapter it's available in. Oh. Well, we know it's not available in chapter 2. I don't think. All right, yeah, we'll get the gold bar after we get the sword. We also need to go back and try to get that knife.
Welcome, friend.
I used to turn off the map in this game and explore it on only the compass. Saint Denis.
Thanks.
That's actually kind of cool. That's a cool way to do it. You got to follow road signs. That's actually kind of cool. Kind of helps you learn where things are, right? You start to just kind of pick things up. Kind of like if you were walking around out here. Yeah. That's actually kind of cool. So Gator Sword, Gold Bar. We got to do that animal quest. And then we got to find that knife. I think that's the last 4 things we're gonna do. Pretty good list. Animal Quest, you know, the gator pictures that we're gonna get. I forgot what his name was. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. We can do that one after Pirate Sword is near. Okay. Yeah, we might as well knock it out. Oh yeah, it is by here. We might as well knock that one out. Then we'll get the gold bar. Then we gotta go back and find that fucking knife. Oh, is he really blind this time?
There? Do you have anything to spare for a blind man?
Aim a gun at him. Test. All right.
Oh, thank you, sir. Truly, thank you. It means a lot to me. Oh, good day to you. Do you have anything you can spare for a blind man?
He's blind. He's definitely blind. You're lucky, sir.
Won't anyone help a poor blind man?
Damn. How's it going, my brothers? How you doing, my brothers? Hola. You steal from him? It's sad. He says, thanks for the money, kind sir. Thinking someone reached down to give money to him. That's kind of fucked up, bro. I can't steal from I couldn't steal from a homeless person, but I for damn sure could not steal from a blind homeless person. You can get fast travel from chapter 2. You just need to buy it from the camp. Oh. Thank God. All right, we getting fast travel today then. Thank you, Yusuf. Thank you. Like, imagine how fucked up you have to be to steal from a blind guy who's also homeless. That's fucked up. I'd feel bad, and this is fate. Okay, can I see it better on my map now? Imagine you're blind and you thought you got money, checked your hat later, and you can't afford food tonight. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's crazy to me. That's so fucked up. Why aren't we riding Lil Jit? I was just exploring this. Oh, I was exploring. Yeah, he's out of range. I was exploring this part of town, to be honest. I should have put it in first person. There we go. I haven't really been over here. It's the factory section. Trying to see if I can get the island. Where's the island at? It's over there. Okay, I can see the islands now. Let me look at the map again. Because I couldn't see the islands. So it's on... Okay. So on the islands, it's like here. So I just have to swim it? Oh no, I have to go around. Fuck. I could swim it, but I feel like there's dangerous stuff in the water. Is there like dangerous, crazy animals in the water? If not, I'll just swim it. Yeah, let's swim. Maybe gators. Oh God. I have to third person this. Yeah, you never catch me swimming in the bayou. See how murky this water is? There's no way. You go under? We're dead. Also, watch your stamina. It's great. Quick, you're going to drown if you don't take stamina potions. Yeah. There we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. My health is draining. Why is my health draining? Oh, God. Yeah, this was an idea, huh? This was an idea. Drink, I am. We'll fortify that, and then we need to... You're not actually? There we go. Oh, we're fucking... We can't! It's not working! We're dead! We're dead! Alright, now we know. Oh, now we know we can't. Okay. Yeah, Arthur's not a strong swimmer, apparently. Blub blub. Alright, now we know. You know, don't try swimming. That's not Arthur's bag. That's not what Arthur's here to do. He's a land person. Nice drip, it fits Arthur. I do like it. We picked it out a few streams ago. The mustache too. Kind of Tom Petty-like, isn't it? All right, let's just go the long way. Let's explore this district. Oh, cinematic camera? I find it funny because Jonah can't swim in the first game because of spec limits on the PS3. They made it just a lore thing that he can't. Interesting. Yeah, I can't do cinematic camera and do this. I can't fucking see the direction. I wish they'd kept the mini map on doing the cinematic shit, but you know, it is what it is. Howdy, brother. You can go ahead. Hey, yo, what's up, Taylor? How are you? Let's ride the boy. The horse will auto drive in cinematic mode. Doing well, my man. I'm so glad to hear it. How's Red Dead going? It's going great. We just we did the serial killer side quest. Now we're looking for a pirate sword. Let's brush this boy. You know? Still on chapter 2 though, Taylor. We have not advanced in the story at all. You know, not even a little bit. So he just goes in cinematic mode?
Come on, get clear.
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't automatically.
Nancy.
Hold X. Oh.
I'll help you die. That's what you want.
If he shoots me, I swear to God. Yeah, sounds about right. So many side quests to do. Yeah. I remember there being auto ride function. If he shoots me, I swear on everything, it's over for him. Oh, he's red. He's gonna try to shoot me too. He started it, right? Can I shoot him or no? He did it first. Yeah, like he shot me.
Okay, Zoe.
Burn in hell.
That's what I'm saying. Burn. I didn't even do anything. I literally was just walking. And he shot me. Morning, my brother. Like, what the hell was that? NPCs in this game have no chill. You're right. You get an Arabian horse. It's one of the best. Yusuf, I'm not gonna lie. That gives me PTSD. I tried to get it. It took me 7 hours, Yusuf. 7 hours. Right? 3 hours on stream, 4 hours off stream. I got it and didn't know you can only keep 2 horses and it got away. So now we've discovered our new favorite horse. Lil Jit. You know what I'm saying? We've been through a lot together, me and this horse. Lil Jit's the best horse in the world, my brother. He cannot be replaced at all. Look at him. Look how big and strong he is. Now this is a horse. Lil Jit. You know what? You know what he deserves? Give him a sugar cube. There you go, boy. There you go, boy. If we get a female, the horse, we naming it Lil Bit. Just heard something. Oh, he's right there.
Please. I need medicine. Oh.
We're being a little too nice. Gives us more room to kill the annoying people. That's true.
Over there, and it was like a gunshot.
Honestly, you deserve it with them mutton chops.
Oh.
If you got mutton chops, I'm sorry. I just can't.
Flowers, tiny little bastard.
Don't be eating random plants in the wilderness. Very true.
I owe you my life.
Yeah, eating just random plants is just a stupid idea. Dumb boy. I like helping those NPCs because some of them give you free shop items. Yeah, if I get free items, look, hey.
That's my boy.
I'm with it. I know I've commented on this before, but I like the difference you can hear in Arthur's voice as he bonds more with the horse. Like he's a lot nicer to it than he used to be, you know? Yeah, it's really nice. Like that's a good touch. Oh shit. There's a lot of gators out here. Oh shit.
Easy now.
I remember trying to knife them. Yeah, it was great. Legit freaked out. Where can I? Yeah, I'm gonna get off. Oh, I can't. There's a gator right there. Legit, you're not safe. Run. Run. Okay, so we need to get... Bro, I think we're still dead. That's a... there's some tragic backstory at the worst. Yeah, it was. I can't get it again, Yusuf. That's a baby gator. We're gonna be strapped for this. But if there's a baby gator around, that means there's a mama gator around. You think we can... Oh, that's a turtle. Don't hold your guns while swimming. It degrades them. Oh. Okay. You think we can make it over there? We have to be able to make it that far, right? What we have to do is fortify everything. You think so? Or do we fortify? We can't. Let's try it. We can make it easily, no fortify? Okay. Let's go, Arthur. Arthur's not that bad a swimmer. Let's hope not. What was that sound? What sound?
Another settlement has sent word that they need our help. I'll mark it on your map. Go find out what they need.
Garvey.
We could use more settlements supporting our cause.
I started sound in the water. Oh, fuck. Was it these fish? That's a big ass fish. You my fish now, boy. It's a... Damn. It's a 3-star. But I can't... It's a 3-star... Holy shit. Call little Jit over here. Them gators looking a little too... They're looking a little too hungry. The fuck was that? Why am I seeing red? Check the map to see where he's at. We're just coming. I can see him call him again. Wait. Did you see that? What's this? This the weapon? It is. As I'm running, I think the red was something attacking him. Is he gonna die, bro? Oh, here he is. Here he is. What the fuck was that? Swim, boy. Oh, no. I'm scared for him. Oh, God. Run, boy. There's one coming over this way. I can see him. Yeah, run. How do I store it? Just in the cargo? Won't let me. Oh, there it is. All right. Stay there, boy. I'll be right back. Should I make him flee? Yeah, get out of here. You're good. He just dropped my fucking fish in the water. No, he didn't. Okay. Let's go. He has it on him? Okay. Hey, watch out. I'll shoot you. This ain't like that other time. Oh, no, no, no. Stop. Stop, Arthur. Arthur, get up. I pressed the wrong button. It's broken. Baby gator, not much of a threat. All right, let's do it. Let's get out of here. That was it, right? It's got a little dent, but it still works perfectly. All right, I got it. Yeah. That's it. You can go to Alberto now. Yeah. He's close, so. A fisherman. Hold on, little Jit. 1 second. I don't hold the nut. Yeah.
Howdy. Nice to get away from it all, ain't it?
All right.
Well, don't let me spoil your peace.
Bye.
Oh. Okay.
Let's go, boy.
But yeah, he still has it on him. So, should we sell that fish or do we cook the fish? He's not rude, but he's not very talkative. I respect it. Yeah, we should sell it. Okay. Now we need to go to here. So I guess while we're here, we'll sell it to Trapper, I guess. Yo, Chefs. Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? How was your stream?
Yeah.
Welcome in, Raiders.
Ooh.
Welcome in. Welcome in.
Did he get a fill?
We just got a
saying Cookie.
Broken pirate sword.
All right, we'll go to Cookie then.
You know, we're in the bayou.
Bet.
Ending too? All right.
Yeah, I'm ending too. I've been streaming for 3 hours.
How are y'all? How was stream, Chefs? How are you doing?
All right.
All right.
Papa Skratsx, yo, what's up, Chefs? I hope you're doing well. We gotta stab someone with the pirate sword. Oh, we will. We gotta get out. We gotta get away from all these gators, though. How's it going, everybody? Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you had a good stream. Good stream, Shep. That is kind of a tongue twister. How was your stream? What'd you play? You're okay, boy.
There, boy.
We just kind of been
Okay,
wandering. And we can finally defeat the gator with the pirate sword. You want to try it? Do we try it? We'll try to fight a gator with a pirate sword.
Yeah.
In a bit, yeah, after we do these missions. But thank you again, Sheps, for the raid. I really appreciate that. Thank you for trusting me with the community. You know, I hope that I doubt it'll go well. We played some Journey to the Savage, planet kicking alien birds. Yo.
What cargo you bringing through here?
That sounds pretty interesting.
Looking for cargo here.
We're trying to get these supplies to the federal building. Saint Denis.
Are these are Confederates, aren't they? Oh, hell no, brother. Sort them? Bet.
Still ain't got no authority.
Real Lemoyne state government's running this rook.
Raiders attack!
Damn scoundrel!
Damn. This sword is cool. No, sir. Oh, your whole vibe, of course. I would trust you my vibes. Yo, I appreciate that. Get out of here, you damn Confederates. You're welcome, brothers. I like the takedowns when you don't tackle them. Yeah, I think I was running a bit too fast. A bit too fast. Oh, no, I don't want to pick you up. No, 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 no. Drop him. Drop him, brother. That first one, though, was wild. You can run, then stop for a second and begin attacking. Okay. So I should run, use the slowdown button, and then do it. Okay. 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 But that first one was crazy. He just... Yeah. All right, let's get out of here before the cops come. Look at the ground. Every cart and every footprint is there. Yeah, that's true. They really did think about how... They really did animate this very well. Bum, 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 bum. Welcome to Saint Denis. It's all been registered. All right, let's go to the trapper real quick. We got my fish. My first fish caught in this game was a 3. Okay, bro. What are you doing? I just noticed what you were talking about and how they kind of veer into you. Because you saw that. There was no reason you needed to go diagonal. But it wasn't really caught. True. It kind of rolled to me. It did kind of roll to me. It's a perfect fish, though. The perfect 3-star. It's like I'm a fisherman. Just a feature Rockstar adds. I just use mods to remove it. Yeah. I just noticed that. And I've noticed it in Grand Theft Auto a lot. The only time it really stops is when you have a police car.
Come on, move it.
It causes some funny scenes. I agree. I'm just not trying to kill my horse. Voice crack? No, I had a hiccup. It was weird. It was kind of a voice crack, but I had a hiccup.
Hello, Mr. House. How do you do?
Wait, that wasn't him. Who were they looking for?
Excuse me, partner.
He's the guy in the top. Oh, there he is. I see him.
Somebody help me. Gav? Gav?
Hello, sir.
Nope.
Somebody help me.
Hey there.
Hello.
He's the guy in the top. Not this one, right?
Hey there.
Yeah, you're just gonna look at me crazy. This top hat.
Gentlemen.
How do you do?
Nope. Oh, this top hat. They're all wearing top hats.
Hello.
No. This guy in the top hat?
Hello there.
Listen, have you seen... I'm looking for my friend, Gavin.
Bro, you were too close.
I don't know any Gavin.
Why are you so close, bruh?
English bloke. Lovely fella. He went missing and now I'm all alone.
Good luck.
This guy's insane. You can find him searching areas around the map for someone named Gavin for years. He's not a real person.
That's too bad.
Bro, can you back up? Some people think this guy has multiple personality disorder.
What's your problem?
I could see that. I actually could see that. He does seem kind of different. You know what I'm saying? It's a little different. Looks around everywhere for someone who doesn't exist that fits his description. Exactly. Exactly. You can kind of tell he's a little off. Okay, here we go. Officer. MFDFC. Yo, hey. Hey, Dem. How are you? How you doing, my brother? Welcome in. Yeah, he definitely fits the description. Oh, I need Lil Jit over here. I forgot I was selling the fish.
Hello, sir. God help. That's right. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. How are y'all doing? Fuck is happening? Probably eat a little food. We can cook some too. I don't have any big game? Damn. Drink the elixir. It gives you permanent bonuses. It's the wine bottle looking thing. This one? Do I want the ginseng one? Or is there a moonshine? Ginseng. Got it. Okay. Seeing you're playing one of the best games you could have played. I enjoy this game a lot. Drink one more. I'm enjoying this game a lot. It's my first time ever playing it. And I'm kind of just slowly but surely exploring the world. We haven't done much of the main story. Gives you health experience. Oh, I did not know that.
Come on now, boy.
So if I find ginseng, should I just drink it immediately? Yeah, I've never played. I've just been slowly but surely experiencing the world, doing side quests and stuff. Are you in Saint Denis? Yes, sir, I am. We've explored so much of the map that I probably shouldn't have been in due to storylines.
You just don't like Chinese people. You won't see any more of my money.
Yeah, I'm in chapter 2.
It's only temporary. This'll all be sorted out soon, I promise. Hey, the whole saloon's overrun with rats. I'm losing business left and right. I need to get someone to get rid of them from me. I'll pay very well. I just need it done.
All right, calm down. Let me see what I can do.
Oh, thank God.
Just put a snake in there.
Sure not to bang around the place too much.
You gotta shoot all the rats? I figured. Let me in this here saloon. You get paid more or less. Oh. You get paid more the less unnecessary damage you cause. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh. You gotta use Deadeye for harder shots. Fuck. Yeah, I should have Deadeyed that one. How many rats are there? How'd that one not die? See how your health is limited in size currently, and it doesn't all the way fill once you're max level. It will fill all the way. Okay. Wish I had that vermin gun. That would be perfect for this mission. Also, your cores are red. You need some big game meat. Yeah, I need to cook some. I don't have any more. I was looking for that when we were looking for the elixir. I need to make some more. You got other canned foods? Yeah, I could do that. Where's the mother rats at? Look for it. I'm pretty sure you have a big game. You just want to look in the right section. Isn't it here? This is where I've always found it. I don't have one. Yeah, I need to make some. I think we have meat to make it. I just haven't made it. You consume a bunch of canned stuff? All right. A bread chunk. Okay, didn't mean to do that. Let me finish these rats and then I'll do it. Feels a little disgusting to eat amongst these Oh, there you are. We did it. We got those damn vermin out of here.
Thanks, mister. Take this. Ooh, you earned every cent.
I killed worse.
$14. Not bad. I like this beard look. So, I like this beard look, right, that Arthur has, but we can't get that at the barbershop, unfortunately. We have to go clean shaven and then just let it grow a little bit. I wish I could get it.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you, sir.
All right, let's have a look.
It was this one, right? I'm assuming because that's an odd amount of money. If you didn't miss a single shot, it would have been more. Probably. It's this one, right? It has to be this. It's that one.
Done.
There we go.
Hello.
What's up, kitty? Only legendary animals sell a ton. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay. Now, go see good old Albert. I recommend you eat a little bit. Your weight is affected with how much or much time you eat or don't eat. Yeah, I've noticed that he's underweight. We should just eat the canned stuff. $250 is still a lot for this time still. It's pretty good. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. That's still a decent bit, to be fair. We're not going to drink right now. Slightly damages stamina. My Arthur's always underweight? Yeah, mine's pretty underweight. So. There we go. It's pretty good. Let's go do our gator quest, boy. Here we go. Yeah, Arthur, I think he's gonna stay that way because I only really eat when it's time to heal, so. I don't really eat for just to eat, you know what I mean? Excuse me, buddies.
Hey. Easy.
Kind of tired. Every time I see smoke now, I'm like conditioned to run towards it. And then I think what we'll do tomorrow is we'll do main story quests. Average weight, you can resist more attacks, but it affects negatively the stamina, but not by that much. That makes sense. That may be the better build, Dim, to be fair. Like right in the middle. And do you usually are you usually good Arthur or are you bad Arthur? Are you like somewhere in between? Like for your honor.
Don't jaw at me, you hear? You got a problem, pal? You got some mouth on you, boy.
Damn. Damn. It is crazy how that'll do. Like, remember we saw the animal do that the other time when I missed and it shot in the neck instead of the head? I'm more good, Arthur, but I kill everyone I need to kill, even if they're innocent. I feel that. Yeah, so like how we have it right now, you see our honor thing? We've built up a little bit so we can do some kills if we need to. You know? We do need the shotgun. Semi-auto. And we get that sweet, sweet store discount. You were right about that. $50% off don't sound too bad. I do say so myself. That scenery, huh?
Take more than a large reptile to consume you. They creep up on you, you know.
Huh? Mr. Morgan.
How are you?
Well, sir.
What are you working on?
Do you know anything
This
about...
idiot again. I
Only
know.
the basics. Avoid them wherever possible.
Well, did you know that in the last 50 years, we've killed 90%?
You say that like it makes you sad.
Also, it's recommended to do some bounties. You can get paid real good. We've done a few bounties so far.
One of them's got you.
The money is good for bounties.
Yes, I will make some creature a very happy lunch one of these days.
Let's try and avoid that from happening today. When you stay there, you'll get a great shot. Then you'll get eaten.
What a way to go.
Why don't we take this boat out, and I'll protect you. Come on, get in the boat. He'll be fine.
Hell no.
If you really think that's necessary.
I would never, never, ever get on this boat.
Wolves had eaten you.
Really?
Yes.
You know, I wouldn't. Arthur's encouraging him. I feel like he knows what's going to happen now, right?
They're the nasty ones.
All right, then. Oh, I saw a movement to the north of us. Oh, and to the west. Oh, and to the northwest, there. That's probably where we should look.
We're going to go around. He might want him to get killed. I think so.
Line me up so I can get the shot.
I'll try.
All right, I'm going to go around.
You'll scare them away.
Close, but not too close. Got it.
We're going to go this way to get the top one, and then we'll veer around.
Right. There, in the cane brake. That's a likely spot for one.
Oh, there's one right there.
Okay.
There, in the channel. You see its head? Okay, up there. Line us up to it. Excellent. Beast in repose. All is calm as the predator lurks.
You seen Gavin's friend?
All right, now.
The one that's yelling Gavin? Just randomly in the street? If so, then yes. We saw him like a few minutes ago.
Then alligators.
Maybe you can take.
He's like a crazy guy in a top hat. Yeah.
Very droll.
He was just yelling, Gavin.
Excursionists shoot from the deck of a paddle steamer, chugged up the waterways and churned whole bayous into mud. Thankfully,
You also met him before, but you couldn't find him. Yeah, I probably heard him. I just couldn't
Now, why didn't we think of that?
get off of the land here. Back into the bayou. Is the gator going to knock the boat over? How funny would that be? We also get so confused with random encounters in cities from how many people there are. Yeah, there's a lot. Oh, there's a legendary gator right here. Let's turn around and go here, and then we'll go there. Could you imagine if the gator just knocked the boat over?
19 feet, 21 feet with a 5-foot head. What? They found some big bulls in these parts. Surely they did.
That's not the legendary gator. That's the normal one.
Two idiots are sitting in a
Oh.
12-foot skiff.
Oh, yeah, the regular one would have a crown on it, huh? Right? It would have a crown above its head? Yeah.
This is in the 70s, 80s. All the really big gators have been hunted out and killed. More the shame, I say. It's terrible.
Ain't shame to this rowing fool. who values his
This is just not a smart idea.
body. It's them or us, especially with the big ones.
Even in 1899, I wouldn't be bored enough to want to go take pictures of gators like this. I posted a picture of the legendary gator so you know what to look like. You know what to look for? It's crazy. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yo. That's actually kind of crazy. Okay. Yeah, so that makes it easier. Yeah, we're playing peekaboo with gators. He's that guy in 1899. Peekaboo. Fucking. It's golden.
Oh, look. On that little beach. Boars. If we're in luck, an alligator won't be far away.
Saving alligators, but you don't mind that pork chop getting butchered.
Pork chop isn't in danger of extinction.
Look at those hogs. Oh, it's right there.
It's got it. Quick, quick. I must get this shot. We caught him. In the middle of his dinner. This is history making, truly. Nature in all its glory and cruelty.
Could have been you if you stayed on that bank where I found you.
The other one. That pork is dead.
Don't.
Yeah, that's tough. Mr. Pig is dead. It was a good hunt, though. You know, he got them when they weren't really suspecting it. Pretty good. Let's go the other way. It's probably not best to do that. We want to keep working. Okay. And what we good one, Yoru. We want to keep working in what we've got, or try to find an RP server, trying to plan shit out? I kind of feel just because of how random we are, it's better to stick with what we're doing. Did you play the first game? I have not.
We stop too long.
Hey, Badge.
Start getting curious.
Right? Because of how random things we are, I think we just have to try to avoid. We have to try to avoid the hackers, you know? As hard as that is. I don't know how we're gonna do that, but we have to try to. We have to turn this boat around.
If I could take that fellow's likeness, it might just save him from the taxidermist.
I feel like RP may be a little too limiting, you know? Maybe a little too limiting in terms of all that we can do. Wants you to lure out the gator. Rotate the boat to face west. Slightly decline the nice ones and then just hop. Yeah.
Maybe I want this monster stuffed in.
This is crazy.
That's the spirit. Out you go then. Get him to notice you and then turn tail and run.
Gotta run it out.
If I'm eating, I hope he eats. Oh, he's awake.
There'll be no need for an instrument of killing. Quick, jump in the boat. In. Got him. What a specimen.
Nearly got him eating me.
Oh, you can't kill it? Okay.
Do without you, sir. I really don't.
Woo.
We can congratulate ourselves on a job well done, Mr. Morgan. Take us back where we began.
Anyway, I hope you got something worth printing.
Oh, assuredly. The nation will see these beautiful.
Yo, COD Twitter's mad. What's wrong? Wasn't there an update today?
No. Well, yes.
What happened?
It's not a bad thing. This is America, after all.
So glad that's what they get. What happened?
That borders on macabre. Loving killers is part of our makeup.
I gotta look. I'll look in a second. Yeah, that update sucked. Yo, Yoru, are you in here?
I hope we've changed.
Yoru, you play COD, right? Heard it's not going well.
Cream cheese coochie on lock.
Yoru, you play COD, right? Are you still in here? If you are, Let me know if you played the update. Oh, you know who made? Let me see if Tim has reacted to it. Tim the Tabman's a good one. That sound's gonna haunt you? Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Wow. People just expect too much from a game that doesn't have any relevancy anymore. Damn. You're gonna be like 70 and still hearing it in your nightmares? Yeah. Yeah, like I'll have kids one day and they'll be playing it. Someone will play them that sound and I'll be like, oh God. Someone's gonna play it for my mom one day. You know, it's gonna be.
That should do it.
Yes.
These pictures you're taking.
Yes.
They gonna be any good?
What would your mom think? She'd just shake her head. She'd be like, she'd shake her head. She'd be like, what is that from? And I'd be like, it's out of context.
But the agent of beauty is a
It's out of context. You had to be there.
A few lucky shots.
You sure do make me laugh that way you talk about yourself, Mr. Mason.
Well, I'm good for laughing at, if nothing else.
I didn't mean it like that.
I know. Still, I feel such a fool round you, sir.
Don't worry about it.
Oh. I foresaw many an ignominious future for myself, but never damsel in distress.
Well, good luck, Mr. Mason.
Does Arthur have mutton chops? No. Have you tried robbing the train? We robbed the train early in the game. He does not have mutton chops, thank God. It's just his beard is growing back, you see? Like the beard is growing back. We robbed the train early, but we haven't done one since. This length is slightly too long for the beard, don't you think? Like, I like it when it's closer. Right now, it's too long. All right. Where was that knife at? Because I need that knife. Where was that knife? Let me look. What was the name? We got this. Is it the Civil War knife? Fort Bernard. Okay. Fort Bernard is by. I see that. Fort Bernard is north of Saint Denis. Okay. We're in Saint Denis already. North. By Canasel River. Okay, so here. So would it be like, what is this? Bait shop. I can buy bait now? Over here? It's not, no, that's not north. It's like up here, right? Is it this? You don't gotta, is it this? Oh, here it is, Fort Bernard. Yep. We got it. Let's go. Go find that goddamn knife. Hey, piggy. Sue-wee. Oh, shit. I didn't even see that gator. That one scared me. You need a fishing rod before you can use that bait? Watch out, there's gators, my boy.
Yeah, you're all right there, boy.
Yeah, he freaked the fuck out. That gator actually scared me. I didn't see that one. There are also specific horses in this game that have danger resistance. There's one species that doesn't even react to gators.
Yeah.
Damn.
How you doing, boy?
My opinion, I like the beard to just grow a lot and then cutting it completely. There's a lot of time skips in this game, so that doesn't last long. Yeah, the beard grows back pretty quick. I like just... Okay, buddy, what the fuck? I like just the mustache look, or maybe like a little bit of beard. But I guess maybe let it grow and then do a big chop a little bit later. May do that. You're starting to notice the Matrix? I am. like, whoa. Yeah, with those NPCs running. Yeah, I've started to notice it. Like, what? At first I was kind of oblivious, but now I'm actively noticing when they just go. But if I did that, they'd be mad.
Easy, boy.
What you talking about? So, I don't know if you noticed, but if you're riding your horse, right? Biggest bro Skratsx. Yo, what's up, Jazzy? How are you? If you're riding your horse, right, and someone's riding their horse towards you, they'll veer their horse to you. To, like, almost hit you. Ooh, Red Dead? Yes, yes. We're still on chapter 2, though. Yeah, it's a purposeful feature also. We have not made very much story progress. You haven't noticed? I've started noticing it today. Oh, you have noticed. Okay. Yeah, Jazzy, we started like a week ago, and we've made a lot of side story progress and just doing random stuff, but we have not really made story progress. It's fun, though. That's amazing. Sunset? I do like the sunset here. All right, let's go around. Oh, it's actually marked now. Yay, it's marked. That makes it way easier. Be careful with the bounty hunters or the robbers. They can appear anytime, and I mean anytime. Yeah, I know. We've had bounty hunters show up several times for me. I paid off my bounties. Yo, Zip36, thanks for the fuck. Oh shit, that's a snake. That's a gosh damn snake. What's up? What's up? What's up? We're getting a knife that I forgot to get. I see it. I see that daggum snake. Yeah, slither away, you damn rattlesnake. Get out of here. We were here for a mission. Yeah, I paid all my bounties, but before that, we had people after me. Was down. Where's the oh, it's right there. There it is. It's downstairs. Yeah, I was looking for the basement entrance. I don't know how I got here, but how you doing? Yo, I'm glad, I'm glad you're here, though. I am glad you're here. Welcome in. We got it. A Civil War knife, brother. We did it.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
That's pretty much us. We do a lot of shooting in here like a real cowboy. All right, we got it. Let me see this bad boy. I inspect it. You can find a Viking hat in this game with an ancient tomahawk. That sounds cool. I like that. Yeah, I wish I could inspect knives. I should probably clean these. Inspecting a knife would be cool. They should have let you. Especially because there's different knives. There's another goddamn snake. All right. Now that we're away from the snake, what do we want to do? Red Dead 1 was a 10 out of 10 in 2010. Oh, I'd imagine so. I could actually see that being a 10 out of 10 from all the features and stuff you gave to. I think all we have left is John Marston. Right? Is this a good quest? Oh, that gold. Where is it? It's in Valentine. Correct? Valentine? No. It's in front of Valentine, isn't it? See the tiny houses beneath the J. The J in... The J quest. Oh, like right here? This game is still 20 out of 10 now. How close to fast travel? That's what we need to get. So we're going to get the gold. Then I think we buy the fast travel. If we can. These houses, right? It's in here. The sand. I've barely played. I mean, I'm not gonna say I've barely played this game. We put in like what on stream, probably like 50 something hours already, I think, or close to it. And I love this game. You got to sell the gold to a fence. Okay, so let's go get the gold. Well, we need to go to a train station first. Let's go to a train station. We'll go to Emerald Station, and then we'll let's check stream hours. Steam. So we're looking at 67 hours. We put 67 hours in, and we're on chapter 2. Damn. 67 hours in, and we're on chapter 2. Is the average full playtime? But how many of those hours, though, were we gambling and shit? You know? DC's the way. Like, I don't fucking know. We spent a lot of time gambling, wandering around, just kind of enjoying the game, you know? I think Saul was right. Like, this is one of those games where we should just enjoy it. You know, don't rush through it. Doing a whole lot of nothing. Yeah. Very true. We need to have a progress stream pretty soon, though. That we need that. We do need to have we need to at least get to chapter 3. You know, about time. Yeah, we haven't had one in a while. We need a. I say tomorrow. See, it just happened again. Chapter 3 grind stream. Yeah, tomorrow we're going straight for chapter 3. Like, we can't stop until. Damn, I was too.
He didn't give a hoot. This ain't your business. Go. I don't want to die.
I got you, lady. Full steam ahead. I got you, lady. One double barrel. Welcome to the Murphy Brewer. There's a gang of cannibals. These are cannibals? Cut free. They live in these hills. Interesting. Ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am, wait. The 8 people who pass by, you can find dead bodies hung up in their caves. Whoa. Ma'am. Ma'am. You need a ride. Ma'am. She's just running. Let's loot the bodies. Okay. Is she just gonna keep on running? Lasso her? Should I lasso her? Catch her and lasso her? Then be like, you gonna talk to me. She gonna be eaten by wolves, I just heard. Uh-oh. Strawberry biscuit acquired. Okay, Phyllis. You gotta let me know what you think. I'm so interested. Open cover sin. Okay. Loot. You can kind of tell these people are cannibals from how they look. Yeah. They look kind of wild, huh? Oh, he saw me looting the bodies. Damn. I'll be trying in about 10 minutes. Okay. Perfect, perfect. Wow, look at these. Whoa. Look at it. Look at that sky. Don't like they need to do that for food. True. We got the good stars. Look at it. You can kind of see the... Okay. Food seems plenty. Like, there's a lot of it, it looks like. They're just weird. I think if we go north... Yeah, that's by choice. 100%. I agree. I think if we go north, we can see the northern lights in this game. We're gonna have to try that one time. when we climb a mountain or some shit after we maybe on the mountain. That's what I'm thinking. Look at the stars though. That's actually really cool. That's actually really cool. I like that. But you can kind of see the northern lights, right? So I guess they'd have to be further. I mean, obviously they'd be further north, but we'll have a mountain climbing stream one day after chapter 3. The UFO cult house. That would be a good one. That'd be a good place to look. Can you jack the train? We sure can, right? We could just steal it. Let's see. Let's save first. We could just steal the train, right? I gotta see what that looks like. Hop in front of it. Okay. The front is over here. Go to the front. Don't walk onto the front. Okay. Okay, we're gonna die. Yeah, it started. I would have died. Jump on. Go to the front. Come on, Arthur.
You need to leave.
You need to leave. Hey. We did it. It's our train now. This is our train, damn it. Yo, that guy's keeping up, huh? Oh no, we're losing him. Look at little Jit keeping up. All right. Wait, we can reverse it? We can make our getaway now? Yeah. Let's get out of here. Hold on, let me ride into the field real quick. Get Chip. Good job, little Jet. Look at these skies. We gotta go back for that camp to see. Wait, we gotta go back for that camp. See to the side. Yeah. We're going to. Oh. Oh yeah, we do have to see the smoke. Yeah, you're right. We're here though. No, we're not. We're way the fuck over here. Never mind. Where's that smoke? Oh, I see it. Honestly, that smoke is what's really distracting us a lot. That's what really gets us off. Yeah, we're gonna see what's going on over there. That smoke is what really throws us off, you know? Think they're nice? Yes or no? Nay. I think they got some good food.
The hell you creeping about like a damn snake in the dark there?
Excuse me, brother.
Don't worry. I ain't here to cause you no trouble.
Shoot him or not?
But be quick about it.
Thanks.
Do what you think is best. Kind of want his stuff. He doesn't seem to be too progressive. True.
I damn near fell asleep in a saddle.
We can cook here? Oh yeah, we do need to cook.
It's hard riding, but it damn sure beats.
Yeah, stop talking to me, please.
Be sitting away in some honky tonk.
Let's get that cooked quick. Stow it. Let's cook another.
Place like this, get even old Skratsx to give guys.
I should have killed him. His voice lines are annoying. I'm killing him. I'm killing him. I want his stuff, so I'm gonna kill him. You know?
Whole lot of ugly business here.
Lasso him and throw his body on the fire. I like the way you think. We're gonna do that.
Damn, hotter than hellfire today.
I forgot to tell you, I tried the cookies oatmeal. What'd you give it, Petty? What would you rate it? Don't hog tie him, but drag him along. Okay.
Done wasted enough time chewing cud.
Damn, we have a lot. 7 out of 10? Damn. That's higher than I thought it would be, to be honest.
Hold on now. I swear I seen your face before.
Uh-oh. He's seen me.
Just okay now.
Come on, buddy. Damn. Same, it looks bad? Yeah, it looks pretty bad. Damn. But I couldn't hate on it even though I wanted to. Yeah, because, like, where's the picture? Oh, did you like the, you had one of the cookies, the carrot cake ones? Do you have one of those? Like, I saw this and I was like, there's no way. No honor loss if you burn him as well? Rockstar didn't predict that move. They didn't. Leave my picture alone. Yeah, I tried the cookie. Did you like it? The oatmeal one looks interesting. I know you didn't. So I know you didn't eat this one. I know you didn't. To be honest, when I made it, it looked worse. Really? W rat dropping oatmeal. I know you didn't eat this one. But what I'm wondering this one. That's the one I'm really wondering. So that's how we're going to do it from now on, Legate. We're going to drag him. You're right, it's still in the fridge. I knew you weren't getting that one. Damn. Hey, thanks, friend. He looks like Anakin. He does. Damn. They really didn't see that one coming. And we lost no honor. Let me take a look at your lockbox. Carrot cake is a top 2 cake, so of course the cookie was delicious. I agree with you, Petty. Burnt chicken nugget. Wish I had more, to be honest. I wish they didn't go away after a week, you know? Can't check the tool and tobacco. We'll take the salmon. And that's all we could take. I love the carrot cake cookie. That one was great. And you're right. Carrot cake is a top 2 cake. It's up there with red velvet, you know? I fuck with red velvet. That's like my favorite. Okay. Oh, let's go back to those houses. That's where we're going. I'm happy it does. Otherwise, it would live in my house. True. True. Anytime a camp NPC is rude, burn him. That's exactly what we're going to do. Now that I know we get no honor loss for that. Red Velvet 1A, Carrot 1B. Was that a skunk? I agree. It is a skunk. Oh. I agree. Red Velvet 1A, Carrot 1B. They're both so good. But the only thing, my stipulation with carrot cake is it better not have no fucking raisins in it. If they put raisins in it, I can't have it. I hate raisins. So I've had some where they put raisins in and just ruined it for me.
Morning.
Morning, sir. I didn't just commit a heinous act. They have a cinnamon roll cookie this week. Looks good. Ooh. I kind of need to try that. That sounds really good. I do love a good cinnamon roll. I finally had a carrot cake with raisins a couple years ago and I was insulted. Yeah, it's not like you keep the raisins out. Keep them out. Arthur's such a great man for that. I agree. You know? Honestly, we helped that man out a little bit. We freed him. Oh, more smoke. That's a hunter? I didn't even know it was a thing, so it was shocking. Yeah, I knew it was a thing first because when my mom was looking up how to make them, she put raisins in. I was like, what the fuck is that? I have yet to meet someone that likes raisins. I can't. I don't fuck with them. Raisins are...
Whoa, whoa, steady there. I'll scare away my dinner.
Legate, you like raisins?
Well, you chose a fair spot.
Raisins are good in the trash. I agree. Yo, Legate, you know what we're going to do here? Let's leave him alone. He's going to be hunting for a while. Oh, I was going to say, what if we let him catch his food? Let's let him catch his food, and then we tie him up and take his food. Or no? That's a good idea. All right, we're going to chill. Let's chill here.
Yes, I know where you are.
Oh, I see what he's hunting. Did he get it?
Got him! Did you see that? Perfect!
Tie him up, then eat his food in front of him.
Stop this right now!
That's my food, brother.
You'll be all right.
That's my coyote. Let's not kill him. Just tie him up and steal it. That's exactly what I'm doing. That's my coyote. Hey. He gonna live with that pain. Be careful who you trust, brother. Be careful who you trust, brother. Because this is mine now. His masculinity's gone. That's mine, brother.
Someone help me!
I'll be taking this. The Giga Chat Arthur stole the coyote. See if I can do one more thing. Whoa.
What?
Thanks for the food, sir. See you later. Stand behind him to loot him. Oh. I need to clean my guns, too. Well, good luck, sir.
This is very kind of you.
Thank you. Stole his food, his money, and his pride. Damn, look at this little ass horse. Look at it. Little ass horse. Smack his horse. Oh, shit. Holy shit. Yeah, that wasn't a good idea. All right, let's go to the smoke. Oh, shit. He's away. He's up. Hold on. I got this. I'm not going to kill you. I'm not killing you. We're not going to kill you, brother.
Please don't do this.
Now we escape. Not again. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Good job, Lil Jet. Good job there. That man's having a terrible day. It happened twice. See what's going on here? Oh, it's okay.
Hey there, friend. Come. Stop on by for a moment.
And his horse is gone. True.
The name's William. Arthur.
Nice to meet you, William.
Study of plants, my friend. Familiar ain't quite the word I'd use.
He gotta walk home if he gets loose.
This great earth beneath our feet can provide everything.
He thought he was really gonna fight me.
But we've only reached a tiny bit of his potential. You see, there are thousands, maybe millions.
Strawberry Biscuit, 6 out of 10. Is it the film?
All across this vast
Is it the film that ruins it, Phyllis?
The mountains, the plains, the swamps.
Shit dry as fuck. I mean, it is Popeyes. You know, it is Popeyes. It's not quite as dry. Well, the one I had wasn't as dry.
Sure.
You still got that dinosaur bone hunt? I forgot about that. It's not as dry as a regular one. Yours had a burnt taste? Mine didn't have a burnt taste.
Kindness, beauty.
Mine didn't have that. But the thing that was a downside is mine left a film.
Nasty.
You know?
Well, let's see if maybe we can do something about that. I'll see.
That was an awkward silence.
I'm looking for a plant called yarrow. You can distinguish it by its red flowers. It shouldn't be too hard to find.
I think whoever cooked ours fucked up. I think so. Maybe they cooked the film off. I think so. I think they probably fucked it up. Once you just search for yarrow, look around for a second.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I randomly picked it up. I didn't get a film, but it's burnt for sure. Yeah, that means whoever made it fucked it up.
This stuff does have medicinal
They
properties.
fucked it up. Like, they definitely did. It's gonna give you some. The lady was mad when we asked her for sauces. Yeah, she fucked your stuff up.
You're a horseman, I know. You'll want to have this on hand.
What is that? What's a remedy?
This can cure
Yeah. She was like, oh, they want some goddamn sauces? I'm fucking they biscuits up.
Don't ask how. Now, if you don't mind, I'll be getting back to my studies. I look forward to our next meeting, traveler.
Hasta luego.
I can see why you do this. All the best to you. Thanks, Arthur. And to you.
That was a nice quest. Damn, look at that. That's exactly what she said. You were like, yo, can we have more sauces? And she said that, and then she burnt your shit. I'll be mad. I would be mad. Like, Popeye's employees, you know? You never know what you're going to get with them. She was so mad, I don't get it. Popeye's employees, I think that's like their natural. Oh, look at that rainbow. She was all nice and polite till I asked. Then she looked like I told her to put her life savings in the bag. Yeah, man. She just, she's like, fuck them. How dare they ask me for some sauce? You want sauces? You'll need it for these burnt ass biscuits I'm about to give you. How you like them apples? You want customer service? Take that shit to Chick-fil-A. My Popeye's got some ratchet girls. Yep, mine does too. They give you attitude from the jump. They basically go to the intercom like, fuck you doing here? Yeah. I prefer that. The sauces part, man. That's tough. Let us know what don't lie to me. Don't act all nice, then I ask you a question, they like, fuck you think this is? Stay high honor. You get a great scene that's extra, but high honor isn't that hard to keep from what you've done. Okay. Mean from the jump. Yeah. Don't fake it till it comes to the sauce. Like, just be mean from jump, bruh. Like, if you don't want to do your job, if you hate your job, let me know. Check your honor. Is that good? Gave us one of each. We asked her, girl, if you don't triple it. That's the max for this chapter? Okay. Damn. That means we're too good. One sauce is crazy. I would be mad. I'd be like, yo, hey, stop being so damn stingy. Stop being so fucking stingy with that sauce and just put a handful in. Damn. One sauce is crazy. Your Arthur's honor is good, but do you think you burn people alive? You're not good. That's true. That's true. I'd go off and be like, you guys dropped this in the bag. One sauce is crazy, bro. The game thinks you're good, but you're not. Yeah, we've been circumventing ways to get the honor. Yeah, let's keep it that way. Now that I know that we can just drag people on the fires and it doesn't count against our honor, that's the way we'll do it. Look at all those deer. Look at them frolicking. All right, so it's in here, right? What was I looking? Oh, gold bar. At the very least, 2 of each. I know you see there's 2 of us in the car. Exactly. Look at all those chickens. You got to look for the sheriff office in the burnt town. Okay, sheriff office. Nope. Nope, that's the liquor store. It's a small building. Probably this one, right? Or over there. I think it's this one.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
That sound really is gonna follow me. Look for right here. Got us a lockbox. There it is. Got us a gold bar. You don't take the fucking bar. Fuck the pamphlet. Oh, we learned a special horse stimulant recipe. Good. Now check the prison building at the very end of this town.
Your body needs water, so drink that shit.
Ice cream, Gucci unlock. This building right here, right, that I'm looking at. Thank you. Last time I walked into a dark building, a serial killer hit me in the back of the head. Holy. Holy.
I am a banana!
That jump scare one legitimately got me as I was looking at this door. I saw the I'm the banana one coming through and I looked away. Loot the body's the other one. Okay. The banana scream. Civil War knife. We'll keep that equipped and then we'll put it up. I can't. I remember there's normally a treasure hunt quest in here, but it was a PS4. I can't loot the. Let me try to open the door. Oh, you meant the open cell. Oh, because I was in there when I read the other one. My bad. I cannot. It's not letting me. Yeah, it's not letting me not letting me loot it. Normally you get a map here, but I'm pretty sure it's a pre. Oh, okay. Let's get on out of here. Skratsx, yo, what's up, Sheps? What's good? Just chilling, you know. We found a gold bar. Now we're gonna go sell it. Damn, that's that movie theater feeling that I just got. Like when you walk out of a movie theater into the daytime. Anything else? I think we're good here. Yeah, I think we're good. All right, so the fence. Yeah, we gotta go to the fence now. Where's the fence at? Your guy pop in here while I'm having some salad. I feel you. I feel you. Emerald Ranch. Okay. We need to find a train station because it's right here. Emerald Ranch, and we're looking. Your body needs water, so drink that shit. Always gets stuck in my head. It's a good lyric. It's a good lyric. I had to make it. I had to make it that. Let's go, boy. That is popping in. That is the popping spot to the head salad. Oh wait, that's the popping spot to have salad. Yes. We can just ride the horse there? That's exactly what I was thinking. Yep. Let's go, boy. How dirty he is? Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what I've been looking for.
Smell coyote. Hey, brother.
Oh, hey there, partner. Come take a look at this. Look at this, my friend. Tobacco. Nature's gift to us all.
He's showing you tobacco?
Like nothing else.
Whatever you say.
Well, I say, why buy it off the shelves when you can make your own?
He just roll that one?
Well,
damn.
Plenty left here if you're interested. I'd best keep moving.
Hey, man. You're lucky that you're nice. I'm not about to eat tobacco. Look at them yeekity beakies. I'm not about to eat the tobacco. You know? He quick? Yeah, he got out of there fast. He eat the tobacco? Fine, we'll eat one. You chew it? Where was it? I kind of rode away from it. The fuck was the... Oh. Let's eat a piece of tobacco. There you go. We ate some tobacco. Lil Jit, you are dirty as fuck, my boy. Delicious. Tobacco. Hard R. Some fresh tobacco. We need to get Lil Jit some tobacco. We'll see if he'll take some tobacco. Nope. He's not taking the tobacco, my boy. I'm the tobacco chewing the kind, like straight to the dome. Oh, we're going this way. Get some tobacco. This coyote, looking at that coyote has to be the most disrespectful thing we've done in this game, huh? Like how we got this coyote was just disrespectful as fuck, but hilarious. Like this is the most disrespectful thing we've done.
You what?
Can you imagine he goes home and his family's like, what are you saying? You know, you are boy tree sap, monkey tap in Walmart. Like, you know what you are. He gonna try to get revenge someday. He's gonna go home and be like, where's our food?
Hey, who's that?
Oh, that's Javier. No. We're not doing that yet. They're gonna be like, where's our food? And he'd be like, I just didn't catch it. I can't tell you what actually happened. That's embarrassing. He got tied up twice. And his food stolen. And his horse is gone. We're gonna be hunting and some man's gonna tie us up and steal our legendary animal.
No! This is a man that knows how to marry his cousin.
That's what that guy looked like. Where's our food, Burps? Like, we're gonna be like, oh, we found the legendary. And he's gonna be like, you son of a bitch. You thought you was getting away? You humiliated me. You son of a bitch.
Okay there, boy.
What the hell is that sound? I love how random they are. It applies to a lot of people in here. It's gonna be a lifelong feud. It is. A generational feud, too. It's gonna be the point where they're like, how did this feud start? And they'll be like, one time ago, your great-great-great-grandpappy stole my great-great-great-grandpappy's meal.
What was the reason? What was the reason?
There, boy.
You think your kind can catch this beast? No way, nigga. Arthur's grandkids are still gonna be fighting this war. You think your kind can catch a beast? No, nigga. We know what your kind is, boy. You're a coyote stealer. You stole my great-great-grandpappy's coyotes. You damn dirty, filthy. Hello, brother.
I don't need no new friends.
Damn. People are rude in this game, huh?
Good boy.
My grandpappy stole my grandpappy's coyote. How dare you, brother? Up, smoke. Throw the pelt and the coyote away. We should. We should throw it away, to be honest. It's not even worth. You filthy tree jumper. Here we go. I'm trying to finesse 3 months of Spotify. It's harder than I thought. How are you trying to... Wait, did I just lose it? Oh, it's over there. How are you trying to get it? Like dog chasing squirrel, smoke. I chase. You damn right. I saw the smoke. All right, let's see it. There fire. We know what we need to do just in case. Howdy.
Hello there.
Oh.
Would you be able to help me out?
It's William. Damn, you're lucky, Will. You're lucky.
I could use some assistance gathering herbs for my studies. Sure. I'm looking for a plant called yarrow. You can distinguish it by its red flowers. It shouldn't be too hard.
So we have it already? Yeah.
They thrive out in the open under direct sunlight.
They said if you have PayPal, you can get 3 free months premium. I signed in and it asked for a code, but I didn't get it. Damn. Maybe it'll.
What do you want yarrow for anyway?
Oh, we don't have it. Look at that skin. All right, so where is it?
Bring on one's health. I suppose we'll find out what.
I'll just continue using Apple Music. And
those plants may take some searching. I'd get started.
it's around here, he said. Add. Okay, my fault. Yoru. Yo, he said red flowers, right? I wonder what the radius is. That's what I'm kind of worried about. I like Spotify better than Apple Music. I've had Apple Music. They're everywhere. That's not red. Looking for them specifically over here. Check your eagle eye. Like, I've had Apple Music, and it's cool, but Spotify, in terms of, like, recommendations and music stuff, is just better, in my opinion. You can look further out. Yeah, I'm kind of, like, looking at the bushes. That's not Yoru. Maybe... Spotify is so much better. I had both at one point, but stopped paying for Spotify because most of my songs were on Apple Music. Are you talking like downloaded songs or just songs that you listen to, period? If there's songs that are on there, Red Dead 2 isn't realistic, no cotton. Because if it's on, like it's not stuff you downloaded, you could transfer them over. There's like a music service that'll transfer your library over. Yoru. You know why it's cool? I know Yoru's black. I've seen him. That's why I don't mind it. If it was someone else, I would be mad. But I know Yoru's black. So it's okay. You know, wait, for real? Yeah. Yeah, so you can transfer it all over. It's called... Let me find it. Because I had to do it. You're in the wrong area? Yeah. I went a little too far out. It's in front of William? Okay. I went too far out. Transfer Apple Music library to Spotify. There's an app for it, I believe. I'll have to find it, but there is one where you can do it because I've done it before. So what you have to do is like put all of your songs into a playlist or something, and it'll transfer the playlist over. Oh, I need to go back to William. Then it's awesome. Yeah, so you can just stop using Apple Music. You know, save yourself. Just get that Spotify premium. Especially now that Spotify has the DJ. The Spotify DJ is so good. Goodbye, Apple. Yeah, Apple Music, it's not my favorite. You know, it's needed. Okay, so it's in front of him. Okay, so it's this way. Yeah, okay. So, Scrat, yo, what's up, King? How are you? How you living? Apple Music just needs a revamp. Spotify is way ahead. You know what else is ass about Apple Music? How come, like, I use the Seamless Play on Spotify, but Apple Music doesn't have it for iPhones, but it has it for Android users. Like, what the fuck is that? That annoys me. Good. I am glad. I'm glad to hear you good. We're just looking for... Not seeing any red flowers. L Apple, I'm saying. Everything else, I'm cool with it. Are you playing Arthur Low Honor? We are high right now. But I love Apple. Same. The phone. W Android. You know, iPad. I got my MacBook over there. My watch. My phone. You know, it's in open areas. But right now, my honor's kind of high. But we've literally, like, dragged people into fires and stuff, and it doesn't count against your honor. Hope you've been nice to my Red Dead girl. Nicely. Which one is it? Same. Got everything in the ecosystem. Yep. Except Apple Music. I just won't use it. I refuse. It's bad. It's just bad. They need to work on it more. Mary Beth. We danced with Mary Beth yesterday. Open field area. So like right here. Yeah, except Apple Music. It's ass. Let's go a little bit further out. Yeah, in front of him. Right here, right? So he's here. Are you talking about this or are you talking about over there? Not directly always in front. Oh. Let me know when Apple makes a fridge like Samsung. I'm not going to lie. I have a Samsung fridge. And my only real thing that I hate about it is the ice maker never fucking works. It always breaks.
To study these plants. Do you think you could go find some for me?
William. I actually don't want to do this, but in the open field area. Yeah. Like this. Horses. Or up there. Just run around looking for red in the grass. That's what I'm doing. I see pink, not up there. Okay, yeah. I'm just kind of running around. Oh, look, a carriage. Yeah, the Samsung fridge is cool. I actually like it. Especially that it kind of keeps tabs of what's in my fridge. There's no specific radius. Oh, then I'll do this later then. I kind of want to ride your horse while doing it. That's probably a better idea. Oh, shit.
Okay, fella.
Yeah, I'll do this later. I want to do something else. I want to go sell the gold bar. Pokemon. Only lame niggas say that shit. Let's go sell the gold bar so we can try to get the fast travel. Yo, what's up, Cass? What up? That's fine. That's fine. Okay. You don't got fast travel? No, we're only on chapter 2 to be fair. Hello, sir. I understand your offense.
Remember you. Passed through here some time ago, huh? All right,
Yeah.
take a look.
How much long are you doing this for? Doing what? Playing the game or streaming? $500? Yeah, sell that shit.
Always
always welcome.
Sell all the jewelry too? Yeah. Let me go to the jewelry. Stream? I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay.
Very nice. Shame to part with it, I bet. Coming to a stack of those, huh?
Damn, we got a lot. Oh, the designer got me drip. Let me see.
Oh, yes. People lose these all the time.
Yeah, we got a lot to sell.
I'll take another.
Damn, look at us. We rich.
Real good.
Next section? Oh, okay.
Oh, you got something for me?
Go quick. Why we go to the stable? Why are we getting a horse? I think we're good.
Thanks.
Why do you want me to go to the stable? What's at the stable?
Thank you. Really.
Well, damn, nigga. What do we? Why go to the stable? Just saying for upgrades. Can we upgrade? Can we upgrade Lil Jit or no? I think he's like maxed out, isn't he? You can upgrade. Should we? I mean, I'll upgrade him. Oh, the saddle. There are saddles that give him more stats. Yeah, let's do that. Actually, before we do that, let's go look for fast travel. So at fast travel, we need to... Where's it at? We go here. Right? It's at the camp that we buy it? Before I go here, right? Yeah? All right. Then we'll go upgrade him at the ledger. Okay. Yo, what the fuck did I just... Oh. Like, hit something. Take a train to Valentine. It's near camp. That's a good point. Let's go back to Emerald Station. Look at the cows. Look at them. And at Valentine, you can upgrade the horse. All right, best of both worlds. Cool, cool, cool. So we're going to get the fast travel first if we can. And then we'll go to... we'll upgrade it. One of my biggest fears is being British. Why? What's wrong with being British?
Nice to see you again, sir.
The upgrades are right around the corner. Might as well do it first. All right. I just wanted to make sure that I definitely had enough money for the fast travel, you know? Because they're damn braggers. Damn bragger. It's 5:45. Oh, then we have enough money. Okay, we're good. We're rich as fuck now. That money's going to evaporate? Yeah. Iron deficiency, beans, colonizer, fish teeth, and not enough American. I mean, there's some cool British people out there, you know? There's some cool Brits. Cool UKers. I fuck with the UK.
Got real bad nerves. I can't work. Can you give me some money?
No, fuck off. No more money's being given out. I'm sick of these beggars. Yeah, like Phyllis. Exactly. Let's give him some.
I'm parched.
It's him again, bro.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Let's look at him.
Good to see you again, friend. I've only gone and forgotten your name. But worse than that, I've forgotten my own name, too. It happens to me. You ever forget your name, mister?
Jesus Christ. Sure, bud.
Sure.
Cool, not stinky, by the way. Yeah, I know what you meant. Oh, yes, this guy.
I knew it. There's a big crazy fella with a gun, and I'm a little crazy fella. Can't afford a gun no more. Stick with him, Jimmy, I said. And then I said...
Low key, it's kind of sad. This is kind of sad.
And then the fella I was talking to in my head, even he didn't want to talk to me no more. I'll see you around.
If Red Dead had a Conrad murder. You know, like, kind of sad. You know, kind of sad, man. Let's go upgrade our horse. I thought I did meet Conrad. Did I not? Because I know who that is. You didn't meet him in Mass Effect 2. Oh. Maybe I saw him in a video. Because I'm aware of who he is, actually. Weirdly enough. Maybe I saw him on Pam's stream. Because you didn't know Simon. I probably saw him on Pam's stream. You know, Pam Talloons. I think I saw her there. You met him in Mass Effect 1, but didn't in 2. Yeah. Pam stream. Yeah, that's where it was. Pam Talloons. Oh, you know what we need to do, actually? Apocalypse is right. We don't want this shit. But you didn't do any side effect? No. Don't go around the long way. It's recommending. Okay. We don't want that shit.
Let's go, boy.
We're just gonna cut straight across. We'll go the other way.
What you staring at? Move along. You paid the O'Driscoll boys.
Trash coyote, I'm saying. You didn't want to do them? Yeah, we're killing them.
I made it right with you, I swear. Looks like you need a lesson.
Oh, sweet Jesus!
You idiot.
Fucking O'Driscolls. Brutal. Fuck the O'Driscolls. Why didn't I want to do them in Mass Effect 2? Oh, I don't think I enjoyed the side quests in Mass Effect 2. I kind of was just with the story.
Mister.
W, you know how it is. The damn O'Driscolls. Put your hat back on, Arthur. Is that why you didn't want me going the long way? So I can kill the O'Driscolls? You gotta find the grapple button. It lets you hold in the neck and choke them out. Okay. We're gonna find that button. That sounds cool. One of the attack button. Not that. Wait, I can probably just look. Settings, controls, controller. Nope. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out what the grapple button is. Well, next time you do Mass Effect 2, I'll make sure you do side quests. I don't remember why I didn't do side quests, but I think I had a reason for not wanting to. I would wait till there's an enemy. Yeah. So we need horse provisions? No. Manage owned horse retrieving. Upgrade. Y to grapple? Okay.
Best to have a good saddle that'll hold up.
What's the best saddle? What's the best one? Saddles don't affect other things do. Okay. Saddle bags. Upgrade saddlebags, increase your outfit, mask, and hat storage on your horse. Upgrade it.
Always good to have one of those.
Stirrups.
That's a nice addition on a saddle.
Drain rate is it's faster and it has better acceleration. But its drain rate goes down. I mean, that's fine, right? This is the best one, the hooded stirrup. That's the best one. Yep.
Nice. You only live once, lest you're a cat.
I would assume. I would assume so too. Because
helps personalize it.
This doesn't do shit. We don't need that. Blanket. Doesn't do shit. Yeah, that's for looks. Bed rolls. We don't need that shit. All right. I think we're good. More expensive equals better. Exactly. We got to drip him out. Get him some drip. Like what? What kind of drip do you want? A new saddle?
Good saddles is almost as important as a good horse.
Like, what kind of drip do we want? It better look for something better.
That's a nice addition.
Garden looks great. Oh, saddles. Okay, hold on.
Best to have a good
That is very good. We'll get that one. We'll get the improved one. Ooh, the black one. No, it kind of fits. Not that. What? Not that, Garden? It's the vaquero. Okay.
Good saddles
Wait.
is almost as important as a good horse.
Oh, this one. Okay, yeah. Improved. I think this one's it. The hickory and chestnut. That one's a lot bigger, so that's why I bought it up. Okay, yeah. I think it's the chestnut one looks the best. The black one's cool, but you know, kind of blends in. Not trying to be that guy, but you know, it blends in, brother.
That's a good choice. Better the
Okay.
saddle, better the ride.
Got the saddle bags, the horns.
Adding on to a saddle helps personalize it.
The thick neck, the birch made. Redemption's current one's great. Yeah, I think the current one's good already. Okay, right? Or am I seeing something different?
That's a
Yeah.
nice
Check the
addition
maple
on the
one.
saddle. Adding on to a saddle.
This is the maple one that we already have. That one's equipped. Go down. This one? This one? I think we already have it. We can equip it. That one's great. Yeah. That one's better. Blankets.
I got one of them myself.
Oh, you can barely see the blanket. The blanket doesn't matter. You can't see the blanket. You see what I'm saying? Because the saddle's too big. So no use in getting a blanket. And the bedroll.
Always good to have one of those.
Padded wool. Change that one's color to the wool looks better. Wait, hold on.
I got one of them myself.
I got one of them myself. I don't give a fuck. Shut up. I think this one's it. This color. The weathered charcoal.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, there we go. Look at my boy. Anything else? No, we're good. We can look at the services section. I just bought. There we go.
More folks took care of their horses like you.
There we go. Little drip. You see him? He does look better. Brush him.
Yeah, you all right there, boy?
Hey there, old puppy. How you doing? Look at these little ass horses, bro. What the fuck is that? What is that? Fuck is in there? That's a horse he has behind him that carries his stuff. No, I meant what was on it. Not like the being a donkey. I was wondering what was on it. Booze? Probably. It's like a milk jug.
Hey, mister! Yeah, you! Come over here!
She gonna try to rob us. I just don't trust these people anymore, bro. Big water barrels. I don't trust this. She's gonna try to steal from us again, bro. I just know it. Do it. Turn to the sheriff. After you hear her commit the crime, lasso her. Okay.
I'm in a real bind. This feller, he's in a bad way. You gotta help me. I'll pay you.
I mean, not yet though because you don't have proof.
We ain't got a lot of
Okay,
time.
okay,
Are you gonna
calm
help
down.
me or
Where is
not? He's inside, upstairs. Come with me. I'll show you.
We'll bust a cap in her if she does. You right, Blade. It's quite the outfit choice, huh? Once you see something fishy, lasso her. All right, let me get the lasso out. We have to do that in third person. I can't do that in first.
It was me or him. I
The
swear.
hell is this?
I gotta clean this room. You get the hell away!
Look what we got here.
You
ain't gonna
do
hurt.
shit, whole damn lot here.
Going to the sheriff.
Come on, man.
That was Vicky's Secrets back in the day.
Come on! Please, untie me! We can just forget the whole thing! Just let me loose! We'll forget about this whole thing!
Sheriff time. Yeah, we're going straight to the sheriff. You're going to jail, buddy. General store. Saloon. Where the fuck is the... I guess it's not marked. I just have to read it. Probably by the doctor, right?
Screaming. Who they'll believe, huh?
It's not marked. It's inside the doctor. Yep, see?
Help! I'm being kidnapped! Help! This man's trying to steal me away! Oh, God!
You see how no one gives a fuck? Yeah, no one cares.
Town are evil!
Like,
All evil! Please! Please, mister, I got money at the saloon. Lots of it. You let me go?
you're going the wrong way. I just noticed.
Don't do
Let's go to the... Let me mark the doctor.
Don't do this!
Shit, no!
You take me to the sheriff? I'll tell him it was you that did it. Who do you think they're gonna believe?
You don't got to put on the horses so close. Yeah.
This place is wild. That's right.
There's still time, please. No, come! They'll hang me. You'll let them hang me? You bastard!
You bastard!
So who you got there?
No!
This one's for you.
You lying bastard!
Just
You
put
let
a
me
knife
go!
in some feller over at the saloon.
You bastard!
Claws, Ashy.
You can watch her get hung later.
I'll take care of her from here. What the hell's gotten into you, goddammit?
What? What'd I do? Why is there kidnapping? You weren't supposed to move her in? What? I didn't move.
You best give up, amigo, before you get killed.
Oh my God! You're supposed to place her down. He told you to.
Oh, hell, you're coming with me now.
Don't give him so much as...
Jesus fucking. You know what? From now on, I'm letting everybody do crimes. Fuck it. Because you didn't listen to him, the game auto won. Oh. Yeah, because I was just like, it's a common glitch in the game. That was weird. Damn. Damn. Everyone's getting let go now. I want my fucking money, though. Don't worry about it. That happens to everyone in the game. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? All right. We'll do that tomorrow. Let us go. Actually, we can do it on the way. It's on the way anyway. That's the last. Okay. I didn't mark it. I just realized. We finished all his quests already? Damn. Let's go, little Jedi. To spend the night in jail for some bullshit. That glitch is annoying. I think he gives you like $10 normally. Not too huge. That glitch was annoying. But, I mean, it is what it is. It was still a cool storyline. All right, let me get off. I'll hop this thing real quick. Trying to just run straight through. No. I was hitting the stop button. I was hitting the slow down button. I was waiting for him to slow down.
Give me a hell yeah!
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! How goes the hunt? So far, we have apprehended 2 criminals today. 2 criminals. We did hunt one legendary animal on accident. You know. Morning. We got 2 criminals, both murderers. We found a gold bar. You know, lots of stuff. Lots of good stuff. We found a pirate sword, a Civil War knife. We'll turn in our fellow criminals for money. For good, cold, hard cash. Give me the money. You know? Damn, let's go, yeah. Still no story progress, though, you know? Is he up? Fuck. Yeah, he's up. Morning, fellers. Yeah, let me turn up here. Go, little jet. There you go. Good boy. See? Story progress. It's overrated. True. Oh, and we saw a guy hunting. He killed the animal. We tied him up. He tried to break free as we took his animal, and then we tied him up again and left him up there. And we got his horse to leave. So that too. That happened too.
Mr. Mason.
Normally we do L quest over 3 to 4 chapters. Yeah, we did it all in chapter 2.
Real treacherous. Sure. Real treacherous. I've been here before.
Have you?
Yes. Funny how things turn out. Never quite how you expect, is it?
No, I don't suppose it is.
What you shooting?
Eagles. You know, the images, they really are beautiful.
Eagles?
All thanks to you. I'd be some...
It's our national symbol, buddy.
By now, many times over, but for you.
It's my pleasure. Please, step away from the cliff edge.
I'm trying to get an eagle. They're
Yeah, they're beautiful. But unlike you, they can fly.
Too true. You really must think I'm a buffoon, don't you? You think
Yes.
I'm such a dimwit I'd just slip off the edge of a cliff?
No, but, well, maybe a little.
Please, sir. I'm dense, but not that dense. This area is quite safe. Quite. Oh!
Dumb fucking moron.
Ah, damn!
He's a dumb fucking moron for real.
You're right. I am that much of a buffoon. Give me a hand, please. Put me out.
Okay, bye. Yeah, just let him drop. We should have let him fall. We did tell him.
Oh, dear. Thank you. You know what? Bugger the eagles, I'm going home. You know, I really did get some amazing pictures, thanks to you. And somehow, I haven't quite broken my neck.
Mm-hmm.
Take care.
And you too, sir. Sorry for all the trouble. Oh.
All right, we did it. That was it? So we won't see him anymore?
Yep.
Damn. What a way to end that, huh? Yeah, except for an Easter egg of him in a side mission in the future. All right. Probably dies off screen. Most likely. All right, here we go. Let's go to camp, shall we? Oh, look, it's sheep. The sheeps.
Who's there?
Get out the way. This is Lil Jit's post. Who the fuck said that? Oh, this kid. You got 2 chapter 2 side quests left for the rest. The rest are in the next chapter. That was Jack. Yeah, I just didn't see him.
How are you, Jack? Hear you was sick?
A little bit, but Uncle Hosea gave me some medicine.
Okay, good.
Chapter 2 completion master. So we're 100% no matter what finishing chapter 2 tomorrow. 100%. You said the ledger, right? It's the money box symbol. Okay. It's a book right next to it. Okay. Look at that rainbow. Cuts off a little, but look at it. It's a double rainbow.
Oh, John was looking for you, Arthur. He's over by the tree behind the campfire.
He was? Okay, thank you, Miss Grimshaw.
Good luck.
All right, well, I should be getting on.
All right then, Arthur.
Okay. So it's not here. Yeah, it's not here yet. Oh well. I guess we have to wait till we finish chapter 2. Maybe it'll be there chapter 3. Maybe. Right?
You good, Charles?
Yeah. Already wish.
Gotta buy a specific upgrade. It's the housing upgrade?
I know
Okay.
what you mean.
The housing upgrade. Okay. Also, to spend money on camp, you got to donate money. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right, because it doesn't take from my pockets. It takes from the camp. This whole COD thing is better than I thought. Why? What's going on? Oh, is it the first things first? See, lodging? Yeah, it's the first things first. One of the first things first that unlocks. Okay. Everyone is mad like season 3 is so bad. I gotta see what like Tim is saying. Okay. Arthur wants a map. Is it that one? See the next line? Yeah. That's the one? Okay. There we go. Your lodging was upgraded. A fast travel map and additional grooming supplies are now available. You can now also fast travel from your personal camp. Okay, cool. So we're good, right? I don't need to buy any of this other stuff. We did it for everyone. Oh. Okay. All right, we're good. We're broke now. No more. No more. We're not spending any more money. Look at that double rainbow. There we go.
Give me a hell yeah!
Hell yeah! A lot of paid partners who hyped up this season are getting horrible death threats and just disgusting comments because nothing really changed in this update. Damn. Damn. It also gave us more haircutting supplant. Yeah, death threats are not cool. Yeah, like, chill out. Chill out. Chicken coop? We need a chicken coop? For what? You got to do the chicken coop. We don't have enough money. We have to earn more money. We're $3 short. So next time we get money, I'll do the chicken coop. Like, it's a game. Please go play something else. Them COD players, man. I'm telling you, bro. Them COD players are different.
Arthur.
Wait, we're that broke? Yeah, we just spent.
When I was frisky.
Oh, shit.
Over
for some potent whiskey. Like the waves of the Bay of the Biscay, I began to tumble and roar. My face was as red as a lobster.
And that is a man of the cloth. Look at that background, Rainbow. Let him cook.
My poor knobster. Watch was picked from my fob, sir.
And now, this is a man that knows how to marry his cousin.
He got a rainbow behind him.
I'm resolved to try it.
Give him a guitar. You know what he's like, right? He's like that man of the cloth in Vinland Saga. Just drunk. All the time.
Mr. Morgan. You seem chipper? Well, where there's life, there's hope, my friend.
Now at camps, you set up in the wilderness, you can teleport. Perfect. Yeah, the priest. You know?
All in good time, my friend. All in good time. Always the show, man.
I don't like the fast travel because you get less random encounters. That is true. W stream. Amen. All right, let's save it. We know what we're doing tomorrow. We're getting to chapter 3, damn it. Come hell or high water. Check the new haircutting supplies first. All right, let me just save it. I don't know why I always do this twice, but I just do it just, you know. Where's the shaving thing? I just saw it. Pomade. You guys see if we unlock special cutting? Behind me. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Look at... All right, let's... We're not pomading. Not really. No, we... Yo, what's up, Through? Like, doesn't look like we got anything better. You know? Is there special cutting that I missed? Pomade hair, but it looks stupid. The pomade hair looks stupid. It just looks greased. We wear a hat all the time. You know, like, it looks nasty, yeah. It looks ochre, like, eh. We keep that. The beard, we may trim that later. Get some dreads. Damn, I'd get some dreads on him. Keep the puffed up hair. That's what I'm saying. The pomade looks bad. I see we still keeping this photo here. Dreads would not fit Arthur. Could you imagine? It's still got this photo up, huh? Like, we should throw this shit out. Get rid of this photo, bro. Arthur still wants Mary. Like, damn Mary. Why would you want Mary when we got other women around here? Shoot it. I wish I could. Start Hoark. I'm saying it's a hot boy summer. I do Mary's missions just for extra missions. Oh, we're going to do them. Whenever they pop up. We're going to do them. All right, we saved already. We're going to do them. Whenever they pop up, you know? Whenever they pop up, we're doing it. Let's play a little different outro music than normal. It's the only female interaction Arthur gets. Yeah, because he turns down everybody else, you know? Let's do a little different outro music today, huh? It'll play in the background. Well, yeah, we'll do them as they pop up, though. You know? W stream, though. So tomorrow, come hell or high water. He already got a baby girl. We don't need... He doesn't, though. She's not with him anymore. You know what I'm saying? They're not together. You feel me? She's still with him in his dreams. Like, I'm pretty sure they told him he's not good enough. You know what I'm saying? And he's still just like, bruh, move on, bruh. You know, there's other people that want him. Love you, Skratsx. I'll see you later. W Stream Handsome. Yo, thank you, Strange. I love you. Love you. He says he's not a good enough. Yeah, but her family and stuff also did. And she wants him to change, and he ain't changing. So we know it's over. So now he stabs Crocs. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Are we playing some Red Dead Online tonight? There you go. I'm going to take a nap after this stream, so I should be up later. I'm tired as fuck for some reason. You know? You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah. Good night, Skratsx. Thank you. Thanks for coming through, everybody. I appreciate you. Who are we raiding today? I think we raid Mozzie. We got to raid Mozzie. You feel me? Mozzie's cool. Mozzie's been in here too. I want to raid XQC. We're not there yet. We're not ready to raid someone with 55K. You know what I'm saying? If we do that, we have to start small. Like, who would we raid? Like, raiding him would change his life. You think so, bro? You think so? Damn. Like, what is XQC doing right now? Let me close these fucking tabs. Hold on. I got all these dog tabs open. Hold on. I'm closing everything. There we go. Dashin, Twitter, Sephiroth, stay open. Let's see what XQC's doing. It's an ad. Hold on. I'm in ads. 1 second. 1 second. Okay.
Did I just witness, dude? What is this? Yo, who lays this deranged shit anyway?
He's looking at this guy, not the how to fuck your cousin guy.
No, this is a man that knows how to marry his cousin.
You know? I mean, that's Felix, XQC. I just saw a stream called Divorce Day Celebration. Damn. Yo, Apocalypse, did you notice the outro music I got going? Why would you be celebrating about divorce? Maybe they really hated each other, you know? Some people hate it. Some people just really hate each other. Maybe their spouse is horrible. Did you notice the music I've been playing in the background? You know, trying to get people turned. Yeah, some people just, you know, they just hate their spouse. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're gonna raid Mozzie. I'm gonna raid my boy Mozzie. He's cool. He is cool peeps. Tomorrow, I low-key want to watch like an Am I the Asshole compilation. Low-key. Thoughts? Am I the Asshole compilation tomorrow? And then chapter 3. Do it. Of course, she was verified. Only chat. Damn. You had some stuff to say. Am I the Asshole compilation? Hey, okay, let me find one right now. Let me find one. Oh, I think we found one. This is 40 minutes though. There's no way I'm not watching 40 minutes. There's just no way I'm watching a 40-minute video. Oh, here we go. We're going to watch this one. The most insensitive Am I the Asshole post ever. That's the one. I'm literally going to open it and keep this tab open for tomorrow. Yeah, this is the one. We're watching this tomorrow. Get ready. We're doing this. Then as soon as this is done, Chapter 3 grind is happening. This has to be it. I'm glad your husband beat you. What? Yeah, watch that be it here. Redditors who frequent it. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. This is going to be good. This is going to be it. This is it. Wait. Am I the asshole or true off my chest? I don't know. But this is it for now. I should do an Am I the Asshole post for those thoughts. See what they say. See what they say. Okay, we got that. I'll tell Beck that we're doing this tomorrow. But in the meantime, raising my boy Mozzie. Thank you for chilling with me. 6 hours. We've been really averaging these 6-hour streams, huh? They go by so quick. Doesn't even feel like it's been 6 hours. You know? Move this. Gonna raid. Mozzie, thanks for chilling with me. You know, I appreciate y'all. Thank you for the follows. We are almost at 300. Is Petty called Shawty Petty there? No, that's someone else. That's someone else. I actually don't know who that is, to be fair. Shawty Petty. I thought that was Petty AF. No, that's a different person. That's someone else. That's someone else. Yeah, it's somebody else. We're going to raid? Yes. Let's see if it works. But yeah, we're almost at 300 followers. We're at 295. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, I appreciate y'all. Let's see if it works. Let me go full screen so I can see. Let's see. Because sometimes it does that unraid thing. It appears to be working. It appears to be working. But yeah. Thank you, everybody, for chilling me. I appreciate it. It's always fun. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And yeah, I will see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central. Bye.